Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Another member on the street and the whole CYCL will repeat. Izuku offered a reassuring pat on her shoulder. Well, I'm really sorry that happened to you. Honestly, I kind of feel bad now. I mean, compared to what you're going through, my problems are they're still important too, even if that even was her real name cut in, leveling him with a serious look. You don't deserve to get beat up and bullied at school just because you're quirkless. And you don't deserve to have your house burnt down because you spilled a guy's coffee. I can't believe I even need to say that, but it's true. The two of them sighed in unison, slumping against the wall and staring up vacantly at the sky. From there, neither really knew what to say to the other. They were both stuck in undesirable circumstances, both desiring to help solve each other's problems, yet they knew the means of doing so were simply beyond their control. They sat in silence for a little while longer before 𝐼𝐴 had to get back to work. Both left in low spirits, feeling as if their conversation hadn't accomplished much. But as a silver lining, they at least knew they had someone they could understand and rely on. Though, part of them wondered if one good friend would really be enough. Their conversation still lingered in 𝐼𝐴's mind as she made her way to her night job, not her food delivery job, her other night job as a truck driver. She found it particularly difficult to pay attention to her boss, but she managed to get the gist of it. All right, Josie, we need you to deliver these fireworks across town. Just be careful with the steering wheel, it's been a bit touchy as of late. Before she knew it, 𝐼𝐴 was shoved into an uncomfortably small seat and sent off on the open road. Glancing at the route she was supposed to take, she couldn't help but notice she was set to pass Aldera Middle School in a few minutes. Wasn't that the school Midoriya attended? The one with teachers who ignored his bullying so they could prop up his tormentors as future heroes. Suddenly, an intrusive thought pops into 𝐼𝐴's head. She had a fireworks truck, and that school was looking awfully explodable. No. She was not going to let those thoughts win. There's no way she could possibly do it. Sure, Izuku would probably do the same for her, but even if she actually went through with it, there was no way she would end up getting away with it. Right. A quick glance at her watch revealed that it was around the time the janitors were set to go home, meaning the school was completely barren. Plus, her boss did mention the steering wheel was acting up. It would be ridiculously easy to just blame the accident on a faulty steering wheel. It's not like there would be much of a truck left for people to inspect anyways. But still, she couldn't do that. No way, no how, not in a million years. She was too much of an upstanding citizen to even consider taking such a drastic course of action. Wasn't she? Barely awake, 𝐼𝐴 trudged back to her apartment, her body covered from head to toe in soot, small bits of metal, and firework chemicals. She never needed a shower more in her life until this very moment. She reached for her doorknob, but paused as she heard the sound of the door adjacent to hers opening up. Turning 90 degrees, she saw Izuku at his door, looking just as exhausted as she was, his body covered in soot, small bits of metal, and firework chemicals. Izuku slowly glanced to her side and noticed her presence. Oh, hey. You look roughed up. Are you alright? I'm fine. I just got into a completely unavoidable fireworks truck-related accident during work. You'll probably get transferred to a different school tomorrow. What about you? Well, legally speaking, I totally didn't just ram a fireworks truck into the Creature Rejection Clan's main base of operations after finding their location via an online forum. That is something I didn't do. Cool, she nodded, turning back to her door. We'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow, he nodded back. Tomorrow. And so the teacher gave Kaken detention for using his quirk during class. Izuku laughed as he finished recapping his first day at his new school, 𝐼𝐴 laughing right along with him. You should have seen the look on his face, it was glorious. I should have taken a picture. I'm sure it must have been great, 𝐼𝐴 smiled, feeling lighter than she had in ages now that she was sure no one was after her. Oh, by the way, how are the jobs going? Actually, it's just job now. I met someone at the coffee shop who offered me a huge opportunity. She said it was very much applicable to my skills. Really? That's great. What'll you be doing? In place of a response, 𝐼𝐴n reached behind her back and pulled out a singular basketball, to which Izuku's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Seriously? She nodded, a dopey grin etched on her face. 𝐼𝐴n, you are going to make so many full-court shots. It's gonna be insane. It was his third day at 𝐴LDERA Middle School, and 𝐒𝐻𝑖 𝐒𝐿 had not made any friends or acquaintances to speak of. This was the expected outcome for him, as creatures who roamed the light tended to avoid those shrouded in darkness. Though perhaps he laid it on a little too thick with his introduction. Just because his middle name was legally Lord of the Underworld, did not mean he needed to share it. Regardless, 𝐒𝐻𝑖 Lord of the Underworld 𝐒𝐿 was resigned to his fate. He set low expectations for this new domain of his, meaning he should not be disappointed. He felt just as isolated and barren during his time at his old school as he expected. Or at least that was his situation. One fateful day, a green-haired individual ran up to him in the halls, seemingly out of breath. What such a bright-faced boy could want with an agent of darkness such as himself, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't guess. Excuse me, 𝐒𝐿 was it? You dropped this? He held out an odd-eye keychain, the one 𝐒𝐿 usually wore on his backpack. The shadow lurker could see where this was going. Odd-eye had quite the unusual reputation when it came to, for lack of a better term, normies. Most referred to him as cringe, or chunny, or committing way too hard to the act. Fools, all of them. Could they not see that there was no act? Could they not see that Odd-eye was truly a tortured soul who chose to be a hero despite the darkness in their heart? Which, in turn, made his heroic acts all the more valiant. 𝐒𝐿 doubted this freckled boy before him understood. Thank you. He swiped the keychain from the green-haired boy's hands and clipped it back onto his bag. I apologize for allowing it to escape my grasp. I'm sure carrying it around was not an enjoyable experience for you. For whatever reason, the green boy looked shocked at that very disposition. What? No. It wasn't a pain for me at all. In fact, he reached into his bag and presented 𝐒𝐿 with a sight he never thought he'd see. For in his hand was a limited edition Odd-eye 5th anniversary pin. At that very moment, 𝐒𝐿 felt an odd kinship with the boy. Mayhaps he was a tortured soul like him, only he kept his inner darkness buried deep below a layer of brightness and smiles. 𝐒𝐿 decided at that moment that he must know more. What is your name, dear child of both light and darkness? Izuku Midoriya. He answered, looking slightly perplexed at 𝐒𝐿's phrasing of the question. Very well then, Midoriya, he nodded. I must admit, I admire your odd-eye pin. Truly, your taste is immaculate. It allows me to sense a thread of commonality between us. As such, it would only be natural to become comrades in this eternal battle of light and dark we call life. Izuku gasped, clearly taken aback. Are you saying you want to be friends? In a cosmic sort of way, yes. 𝐒𝐿 had no idea why Izuku burst into tears upon hearing that, but everyone had their own method of expressing their inner darkness, so he would not judge. Katsuki Bakugo was fuming. It was bad enough that their class had to introduce yet another extra after some fireworks truck-related incident whom he had decided to call Edgelord because he was not wasting precious brain space remembering his name. But then that very same extra made friends with Deku of all people. Katsuki wouldn't have believed it if he didn't have to endure their jabbering before class every day. Deku said Odd-eye was the closest thing to a quirkless hero or some CRP, and then they got into a whole DMN conversation about it that spanned an entire week. It sessed Katsuki off. Which was why when he spotted Deku alone in the hallway after school, he decided to remind the nerd of his place. He grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Though it was weird, his jacket seemed a lot heavier than usual. What the hell was Deku carrying around in his pockets? Listen here, nerd. Just because one person pities you enough to hang around you're worthless but doesn't make you any less useless, got that? Deku mumbled something too quiet for Katsuki to hear, so he slammed him against the wall again. What was that? I said he's not pitying me, Deku repeated, an odd look of determination mixed with frustration on his face. TCH, yeah right. He's only hanging around you because he's new. The minute he finds someone else, he's kicking you to the curb. You mean like you did? He said in a low, tired voice. Katsuki stilled for only a moment, his mind contemplative about the words he just heard. But as soon as that moment was up, rage regained control, and he clutched his fist at his side while slamming Deku into the wall for a third time. Yes, like I did. Because why would anyone willingly want to hang out with a quirkless freak like you? Well, for starters, he isn't you, responded a third, unknown voice. Suddenly, a foot shot out of Deku's uniform jacket and kicked Katsuki in the chest, sending him stumbling back. What the? Katsuki looked Deku up and down, trying to figure out what just happened. What's the matter? The voice spoke up, have you never come into contact with forces beyond your mortal comprehension? The fabric on Deku's uniform began to shift, and edgelord's smirking face popped out of his chest. What the F is this? It's quite simple, really. My quirk allows me to become one with, and even control darkness. As such, I helped unleash Midoriya's inner darkness by becoming it. Deku's arm began jerking around in a method that tried to replicate a wave, like he was a puppet and edgelord was the strings. The nerd didn't seem to mind though. He just kept that stupid butt smile on his face. It's kind of like Ratatouille. Except instead of my hair, he's pulling at my uniform, Deku clarified. Well, guess what? I don't give a F. Katsuki clenched and unclenched his fists, letting the sweat pool up in his palms. You got a cheap shot in, edgelord, which means you clearly have a death wish. He swung a right hook, only for Deku to suddenly JRK to the side with a speed that wouldn't be possible unless someone was pulling him out of the way. With that same speed, he raised his leg and delivered a roundhouse kick to Katsuki's kidney, sending him staggering back. Katsuki clutched his bruised organ with one hand while preparing an explosion with another. He aimed right for the chest, but Deku dodged by bending back at an unnatural angle, like he was playing a game of limbo. With a confident grin that increased Katsuki's murder drive exponentially, Deku's leg swung up and kicked Katsuki in the jaw, the impact causing him to bite his own DMN tongue. At the taste of BLD, he instinctively cupped his hand over his mouth, giving Deku the opportunity to flail his arm around like a ragdoll and slap Katsuki across the face hard enough to leave a red mark in the shape of his hand. You fing butt! Katsuki yelled at edgelord through a mouthful of BLD. If you think you're so great, quit hiding in Deku's clothes. Come out here and face me like a man. Edgelord's face made itself visible on Deku's uniform, his mouth pointed upward in a DV smirk. Whatever you say, oh great one. In an instant, he dived out of Deku's uniform and landed in Katsuki's. The explosive blonde felt a series of tugs on his legs forcing him to move against his will. He soon found himself running face-first into the wall and backward into the one behind him. And as if his face hadn't been through enough today, edgelord took control of his arms and made them twitch in a way that resulted in multiple consecutive facepalms. Katsuki almost regretted all those hand and finger exercises he put himself through. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. The creature in his clothes taunted after every hit. That's it. I've had enough. Pooling together all his strength, Katsuki grabbed the sides of his jacket and violently tore them to shreds, blowing up the individual pieces of fabric just to make sure. Alright, you shadowy F, where are you? A place I would rather not be, all things considered, the voice of edgelord answered. The FS that's supposed to dash, he was cut off as he felt a sharp tug on his nether regions, the kind that made him want to squeal an impossibly high-pitched note. OF, he wore black underwear today, didn't he? As Katsuki fell over and curled up on the ground, his hands clutched over his PP, edgelord finally stepped out of his uniform and dusted himself off, a deep grimace adorning his face. As satisfying as that wedgie was, I very much say with confidence that I did not enjoy that last part, he admitted. Deku immediately ran over to gush over his quirk like the nerd he was. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, that was amazing. I figured the technique I came up with would work, but not that well. Many thanks. My experience puppeting others to perform complex maneuvers is plentiful, considering my experience with Dark Souls. Really? I've never actually played Dark Souls before. Is it fun? Edgelord smiled as he turned and walked off, beckoning Deku to follow. Come now, my compatriot of darkness. Now is the time you experience your first Souls-like journey. As the two friends walked away, Katsuki slowly forced himself up while readjusting his undergarments, scowling harder than he ever had in his life. Those Fing cheating BSTRDS. Can't believe I let them get the drop on me like that. Stupid edgelord and his stupid quirk. No way I'm letting that chunny near my clothes next time. He froze in place at that last sentence, his brain slowly connecting the dots, forming a picture of victory. Based on what edgelord said, his cheap butt quirk only worked on dark things like his uniform. With that in mind, coming up with a counter was as easy as taking candy from a Deku. Despite the pain littering his entire body, he let out a fierce grin, which soon transitioned into a mad cackle. Now that he had a foolproof plan, he'd be able to wipe those cocky smiles off Deku and edgelord's faces. The next day. I don't know how you got so good at that game. I could barely even beat 3 bosses. Izuku ran a hand down his face, tired from the gaming session that lasted a little too long. But hey, it made for a nice impromptu sleepover. Such is the experience of a new Dark Souls player, Ķoṛoiṛo mused as the two turned a corner in the hallway. Trust the process, Midoriya. For it shall not lead you astray. Izuku hoped he was right. Because at this rate, he wouldn't finish the game until he was well into his 20s. But still, it was fun. We should do it again sometime. I am inclined to agree. The witching hour is when camaraderie tends to be at its strongest. Oh, really? Katsuki's voice cut in. The two turned around to see the explosive blonde in question, his arms resting behind his back, and a slightly unhinged smile etched on his face. Oh, hey Kaken. Izuku awkwardly waved. Are you alright? He barked out a laugh. Am I alright? Yeah, sure, I'll be fine once I've beaten your goddamn buttes. I see how it is. Ķoṛoiṛo narrowed his eyebrows as he slipped into a fighting stance. If your longing is to once more witness the true darkness of a tortured soul, then I shall oblige. He leaped into Izuku's uniform, who took the same stance as his friend. Yeah. What he said. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Kaken. Oh, are you sure about that? Katsuki's smile grew wider and more menacing as he revealed the object hidden behind his back, squeezing it tightly in both hands. Is that a water gun? Izuku questioned. In response, Katsuki fired a shot right at Izuku's arm, revealing that the gun didn't exactly contain water. Rather, a liquid that was much more effective against someone like Ķoṛoiṛo. OCRP. He's got red paint. That's right, you idiots. Try using your cheap tricks when you've got nothing to phase into. Katsuki turned the gun around and covered himself with red splotches, rendering his clothing immune to Ķoṛoiṛo's quirk. Quickly. We must escape with haste. Ķoṛoiṛo took control of Izuku's legs and dashed down the hall, to which Katsuki chased after them while firing with reckless abandon. Ha! Yes. Run all you want. It's only gonna make it more satisfying when I get your buttes. And run they did, down the entire hallway. Any other students who just so happened to be in their way ended up with a face full of red, as did the walls, ceiling, and floor. Katsuki took no prisoners. Midoriya, I am in desperate need of some strategic assistance, said Ķoṛoiṛo as he yanked Izuku around to avoid as many shots as he could. He's already covered our back. And if he paints the rest of us, I'll be forcibly torn away from the darkness. Don't worry, I think I have a plan. But first, we need to get out of here. Turn left here. Ķoṛoiṛo obliged, pulling Izuku in a sharp turn that led them down the stairwell. The enclosed space allowed Katsuki to get a free shot in, which he landed on the back of Izuku's breathed leg. Gah! He got me. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs to clutch his leg. It's over, Ķoṛoiṛo. Tell my mother I love her. And that I left the door unlocked this morning. Midoriya, you know you can still run, right? Ķoṛoiṛo pointed out. Oh, right, he chuckled before getting back up and running off, his bully not far behind. A few more turns later, and they burst through the school's front door, making their way to the streets of Mustafa. Now that we're off school property, might you tell me the extent of your plan? 𝐭𝐻𝐻 glanced behind Izuku's shoulder, to which Katsuki shot him right in the eye. Color. My one weakness. Alright, here's the next step of our plan. Izuku tripped on his own 2 feet and tumbled to the ground before coming to a stop at the display window of a nearby store. Midoriya, I must be honest with you, your plan does not seem very well thought out. With a glint in his eyes, Katsuki ped his gun as he towered over the pair, his grinning visage cast in a light shadow, yet still intimidating nonetheless. Nowhere left to run now, Deku. Any last words? Nope. Just please make it quick. Good. I didn't want to hear your annoying butt voice anyways. He pointed the gun at Izuku's chest and went absolutely trigger-happy, practically turning the boy into a human tomato. Eventually, the redness became too much for 𝐭𝐻𝐻, and he was forced out of the uniform, where he was left cowering in fear at Katsuki's feet. But weirdly enough, when he glanced over at Izuku, he didn't detect a trace of fear on his entire body. When he was satisfied with his painting, Katsuki threw the water gun away and pointed both hands at the pair, his palms already glowing orange with the promise of explosions. Alright, time to really make you red. And I'm not talking about paint this time. Katsuki paused as he heard the sound of someone clearing their throat. Turning around, his eyes widened with dread as he took in the form of a grumpy-looking police officer. Only then did he notice the trail of red paint on the ground and the similarly colored stains on the storefront window Izuku and 𝐭𝐻𝐻 were leaning against. Vandalism in broad daylight. The officer presumed, giving Katsuki the stink eye. I swear, you delinquent types never cease to amaze me. He picked up Katsuki by the scruff and carried him off to the station, all while the teen stared blankly with a textbook fed-up look. With the 2 other boys left alone, they got up and attempted to shake some of the paint off their bodies. Results varied. Midoriya, I must applaud your deceptive tactics. Even I would not have been able to conjure up such a devious scheme. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 complimented, much to Izuku's blush. Or at least, he thought it was a blush. The red paint made things unclear. Oh, it was nothing. I just took advantage of Kaken's blind rage in a manner that would make him look like the undisputed bad guy. Really, anyone could have done that. Yet you were the only one who did. He placed a hand on his shoulder. I can tell we're going to make quite the team. And then, our shared darkness shall cover all that is light, and no one shall be able to ignore us. That sounds like fun. But first, he gestured to the red parts of his body, which was every part. We should probably get a shower before the paint hardens and makes it hard to walk. My thoughts exactly. If you were to ask Dr. Kyudai Garaki who his least favorite person in the world was, he would answer with Dr. Tsubasa in a fraction of a heartbeat. This was a bit of a problem, considering they were the same person. Ever since Garaki devoted his life to serving his lord, All for One, he'd been forced to take up several false identities to keep the authorities off his trail. Dr. Tsubasa was his current one, and every time he assumed that role, he felt a little more dead inside. Sure, it was useful to keep track of the budding quirks of all the young children of Mustafa, but that didn't make his job any more enjoyable. Every day it was checkups, and more checkups. Alright, you have a clean bill of health. See you next year. Such was the case as he wrapped up his checkup on his latest patient, Izuku Midoriya. God, he was the worst. He knew his good-for-nothing grandson bullied the green boy for his quirklessness. And frankly, he deserved it. If you couldn't provide anything to All for One, you might as well be dead. Thankfully, Garaki could at least take solace that he wouldn't see the adolescent brat for 365 more days. With that in mind, he sat down on his favorite swivel chair to decompress, only to shoot back up as he realized he was sitting on something. That something turned out to be a notebook, no doubt left by that Midoriya kid. God, why couldn't children clean up after themselves these days? Looking at the cover, he rolled his eyes at the title of Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 16. As if a mere child could gather more information on heroes than a nearly 200-year-old professional like him. Just to prove himself right, he flipped to a random page and landed on one featuring a crude drawing of All Might. Boy, this will be rich, he sharked as he started reading, ready to have a good laugh at the no doubt inaccurate guesses of the hero's quirk. While All Might's quirk has never been stated outright, many assume it to be some form of super strength, based on the superhuman feats he's performed. I have no reason to doubt this, but I believe there's a bit more to it than that. If one were to observe some of All Might's greatest fights, they might notice his base power increase exponentially over the years. One villain that took 10 punches to take down during his heyday now only takes 1 or 2. But why is this? According to most quirk scientists, quirks tend to decrease in power and effectiveness as the user ages. And while All Might's true age has never been revealed, it's been theorized he's at least above 50, considering how long he's been doing hero work. This leads me to my own personal theory. All Might's quirk involves a stockpile that increases in power over long periods of time. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 suddenly paused his reading. Never in his days did he think he'd see a 14-year-old figure out at least part of the symbol of peace's quirk. He just had to see more. Flipping to the other pages revealed analyses of a similar quality on other heroes. Suddenly, Izuku Midoriya didn't seem so useless after all. In fact, he might be just the kind of person 𝐒𝐻𝐽 could get behind. Think about it. A quirkless kid with big dreams of heroism, only to get constantly belittled by his peers. That's a textbook villain origin story right there. Of course, the boy was decidedly still on the side of heroism, but that was nothing 𝐒𝐻𝐽 couldn't fix. If he played his cards right, he might have even found a potential ally to Tomura, and even a possible replacement. He didn't hate Tomura, per se, but that boy was immature and spoiled beyond belief. Wouldn't hurt to give him a partner who could actually use his brain. Of course, he would keep this little passion project to himself for the time being, waiting until Izuku was fully swayed to all for one side before presenting him to his MSTR. No use in bringing a half-baked cake to a birthday party, after all. With a gleefully sinister grin, he skipped over to the phone and dialed the number of his patient's mother. "Hello, Ms. Midoriya. Sorry to call so suddenly, but your son left one of his notebooks in my office. I gave it a little read, and I was absolutely astounded by the boy's theories on quirks and their applications. If possible, I'd like to meet with him in my office for a little one-on-one quirk discussion." No, not the one in Mustafa. The office in Jakku. He knew she wouldn't say no. After all, Dr. Tsubasa was one of the oldest and most trustworthy Samaritans in the entire prefecture. Dr. 𝐒𝐻𝐽, on the other hand, already had more than a few plans for the boy. "Midoriya. So great to see you." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 cheerfully greeted as Izuku made his way into the office, holding a stack of notebooks. "Here, sit down, sit down. Would you like some tea?" Yes, thank you, sir." Izuku plopped down on the empty chair and placed his notebooks on the desk, his fingers nervously scratching the arms of the chair. "There's no need to call me sir. I've been your doctor for years now. You can call me 𝐒𝐻𝐽." "𝐒𝐻𝐽? I thought your name was Tsubasa." "No, Tsubasa is just what everyone calls me in Mustafa. Everyone in Jakku calls me 𝐒𝐻𝐽, which is my maiden name," he lied through his teeth. Thankfully, Izuku seemed to take this answer at face value. "Okay, I'll call you 𝐒𝐻𝐽 then." "Excellent." The doctor reached to the pile of notebooks, specifically the most recent one. "Mind if I—" "Oh, go ahead. But I'm not sure how much use you'll get out of them." The boy glanced down with a solemn look on his face. "Oh, why do you think that? I got plenty of mileage out of the one you left here. Why should these be any different?" He scrunched up on himself as he absently rubbed his arm. "A lot of the kids at school think they are weird or creepy." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 let out a genuine scoff. "Well, of course they do. Most adolescents are simple-minded monkeys who barely know how to tie their shoes. Professionals take notes all the time. Their brains just aren't developed enough to comprehend our genius." Izuku looked up at the doctor with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. "Our genius? You think I'm a professional like you? At the rate you're going, I'd say it's only a matter of time until you become one. I wouldn't have invited you here if I wasn't impressed with your work. In fact, let's get started on that, shall we?" Unshed tears poked at Izuku's eyes as he let out a wobbly smile. After taking a deep breath, he sat down firmly in his chair and grabbed his teacup, looking much more comfortable than before. "Yes, let's get started." "Excellent. Now, for starters, I read your section on the wild pussycats, specifically the section going into detail about how their quirks all work together in unison. It's great, isn't it? They honestly make for one of the greatest rescue teams of all time. Each of their quirks makes up for the other's weaknesses. Pixie Bob's great at rescuing civilians from dirt or rubble, but that skill's useless if she doesn't know where everybody is, which is where Ragdoll comes in. She's great for scanning large areas, which in turn helps Mandalay guide any lost or buried civilians to safety. And Tiger's there to help dispatch any villains who may be lurking around. Slow down, boy. My old ears can only register so much. Garaki interrupted Izuku's tirade, putting a flush of embarrassment on the boy's face. Oh, sorry. They're a really good hero team. You've made that fact abundantly clear. But that's not what I was going to ask you. I wanted to know if you could think of any other quirks that work in synchrony like theirs do. You know, as a hypothetical. After all, it was nice to keep a list of quirks all for one should look out for. Perhaps the green team could offer a unique perspective on the matter. Izuku took a sip of his tea and hummed. Quirks that work well together, you say? Well, for starters, Recovery Girl would be able to heal so many more people if she rode on Ingenium's back. Garaki jotted these ideas down on some paper, just in case. That's good. Obvious, but good. What else? Well, present MIC and Midnight have teamed up a bunch of times. His sound waves can spread Midnight's gas faster than her fans ever could. Though you could probably substitute MIC for Gang Orca and get a similar effect. I didn't know that. Please go on. I mentioned Ragdoll before, but imagine if she and Snipe teamed up. She'd be able to scope out the perfect vantage point from basically anywhere. You're very much correct on that front. Garaki was practically salivating at the possibilities. Odd Eye and Ms. Joke are a sleeper hit for me. Ms. Joke's quirk relies on call and response, and Odd Eye forces his opponents to speak. It's a perfect recipe for incapacitation. Oh, I'd love to test that out. Me too. It's a shame their patrol routes are so far away. The chances of them teaming up are admittedly slim. If only you could jam their quirks into the same person or something. Garaki fought back the urge to laugh at the irony. Yes, it would be nice, wouldn't it? But why don't we SWCH gears? I notice you brought up a few questions on quirked animals during your section on Nezu. The mention of that section caused Izuku to excitedly lean forward in his chair, possibly at risk of falling off. Right. Quirked. Animals are much rarer than quirked people, so I've been looking into areas with high-density populations to see if there are any patterns or commonalities. Funny you mention that, because I've done a bit of research on that subject during my younger days. By that, he meant he tried to selectively breed animals to have the strongest quirk. After all, quirks were easier to steal from animals than humans. Really? Did you find out anything? Not much, I'm afraid. Only that the quirk gene is about 1,000 times less common among animals. That was about a year of his life he would never get back. Honestly, it's a genetic miracle there are any quirked animals at all. That would explain why research in that particular field has been stagnant over the past few decades. Izuku seemed to cross out a few ideas in his notebook before replacing them with new ones. I see you're ready to move on, Garaki pointed out, which is good, because I've been meaning to ask you a rather unconventional question. Izuku fixed the doctor with a confused look, his back slowly sinking into his chair, as if to mentally brace himself. Unconventional. In what way? Not in a weird way, I assure you. I was simply wondering what your thoughts were on the quirk singularity theory. The theory that states quirks will eventually become too powerful for humans to carry. Wasn't that disproved nearly 200 years ago? Garaki's smile became a bit more strained as he fought to not burst out in anger in front of Izuku. Well, I don't think the possibility should be completely ruled out. You can't deny that quirks are getting stronger. For example, you theorized in your notes that All Might was getting stronger over time. What if that strength eventually becomes too much for his body to handle? To his surprise, Izuku was already armed with a counter to his statement, and was ready to fire at will. Not if his body adapts at the same rate, which it should, because just about every quirk works like that. Garaki's eyebrow twitched. He'd heard this exact argument 100 times before. Yes, but what if they stop doing that? That's part of what the theory states. Why would they? As long as humans keep changing, I don't think their bodies are just going to stop adapting and evolving alongside them. Maybe so, but have you considered that quirk accidents have been on the rise during the past decades? He reached under his desk and presented the boy with a graph proving his point. To his shock and rage, Izuku had the gall to roll his eyes at it. I've heard this before on message boards. There are a bunch of whack jobs online who correlate every quirk accident reported on the news as a sign of quirk singularity. But in reality, this is a sign we need to make proper quirk counseling more readily available to the public. Garaki huffed in his seat as he clutched the arms of his chair. It seemed as if this boy wasn't budging on his stance. No matter, he was certain Izuku would change his tune once he was introduced to All for One. But that was a conversation for another day. Well, how about we agree to disagree on this particular topic? I agree with that, Izuku nodded. Though, the mention of quirks getting stronger throughout the generations does give me a few questions on the nature of quirk genetics, specifically in regards to unrelated mutations. Garaki already had his pencil pressed to his paper, knowing this was only the beginning of a very enlightening conversation. Several hours later. Oh shoot! I didn't realize it was night already, Izuku said after sparing a glance out the window. He broke into a scramble trying to stuff all his notebooks and pencils into his backpack. There's no need to rush, Midoriya. You have at least half an hour before the last train, Garaki said calmly. But it's a shame you have to leave so soon. There are so many topics we have yet to discuss. Yeah, and it was a lot of fun having someone else to talk quirks with. Well, someone besides myself. Agreed. You should come by again sometime. Say perhaps, next week. Yeah, I can do that. Izuku nodded so hard it looked like his head might fall off. Garaki knew he'd get that response. It wasn't like Izuku had much else going on. Someone like him would be far too reserved for after-school clubs and sports. Heck, he wouldn't be surprised if he was denied entry due to his quirklessness. As he waved goodbye to the young man, he felt a satisfaction welling up inside of him he hadn't felt in years. This meeting may have only been the first step in his grand plan, but every long journey started with one. All he had to worry about now was cementing the boy's trust. And if doing that was as easy as rambling about quirks for hours on end, it wouldn't take very long at all. He was right, it wouldn't. A mere 4 weeks after their initial meeting, Izuku walked into his office with his hand clutched over his right arm, his face twisted in an expression that tried to hide his pain. It didn't take a medical professional to know what happened to him. But Garaki would ask anyways. Midoriya, are you alright? This question seemed to prompt Izuku to frantically cover his arm even more. Oh, me. It's nothing. I got into an accident at school. And did that accident happen to involve nitroglycerine? Izuku froze up like a deer in headlights. Garaki hoped to cool the boy's nerves with the gentlest smile he could muster. You should know better than to hide injuries from a doctor. Now come on, tell me what's happening. After a moment of deliberation, Izuku officially realized he had been caught and let out a reluctant sigh. All right. It was someone at school, but I'm not sure if I'm comfortable giving names. Garaki already knew it was young Katsuki, on account of being the Bakugo's family doctor as well. But Izuku didn't need to know that. You don't have to tell me who, but I assume this was a case of bullying. Yeah, he stared down at his singed arm, absently poking at it despite the pain. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but am I right to assume the bullying has something to do with your quirklessness? Kind of. Me and Ka, the guy who bullies me, we used to be best friends. We started drifting apart after his quirk came in and mine didn't. At first, he just stopped hanging around me. But he seemed to start hating me more and more as we got older. To the point where, you know. He pointed at his hurt arm, letting out a humorless chuckle. You know, call it wishful thinking, but sometimes I wonder if things would have turned out different if you had a quirk. Garaki guessed. At Izuku's silent nod, the doctor felt his grin widen exponentially. Time to commence phase 2. This might sound crazy, Midoriya, But what if I told you I could give you a quirk? The boy's eyes were immediately back on Garaki. You're not joking around, are you? He asked with a pinch of cautious optimism. Not at all. It's been a personal project I've been working on for a while now. It's still in the early stages, but it shows much promise. Here, let me show you. He got up from his seat and strolled out the door, beckoning Izuku to follow him. After descending several flights of stairs, they soon found themselves in the morgue, something Izuku was especially shaken by. Dr. Garaki, I'm not sure I like where this is going. There's no need to worry, Midoriya. The morgue has nothing to do with what I'm about to show you. He made his way to the edge of the room and inserted a combination into the wall tiles, which opened the entrance to his secret lab. What is this place? Izuku asked in awe as he surveyed the rows of vats filled with a purple liquid. Garaki thankfully had the foresight to bring the Nomu to his other location. He was waiting until Izuku fully turned evil to fully bring him into the fold. This is where I do all my quirk research. The doctor smiled, excited to finally show off his life's work to someone new. Remember those conversations we had on the feasibility of quirk duplication? This is where I've been synthesizing DNA in order to— Hey, what are you doing? He suddenly turned to Izuku, who was flipping through a stray filing cabinet. Sorry. He frantically shoved the files back into the cabinet before slamming it shut. What were you saying about quirk duplication? Garaki rolled his eyes with a scoff. Kids these days can never keep their hands to themselves. Right, I was saying I've amassed a multitude of quirks from DNA synthesis. And if you'd like, I could perform a short operation that would transfer one to your body. Izuku gulped nervously for some reason. Must have been the lab's creepy atmosphere. Perhaps Garaki could switch out the purples for blues sometime. Are you sure this operation won't have any disastrous side effects? Nope. Not if it's only one quirk. Plus, since you don't have a quirk factor, the transfer should be seamless. It would be as if you'd have that quirk for your entire life. Okay, he said with hesitancy, but how long will this transfer take? That depends. Stronger quirks take longer to transfer than weaker ones. But since this is a first test, it would be best to start with a weaker quirk. In which case, that'll take about 12 hours. Izuku's hesitancy only increased upon hearing that. I'm not exactly sure my mom would be comfortable with me staying overnight. Of course, Garaki knew that would be the case. Which was why he called in a few favors in advance. Being the symbol of evil's right-hand man had its perks, after all. At that moment, Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket, which he took out and winced at the notification. Oh shoot! The trains have been indefinitely delayed by a villain attack. Oh no! What a shame. Garaki tried not to sound smug, but he knew he failed on some level. I'll call your mother to let her know you'll be staying at the hospital tonight. But first, he strolled over to his computer to download the information into the quirk transfer chamber. What kind of power would you prefer? I'm not sure. Something fire-related. Izuku shrugged, his mind seemingly elsewhere. The closest thing I have is a quirk that turns your fingers into lighters. I could probably become a hero with that, he muttered to himself before speaking up with his answer. Alright, I'll do it. Excellent. After a few button presses, the timer was set to 12 hours, and the quirk transfer chamber was all set to go. Now all that's left to do is wait. The green teen winced slightly as the chamber he was nestled in began filling with a purple liquid. And you're sure this purple stuff is safe? I won't drown or anything. Of course you won't. It'll feel like you're encased in a warm gelatin. Just let yourself be lulled into a deep sleep, and tomorrow, you'll wake up as a whole new man. The doctor cheerfully waved goodbye as the purple liquid encased Izuku's head and his eyes slowly drooped shut. 12 hours later. With a cut-off snore, Garaki sharply awoke to the sound of his personal alarm. He drowsily hopped out of his chair and cracked the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 out of his back. He really needed to stop sleeping there, but today was a special occasion. He stepped over to Izuku's quirk transfer chamber, more than ready to let him out, only to glance at the timer and see that Izuku still had to soak for 30 more minutes. Cheap equipment, he frustratingly grumbled to himself, tempted to give the machine a kick out of spite. Hopefully All for One will fund some replacement chambers. These things are nearly as old as I am. After 30 more minutes of impatient waiting, the transfer was complete, and Garaki felt his earlier excitement return with a vengeance. "Ah, Midoriya, you're awake. Tell me, how do you feel?" Izuku tiredly stumbled out of the chamber while clenching and unclenching his fists. "I feel unfamiliar. There's a weird feeling in my chest, and especially my hands. That's called a quirk. Go ahead, try it out." Now regaining his footing, Izuku stared down at his palms and focused his energy into his fingers. In an instant, a series of small flames sprouted from the tips of his digits. He breathed a quiet gasp as small tears leaked from his eyes. I can't believe it. A quirk. I actually have a quirk." This tearful revelation was cut short as Garaki urged the boy out of his lab. Yes, very impressive. Now come on. The train should be running again by now, and it's a long ride back to Mustafa. You best hurry if you want to make it to class on time. Oh, right. I have to show this to Kaken. Maybe it's not too late to make things better between us. I wish you the best of luck. Just make sure to come right back here after school for some additional checkups. He waved goodbye as Izuku practically sprinted out of the lab. He almost felt bad for playing into the green teen's delusions of friendship. But it was the fastest and most effective way to get him to understand, to give him a reason to succumb to the hatred inside him. All Garaki needed to do was wait until it all came crashing down and then be there for Izuku to build him back up in his own twisted image. After school that day, Izuku trudged into the doctor's office with unshed tears that promised an emotional breakdown, along with burn marks littered across his entire body. Garaki pretended to act surprised. "Midoriya. What happened?" He choked down a sob. "I thought having a quirk would make things better between me and Kaken, that things could maybe go back to the way they were before." "Oh, Midoriya," Garaki said with concern, mentally switching to caring grandpa mode. But you do know what he said. He said that nothing's different between us just because I have a quirk, that no matter what I do, I'll always be a weak, useless, worthless Deku. And then the dam broke, and Izuku burst into tears. Garaki was quick to comfort him in a hug, slowly rubbing circles on his back. Though his concern may have been prevalent from the outside, inwardly, he was positively giddy. The line had been cast, and all Garaki had to do was reel it in. "I'm so sorry you had to go through this, Midoriya." "Thanks, but it's not your fault," Izuku responded through his sobs. "Maybe not, but it still pains me to see you trapped as a victim of our hero society." The young man stilled for a moment, his sobs cut off, yet tears still streamed down his face. What do you mean?" "You should know better than anybody. Your whole life, you've been derided as lesser than others due to circumstances outside your control. Haven't you ever resented the world around you for that?" "I mean, sometimes." Garaki separated the hug and began to slowly pace back and forth around his office. "And if that wasn't enough, even when you do get a quirk, your peers still treat you the same. They can't see past your old self. And even if they could, they'd likely continue to bully and belittle you for having a weak quirk. Wouldn't you think?" "I mean, probably." Izuku shrugged, his body rested in a partial slouch. "Let me ask you, have you ever wanted to take revenge on your bullies? On your teachers who allowed the bullying to occur in the first place? On all of society for forever labeling you as worthless?" I feel guilty for admitting it, but yeah, sometimes. But it's not like there's anything I can do about it." Garaki laughed. "My boy, did you forget the chamber you woke up in this morning? I could give you any quirk you want. Better yet, I could give you the quirk." The young boy's eyes lit up with intrigue. "The quirk?" "Yes, the quirk. One that allows its user to freely give and take quirks as the user pleases. It's called All for One. Give and take quirks." He slowly repeated. "Think about it. Wouldn't it be great to steal your bully's quirks and blow them up for a change? Then you could nab a fire quirk and use it to burn your useless school to the ground. And once you've amassed enough power, you could steal the quirks of pro heroes, mixing and matching them to create the devastating quirk combinations we talked about. It would all be in service of bringing the very society that treated you like garbage to its knees. Breathing to catch his breath after such an emotionally charged speech, he turned back to Izuku to offer him a handshake to seal the deal. So what do you say, Midoriya? Would you like to continue living a life of oppression because of your quirk status, or would you prefer to show everyone what a real quirk is? Izuku didn't hesitate for a moment before reaching out and shaking the doctor's hand, a determined grin crossing his face. I'm in. Let's bring Hero Society to its knees. I knew I was right in choosing you. Now let's get started. Garaki broke the handshake before exiting his office to head down to his secret lab, Izuku following closely behind. Now, since All for One is a stronger quirk, it'll take several months of soaking in the quirk transfer device to get it acclimated to your body. Unfortunately, this duplicate of the quirk wouldn't include a copy of his MSTR's vestige, but he could always add that in later if need be. Izuku didn't seem too satisfied with that information. Several months. I can't just disappear for several months unprompted. I already got one quirk without telling my mom. I can't do another. Garaki sighed. Of course, even though Izuku despised Hero Society, he still cared greatly for his mother. Not that the doctor couldn't relate, his love for his own mother was only second to All for One. But it still posed an issue. I assume you wouldn't want your mother to know about your foray into villainy, correct? Not particularly, no. Then there's no need to worry, Midoriya. I'll talk to your mother, make sure she knows where you'll be, and have her not suspect a thing. You want to perform experiments on my son? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 loudly exclaimed as she leaned closer to Garaki's face. That is not what I said, Ms. Midoriya. It's a procedure, not an experiment. He scooted back in his chair to regain some personal space. Your son is a bright young man, and we both know a quirk like All for One would do him well, given his proficiency on the subject. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stressfully nibbled on her thumb as she mulled it over. Her mind raced as she took as many possibilities as she could into account. It would, wouldn't it? But still, to put my baby in a several-month-long surgery. I'm not sure if I can agree to that. With a shameful sigh, Garaki stood up and placed a hand on 𝐒𝐭𝐲's shoulder. Have reason, Ms. Midoriya. We both want what's best for your son, and we both know he hasn't had an easy life because of his quirk status. Do you really want to let him out into the world where he can be discriminated against because of an extra toe joint? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 sat silent for a moment. Her eyes slowly trailed across the floor as she seemingly had an entire debate in her mind. Despite the fact he knew how this was going to end, Garaki couldn't help but wait with bated breath. Eventually, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 took a deep breath to collect her thoughts before spilling them out to the doctor. You know, after Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless, he asked me, with tears in his eyes, if he could still be a hero. She took a sharp inhale to stop herself from crying at the memory. I couldn't bring myself to say yes, so I just hugged him and apologized profusely. I failed him that day. And not a moment goes by where I don't hate myself for what I said, for what I didn't say. She slowly looked back up to Garaki, her face stern and her gaze piercing. I don't like the idea of Izuku going through with this transfer, not one bit. But I just can't bring myself to crush his dreams a second time. So yes, if it means he can be a hero, I'll allow him to go through with the transfer. Garaki wanted to laugh. Heroism was decidedly not the path Izuku would be taking. But he'd play along if it'd get him that approval. Thank you, Ms. Midoriya. I promise this is the best course of action for your son. So, Doctor, you've been meaning to show me something. All for One greeted as he slowly and methodically stepped out of the portal. Garaki always adored his dramatic entrances. Yes, my lord. He hopped from his seat and showed off the quirk transfer chamber. Izuku's unconscious body could barely be made out through the glass. Just like how you did with young Tomura, I too have sowed a hatred of Hero Society into this boy. Of course, most of the pieces were already there, all I needed to do was lead him down the correct line of thinking. I see. He placed his hand on the chamber. And you wish for him to be an ally of sorts to Tomura. And a backup, if needed. He's already a month into receiving a copy of your quirk. I plan on adding your vestige once he's fully acclimated. Think of it as a kind of test run for when it's Tomura's turn. All for One didn't respond for a moment, causing Garaki to instinctively hold his breath out of fear that he angered his lord. Very well then, the symbol of evil slowly nodded. I appreciate your initiative, Doctor. If what you say is correct, then this one should do quite nicely. Glad you agree, my lord. Garaki nodded with a smile. Just you wait. In a few months, this boy will accomplish more than you could ever imagine. A few months later. Midoriya. Wake up. It's finally time. Garaki threw the chamber open and violently shook the boy awake, paying no mind to the liquids that spilled everywhere. What? Morning already? Izuku yawned, his eyes still half-lidded. Do you feel it? Do you feel it in your hands? The overwhelming power of All for One. All for, his eyes shot open as his memories came flooding back. Right? All for One. I do feel it. In my hands. He looked down at his palms and tapped into that feeling by curling his fingers in and out. When he did, a pair of small holes appeared in the center of his hands. Cool. Indeed. But All for One is useless without other quirks to take, which is why I've prepared a few in advance. Garaki handed Izuku a list of powerful quirks he had in stock. Go ahead, pick your favorites. The boy's eyes lit up as they trailed down the list. Wow, these all sound great. I'm tempted to go with the one that summons fireworks trucks, but I should probably prioritize versatility and synergy. So I think I'll go with Air Wall for defense, Hydra for close range, Bullet Laser for projectiles, and Scanning for enhanced vision. All excellent choices, especially for the next step of our operation. Oh, what's that? Garaki broke out in a grin as he rubbed his hands together. If you want to take your revenge on the society who cast you aside, the best place to start would be with your main tormentor, wouldn't it? You mean 𝐒𝐲 𝐵AKUGO? That's right. And I know from your notebooks that you'd love to get your hands on his quirk. Isn't it just perfect? Izuku hesitated for a brief moment. What exactly he was hesitating about, Garaki couldn't care less, especially when he came to a decision soon after. Sounds like a good idea. I can't wait to show Bakugo what I can do now, he smiled, his fingers glowing purple with unfired bullet lasers. But first, I need to get acclimated to my new powers. I should be ready by tomorrow. I shall see you then. Garaki waved as Izuku exited the lab. When he was gone, the doctor leaned back in his chair and let out a satisfied breath. He could understand why All for One loved scheming so much. That feeling when a good plan came together was more addictive than any drag on earth. The next day. Are you sure he'll be here? Garaki asked as he and Izuku waited in an abandoned warehouse just off the coast of Mustafa. Garaki had to hand it to his student, he knew how to pick some good locations. Don't worry, I know Bakugo better than anyone. He'll never turn down a challenge if it means proving himself as the undisputed best. Plus, I can see him with scanning. He's almost here. Izuku pointed to his glowing yellow eyes. Just then, the moment Garaki's watch struck midnight, Katsuki kicked down the door to the warehouse and stormed in. His eyes immediately zeroed in on Izuku. There you are, Deku. Hello, Bakugo. Izuku greeted with a calm, collected smile. It was nearly the spitting image of All for One. Garaki couldn't be prouder. What the hell have you been doing? You show up to school one day with a quirk, then you disappear off the face of the earth for months on end. I had to listen to my folks blab and blab about where you went, all while Aunt Inko didn't say a thing. And to be honest, it's sing me the F off. Katsuki's gaze shifted over to Garaki. And who's this old fart? The doctor scoffed in offense. Come now, Bakugo, you don't remember your own doctor. Don't mind him, doctor. I don't think he even remembered my name. Izuku rolled his eyes. But let's just say I've been spending these past few months improving, maybe even enough to take you on. So you wasted all those months of your life training that useless but quirk you showed me. Oh, I did more than just that, he chuckled, causing Katsuki's brows to furrow. Well, guess what? I don't care what kind of stupid training regiment you did. I can still prove myself better than you no matter what. Katsuki stepped back into a fighting position, sweat already pooling up in his hands. Well, if we're fighting, then I'll give you the first shot. Izuku stood with his arms wide open, making himself look as big a target as possible. Oh, you just made a big mistake. Katsuki blasted himself forward and pulled back a right hook. Time for you to die. With a wave of his hand, Izuku summoned an air wall in front of him, which Katsuki's fist slammed into. What the hell is this? He yelled, blinking rapidly to make sure he wasn't seeing things. I told you, I've been improving. Izuku released the air wall, sending Katsuki tumbling backwards. Not such a useless Deku anymore, am I? Like hell you aren't. Katsuki got back up and tried to charge straight forward, but was forced to blast himself to the side as Izuku fired a series of bullet lasers his way, some of which managed to graze the blonde skin. As much as I enjoy watching you struggle, Bakugo, I'd rather end this quickly. In an instant, 2 blue hydras sprouted from Izuku's back and chased after his opponent. Katsuki tried to blast them away, but that only caused them to split into smaller hydras. One managed to sneak up from behind and wrap its long body around him, tying Katsuki's arms to his sides. The other hydras quickly followed, leaving the explosive teen completely immobile. How the F is this happening? Katsuki demanded as he tried and failed to force himself from the hydra's grasps. You were supposed to be weak and useless. Where did you get all these extra quirks from? Why don't I personally show you? With a smug, victorious smile, Izuku strolled over to Katsuki and rested his hand on his face. Katsuki screamed and writhed around as much as his restraints would allow, but Izuku's hand remained firm and steady. Orange embers slowly emanated off the blonde's body and floated over to Izuku before being absorbed into his skin. When the embers disappeared, Izuku finally let go, leaving Katsuki's head slumped over in exhaustion. What? What did you do? He said quietly. I did this. Izuku pointed his palm up and released a small explosion. Katsuki's face paled as he stared in abject horror, his eyes wide, but his pupils small. Excellent work, Midoriya. Absolutely perfect. Garaki loudly applauded. But now I think it's time to finish the job, wouldn't you agree? I think I would. Izuku smiled at Garaki before turning back to his now quirkless opponent, who was still left unresponsive from what just happened. Izuku grabbed Katsuki by the chin and forced him to meet his eyes. Now do you know how it feels to be quirkless, Kaken? To be no different from the Deku you spent 10 years tormenting. Katsuki forced down a nervous gulp as he tried to say something, anything. Izuku, nope. I don't want to hear whatever half-buttered excuse or apology you cooked up, Kaken. Izuku pointed a finger at his former bully's head and charged up a bullet laser. There's just one more thing I'd like to say to you. What's that? Izuku leaned in closer, his emerald green eyes mere inches away from Katsuki's, which were squeezed shut in anticipation. After a deep breath, Izuku slowly whispered his final message. I'll give you your quirk back next week. Here. Katsuki forced open a confused eye. At that same moment, the hydras lifted him off the ground and chucked him out a nearby window, where he screamed as he went flying. He'll be fine. He knows how to land in a roll. Letting out a breath, Izuku dusted off his hands as the hydras retreated into his back. Phew, that was a lot. Playing the villain isn't as fun as it looks on TV. I don't know how you do it, Garaki. The doctor, meanwhile, just stood frozen in shock at the events that just occurred. What the hell was that? He eventually choked out. I thought you were going to kill him. You were literally right about to shoot him. Yeah, I did that to sell the bit. I couldn't actually kill Bakugo. Heck, I already feel guilty for taking his quirk. What are you talking about? I thought you wanted to take revenge on your bully, to make him suffer as you did, to turn him into a Nomyu. Izuku raised an eyebrow, and Garaki felt his blood go colder than normal. I never told you about the Nomyu. You didn't have to. Izuku shook his head. I knew from the start. From the start? How? Let me explain. It all began the moment I stepped into your secret lab. This is where I do all my quirk research. Garaki smiled as the walls to his secret laboratory opened up. Izuku was equal parts enthralled and concerned by the room his doctor apparently kept right next to the morgue. Though the ominous purple light emanating from the rows of tanks wasn't helping his concerned side. Speaking of the tanks, what was up with them? Were they for holding some kind of quirk sludge, or something? Glancing around for a potential answer, Izuku laid his eyes on a row of filing cabinets tucked away in a corner. His impulsivity taking over, he opened up the top drawer and partially removed the first paper he saw, its contents concerning him greatly. It was a blueprint for some kind of monster called a 𝐒𝐽𝐽, this one apparently being one of the later prototypes. It had big wings, a blank stare, and an exposed brain. Now, even more curious than before, Izuku's eyes trailed down to the description, only for dread to fill his stomach as the paragraph revealed how the 𝐒𝐽𝐽 were made. "Hey! What are you doing?" Garaki's yell rang out, startling Izuku out of his trance. "Oh, sorry." He frantically shoved the files back into the cabinet before slamming it shut. What were you saying about quirk duplication?" The doctor continued his tirade on quirks, but Izuku found it hard to pay attention over the sound of his rushing mind. He figured Garaki to be a little suspicious at first, but to know this man was secretly performing human experimentations. And now that he thought about it, the wings on that 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked awfully familiar. A shudder ran down Izuku's spine. He knew Garaki's grandson was still alive, but the way things were looking now, his days might be numbered. Izuku knew he had to do something, but he wasn't quite sure what that something was. He figured his best course of action was to play along until Garaki wasn't looking, then he could look further into this whole 𝐒𝐽𝐽 situation and develop a plan from there. Luckily, Izuku found the perfect opportunity to sneak around undetected when he was forced to stay overnight for the quirk transfer. He was worried the offer to give him a quirk might have been a ploy from the doctor to turn him into a 𝐒𝐽𝐽, but the description from the blueprint said a quirk factor was needed as a base. Izuku didn't have one of those, at least not yet, so he figured he was in the clear. When he was certain Garaki had fallen asleep in his chair, Izuku quietly exited the quirk transfer chamber and tiptoed over to the filing cabinet from earlier. Unfortunately, the rest of the files didn't give him much new information, just more 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stuff. Izuku was about to cut his losses until he noticed a small note card wedged in one of the files. Pulling it out, he read the seemingly jumbled mess of letters and numbers and figured it to be some kind of password, likely for the large computer sitting ominously at the end of the hall. Izuku was correct on that front, as the password unlocked Garaki's personal computer on the first try. He spent the next 20 minutes reading through whatever file he could find. And by God, did he find some eye-opening information. Apparently, Garaki's emissary was a man who'd been alive since the dawn of quirks. All for One, as he was called, had the unique ability to freely give and take others' quirks at will. As if that wasn't enough, the villain made it his life's goal to steal All Might's quirk, which was redundantly called One for All. In order to do so, he'd been grooming a young man to have a deep-seated hatred of hero society for years. A plan that would eventually culminate with 𝐒𝐽𝐽 receiving a copy of All for One, his hate-filled spirit hopefully being enough to overpower the current One for All holder's will. With all that in mind, it became obvious that Garaki had taken on Izuku for a similar purpose. Izuku felt like he needed to lay down. Possibly forever. No. He forced himself to regain his composure by slapping his hands to his cheeks. He was in a unique position right now. If he closed the computer and got back in the quirk transfer chamber, Garaki would likely be none the wiser to what he just found out. And maybe if he played his cards just right, he could walk out of this with not only the villains behind bars, but a few extra quirks in his arsenal. So you were the reason the timer was 30 minutes off that morning. Garaki pointed accusingly. My chambers weren't breaking after all. I'm surprised that was the detail you focused on the most, Izuku deadpanned. But yes, I knew about everything from the start. So I played along. I told you exactly what you wanted to hear so you'd think you were succeeding in corrupting me. And you were so prideful about your accomplishments that you refused to second-guess yourself. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Garaki waved her hands to slow everything down. So you're saying you made it all up? You didn't actually want to destroy hero society? Bakugo didn't actually beat you up when you showed him your lighter fingers quirk. Oh? No. Bakugo did beat me up that day. And when I broke down crying in your office, that wasn't fake either. Izuku solemnly glanced down before continuing. But no, I never wanted to destroy Hero Society. I want to use my new powers to make it better. Garaki felt his legs tremble at the revaluation. He couldn't believe it. He had been trying to turn a wide-eyed idealist into a villain this whole time. It doesn't matter. You may be strong now, but All for One is stronger. Once he hears of what you've been planning, there won't be a body left to cremate. Izuku hummed. You're right. I don't think I could beat All for One in a fight. But fortunately, he pulled out his phone and opened it to a live news feed, where All for One could be seen being carted away to Tartarus by All Might, with the top 10 pro heroes by his side. I don't have to. What? Garaki snatched the phone and stared wide-eyed at the screen in disbelief, his jaw practically on the ground. But how did they? When did you get the chance to? Yesterday, Izuku kindly answered. The moment I left your lab, I went and contacted the police, who got me into contact with All Might, who then arranged a raid on All for One's secret base. You really shouldn't leave a list of important addresses on your computer, by the way. The doctor's mouth hung open, but not a sound came out as his legs gave out and he fell to the floor. No. This shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't. It very much is, Izuku assured, right before the two heard a blaring police siren from outside. Oh, and I tipped the police off about all your forged identities, plus the fact your medical license has been expired for decades. We know you're in there, Garaki. The voice of an officer sounded through a megaphone. Come out with your hands up. As Izuku watched Garaki's unresponsive body get hauled off to jail, he stopped to take a deep breath of satisfaction. He kind of understood why the doctor schemed so much. That feeling when a good plan finally came together was unlike any other. That satisfied feeling stayed with him during the whole walk home. In a way, he was glad to have met Garaki. Sure, he might have been able to become a quirkless hero on his own. But with the doctor's help, not only could he now borrow any quirk he wanted, but he also had 4 ultra-powerful extra quirks that could make him a greater hero than he could have ever imagined. But part of him still wished he had taken that fireworks truck quirk. Mai hated her old school. This was a fact of life. If you looked up boring in the dictionary, you'd find a picture of Mai's old school. A DMV could only dream of being as creatively stifling. It was a miracle Mai managed to create anything in that environment, which just stood as a testament to how great of an inventor she was. Her biggest roadblock at her old school was a lack of inspiration. Her area must have lost the genetic lottery, because there were practically 0 interesting quirks she could make babies for. Heck, it seemed like barely anyone wanted to be a hero. It was maddening. Thankfully, the great supercomputer in the sky seemed to have heard her pleas, as her boring 𝐵𝐵 school was shut down due to the intervention of a rogue fireworks truck, leading her to get transferred to Aldera Middle School. Already, this new school was an improvement. There were so many more aspiring heroes, which meant more potential clients to make babies for. But she wouldn't be satisfied with just anyone. The field of heroics was like a jungle, and Mai was looking to form a symbiotic relationship with the school's apex predator. Lucky for her, it was remarkably easy to find out who sat at the top of the food chain. For all the teachers, students, and staff agreed that there was one hero hopeful who stood above the rest, one with such a bright future that they might give the likes of All Might and Endeavor a run for their money, Katsuki Bakugo. With her soon-to-be client in her sights, Mai wasted no time establishing relations. The moment she saw that head of spiky blonde hair sitting alone at lunch, she was up in his face faster than either of them could blink. Hi. I'm Mai Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsume Industries. Nice to finally meet you, Splody. For some unknown reason, Mai's rather businesslike greeting prompted Splody to respond in a decidedly non-businesslike manner. Hi. F off. Already, it seemed like this client was going to be a difficult one. Good. Mai loved a challenge. Ha. You're a funny one, Splody. But let's cut to the chase. I was told you were the top dog around here, a great hero with an even greater quirk. DMN right. None of these other extras stand a chance in hell at getting into UA. Not if I have anything to say about it, 𝐼𝐺 said in a prideful manner. The line was cast, now all I had to do was reel it in. Well, if you really want to get ahead of the curve, you should consider making some babies with me. 𝐼𝐺 choked on his food before leveling me with a rageful glare. What the F? Keep your freaky as hell 𝐒𝐻T away from me. Secretary. She tilted her head in confusion. What does that have to do with baby making? 𝐒𝐻 won't give you a heat and weather-resistant jetpack, and it sure as hell won't give you any support items. 𝐼𝐺 just blinked as he stared at me like she had grown a second head. Are you talking about support items? He asked as if the answer wasn't exceedingly obvious. Well duh. What else would I be referring to? So what do you say, 𝐼𝐺? Wanna work on a baby that'll make you the best hero in the world? He shoved a hand over her mouth, interrupting her sales pitch. Can it with the baby 𝐻, he hissed. If your inventions are as crappy as your social skills, then there's no way I'm going anywhere near you. Now get the hell out, you extra. Ah, right. I almost forgot that her charming personality could throw some people off. But she didn't care. After all, her babies spoke for themselves. And she already knew how to make 𝐼𝐺 aware of that. All right, whatever you say. She got up and slowly walked away from the lunch table. But as she did, she made sure to give her back pocket a little nudge, ensuring something would fall out. Oh no. I seem to have dropped my laser pen. That's right, it's a pen that doubles as a laser. I bent down to pick it up, only for another baby to slip out of her front pocket. Oh no. I seem to have also dropped my ultra flashlight, able to emit any conceivable light across the entire spectrum, even ones imperceptible to the human eye. She dropped yet another baby during her attempt to pick up that one. Oh no. I've also dropped my dash or it, I get it. You're a genius. 𝐼𝐺 cut her off with a yell. Great. So does that mean you'll be my client? Fine, he groaned, his hand tiredly running down his face. But I tell you what to make. Awesome. She grabbed him by the scruff and dragged him out of the cafeteria. Just you wait, 𝐼𝐺, this'll be the best partnership since KFC and Taco Bell. Quit dragging me out of here. There's no way in hell I'm skipping class. True to his word, 𝐼𝐺 didn't budge on missing class to make some babies, meaning I had to sit through another boring school day before the real fun could begin. But when that last bell finally rang, I ran over to 𝐼𝐺's classroom and practically dragged her client away. It didn't matter what conversation he was having with that green guy, it was baby making time. And this is where the magic happens. I proclaimed as she opened the garage door, which set off a built-in mechanism that triggered all her best and brightest babies to light up at once, creating a colorful spectacle to catch any potential client's eye. Teeth, looks like a dump, 𝐼𝐺 stated as he walked in, his foot nudging aside a few stray parts I had left on the ground. She didn't have time to clean up after herself last night, not when she was on a roll with her robot boa constrictor. Well, the dump is where I get most of my parts. You find a lot of good stuff. There. The kind of stuff that'll help me make your babies. With that in mind, she pulled out a sketchbook and began drawing up ideas that would no doubt make Da Vinci's head explode. Now, for my first idea can it, cross eyes. I told you before, I already know what you're marking for me. 𝐼𝐺 pulled a sheet of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Mai, whose grin widened exponentially as she observed the sketch. Ooh. You want me to make a grenade-shaped gauntlet? Yeah. My quirk lets me sweat nitroglycerine, so I want a gauntlet that lets me build up a metric fuckton of it to release in an even bigger explosion. And since you talk a big game, you better be able to deliver. You bet you're explosive, but I can. Mai exclaimed without hesitation. But first I'm gonna need a few measurements. My measuring baby is right over there. She gestured to a pair of robotic arms holding a tape measure. Yeah, no. That thing looks like a death trap. What? Never. This thing is completely, perfectly safe. Here, watch. She stuck her right arm out to the machine, and it wrapped the tape measure around her appendage so hard it turned purple. See? Completely safe. For some reason, 𝐼𝐺 didn't look so convinced. Can you feel your arm at all? Of course not. That's how you know it's working right. Mai eventually conceded to her client's demands and took the measurements herself. But after that small hiccup, things were business as usual. The materials were easy enough to get. The only one she didn't already have was the green spray paint. Lucky for her, 𝐶𝐿𝐷 was kind enough to lend a few jars of his sweat for testing purposes. Though she soon found this trial and error process to be more problematic than her past projects. Normally, she was used to explosions signaling that she made a mistake. But now she was working with a baby that was supposed to explode. The whole ordeal made her head spin. And given her enhanced vision, that was a combination for some pretty intense nausea. But despite that small setback, Mai continued to work tirelessly for days to get her client's gear up and running. She even made a few suggestions of her own, of which 𝐶𝐿𝐷 was very enthusiastic about. Cross eyes, there's no way in hell I'm letting you add an implosion setting to my gauntlets. No, Cross eyes, I'm not gonna inhale fireworks chemicals to change the color of my explosions. I don't care how non-toxic you made them. For the love of God, Cross eyes, I don't want you to elaborate on your explosive diarrhea idea. Cross eyes, if you think for a second that I'm gonna wear a pair of boots that funnel my explosions into my feet, thus allowing me to fly easier. No, wait, that's actually a good idea. Make that one next. She wasn't even done with her first assignment, and she had already been contracted to make a second. If that wasn't a sign of success, Mai didn't know what was. After weeks of trials, tribulations, and explosions both good and bad, Mai finally had a working prototype for 𝐶𝐿𝐷 to try out, one she was 90% sure wouldn't tear his arm off after firing. How does it feel? She asked with a knowing grin as he slipped the gauntlet over his arm while admiring the craftsmanship. Not bad. He swung his arm around and did a few punches to see how the support item affected his movement. Of course, Mai went out of her way to make it as lightweight as possible, so she knew there wouldn't be a problem there. But how does it handle during a fight? Only one way to find out. With a snap of her fingers, a pair of drones dropped a large metal target in her backyard, right in front of 𝐶𝐿𝐷. After taking a few steps back and lining up his shot, the explosive blonde yelled out, "Die!" and pulled the pin on his gauntlet, releasing a ginormous fireball that exploded like a dying sun upon making contact with the target. When the smoke cleared, the target was shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces of shrapnel, and the surrounding grass was burned an even darker shade of grey than normal. 𝐶𝐿𝐷 looked at the destruction, looked down at his gauntlet, and grinned. "Oh yeah, this thing rules. That's just what I wanted to hear." Mai exclaimed as she emerged from behind her cover. So did I do good, or did I do good? Knocked it out of the goddamn ballpark. None of the other extras at school are even gonna try to get into UA once I tell them about this. Mai instinctively zeroed in on the part about free publicity. Yes. Yes. Tell everyone about my wonderful babies. Spread the word like there's no tomorrow. As 𝐶𝐿𝐷 left her lab with his new support equipment in hand, Mai couldn't help but smile at her accomplishments. After all those years of tinkering with her babies, she was finally able to put them to good use. Hopefully, this would only be the start of a very successful and lucrative support career. The next day. Excuse me. Mai stopped eating her energy bar for a moment to look up at the new presents at her lunch table. Can I help you? She asked slowly, which somehow prompted the green-haired guy to shrink in on himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Your name has already been forgotten. Okay. But are you the one who made Kaken's new support item? He's been bragging about it all day during class. I don't know what the heck are Kaken's, but I'm totally the one who made 𝐶𝐿𝐷's babies. Greenie stared in abject horror for a moment before seemingly coming to a realization. Oh wait, you're referring to his support equipment, right? Not actual babies. Of course I am. Why does everyone assume I'm talking about �SEC at first? She threw her hands up in frustration. Seriously, everyone needs to get their heads out of the gutter. Alright. Well, I was just wondering if you were in the market for any other clients. Mai gasped as she grabbed Greenie by the arm to pull him in closer. You want me to make you some babies? Well, why didn't you say so? Looking to become a hero, I'm guessing. Well, yes, Greenie answered with hesitancy. But there's a small caveat you should probably know in advance. I don't want it to cause any problems down the line. Mai silently gestured for him to continue, eager to get the boring stuff out of the way. Okay. So the thing is, I'm quirkless. Greenie held his breath and shut his eyes tight as he waited to hear what Mai had to say. Thankfully, she was the type to make her opinions widely known. You're quirkless and you want to be a hero. That's awesome. That means you're gonna need twice the usual amount of babies in order to catch up. Greenie slowly creaked one eye open, which eyed Mai with surprise. So, you think I can do it? That I can be a hero without a quirk? You can if you stick with me. Oh, I've never worked with such a blank slate before. I already have so many ideas. Wanting to ride this idea high till the day she died, Mai pulled out some paper and began sketching so fast her arm risked falling off. For starters, I'm thinking you could use about 50 pounds of dash hay. 𝐒𝐿ody's sudden yell cut through Mai's concentration like a hacksaw. She turned to see him stomping over to her and Greenie, his veins looking 2 seconds away from bursting. What the F are you doing, Deku? He got all up on Greenie's face, prompting him to stiffen like a board from fear. You trying to steal my support engineer to help live your little pipe dream? And no, Kaken. I wasn't doing anything. I was just trying to dash and you. He cut Greenie off and whipped his head around in Mai's direction. What the hell, cross eyes? You're supposed to be making me into a future #1 hero. Why are you helping this quirkless nobody? Hey, I never promised exclusivity. She held her hands up defensively. Working for multiple clients is just good business. Plus, I like my babies to have variety. Variety? What kind of variety could that waste of space possibly provide you? 𝐒𝐿ody demanded, gesturing to a nervous-looking Greenie. Quite a lot, actually. Considering his quirkless and all. 𝐒𝐿ody didn't seem too impressed. Yeah, that's the thing, he's quirkless, which means useless. It doesn't matter what kind of gadgets you strap on him, he couldn't even beat up a purse snatcher. You don't know that, Greenie quietly spoke up, only to instantly be silenced by a piercing glare from 𝐒𝐿ody, followed by a crack of his knuckles. I know that for a fact, Deku. And if you don't believe that, I don't mind having to drill it into your thick-butt skull. As Mai observed the scene of Greenie cowering under 𝐒𝐿ody's imposing form, which practically cast a shadow over the smaller boy, she came to a sudden realization that threatened to change everything. Hold on a minute. 𝐒𝐿ody, are you a bully? The hell? All his attention was suddenly directed to Mai and her preposterous statement. I'm the future #1 hero, not some dumbass middle school bully. I'm just trying to remind Deku of his place. Oh God, you're delusional too. Mai ran her hands down her face as she considered the implications of her realization. I can't believe it. That gauntlet was one of my best babies, and I gave it to a bully with an inferiority complex. Hey! I already told you, I'm not a budish, yeah, I heard you the first time. So get your head out of your butt and listen to this, 𝐒𝐿ody. Working with bullies is bad for business. Could you imagine the backlash Hatsum Industries would get if you used that gauntlet on Greenie? She didn't even wait for him to answer before continuing. And since you don't seem keen on doing anything about your attitude, you've given me no other choice. She reached into her pocket and handed him a letter of resignation. I quit. She cheerfully yelled. 𝐿ody stared down at the letter for a brief moment. He opened it to find one of the many properly worded and formatted documents Mai kept on her person at all times, just in case she wanted to leave a toxic client. It was always good to be prepared. With a growl, he crumpled up the paper and tore it to bits before blowing it up with his quirk. Fine. I don't need you anyways. I already got my gauntlet from you, which means I'm perfectly good to go. That thing's gonna fall apart without proper maintenance, she smugly pointed out. Then I'll fix it up myself. You'll see. I'll be a better support engineer than you ever could. He proclaimed before storming off. Good luck with that. She cheered while waving goodbye. I hope you like being on the receiving end of the explosions for once. With that annoyance out of her way, she turned back to her current client, who was still standing in shock from what had just occurred. Sorry about that, Greenie. Getting back on topic, what do you think about rocket launchers? Because I think you're gonna need at least a dozen. Yeah, that sounds good, he slowly nodded. The next day. Hey there, 𝐿𝐿, my walked up to him as the two made their way to their respective classes. How'd the gauntlet maintenance go? You still wanna do it by yourself? You sure you don't want a hand with that? 𝐿𝐿 looked like he wanted to grab her by the neck and throttle her, but there was only so much he could do with his arm in a cast. Shut your goddamn trap. Oh. You mean like how your gauntlet snapped down on your arm when you tried to perform maintenance? You know, we have a saying in the support community, never try to milk another farmer's cow. The F does that mean? Of course you wouldn't know, Mr. Milks another farmer's cow. He let out a deep snarl in her direction. The second I get out of this cast, you're dead meat. Got it? My laughed as she walked on ahead. Sure. Try saying that after I give Greenie all the force fields he could ever want. Get back here, you demon nerd. Well, this was far from the best start to Izuku's day. Not a minute after entering class, and he accidentally stepped on Katsuki's foot, who had started angrily chasing him through the halls in retaliation. His palms flickered with sparks as he chased Izuku up the stairs, promising a world of explosions once he was caught. Izuku breathed as he cleared another flight of stairs, his legs already feeling like jelly. Sure, it was a half-decent workout, but he'd rather not get blown up this early in the morning. Which was why when he finally ran out of stairs to climb, having made his way to the roof, he whipped around and slammed the door to the stairwell behind him, pushing his entire body weight against it so Katsuki couldn't break through. Let me in, Deku. The longer you put this off, the more it's gonna hurt. The explosive blonde demanded from the other side. I'd rather it not hurt at all. Izuku felt his bully repeatedly ram into the door, trying to force it open, but Izuku wouldn't allow it. Every tired muscle in his body screamed at him to keep the door shut at all costs. After what felt like an eternity of pushing, Izuku finally noticed a lack of force on the other side of the door, and he felt his body begin to loosen up. Was that it? Had Katsuki given up? Could he get on with his day? Fine. Have it your way, he heard Katsuki sneer, followed by a soft click from the other side of the door. Izuku felt his face pale as he realized the implications of that small click. Reaching down to the door's handle, he frantically jiggled it in every direction he could, only for it to hardly move an inch. Wait, Kaken, what are you doing? It was your choice to be a coward, Deku, so now you have to face the consequences. Katsuki let out a small laugh as Izuku heard him turn and walk back down the stairs. If I'm feeling generous, I'll come back for you at the end of the day. It'll be nice to go to class without your stupid muttering but for once. Kaken. Wait. No. Izuku repeatedly banged on the door in a fruitless attempt to get Katsuki to turn around. When it became clear no one was coming, he slowly sank to the ground in despair. God damn it. My word. Such sinful behavior, said an unknown voice, prompting Izuku to turn and look, where he saw a girl with long, green hair, standing right in front of what looked to be a small collection of plants. Are you all right? She asked, her voice soft and full of concern. Great. As if Izuku's day couldn't get any worse, he had to get someone else tangled up in this whole mess. With his mind racked with guilt, he immediately went to apologize. I am so sorry about this. I had no idea you were up here. You don't deserve this to happen to you. Honestly, I should have just let Kaken stop, the girl said sternly, cutting Izuku off. You needn't apologize, for the blame rests squarely on the shoulders of the wayward soul who locked us here in the first place. Izuku let out a breath, thankful that she at least didn't blame him for the predicament they were currently in. Still, I'm sorry you had to end up in this situation. I appreciate your concern, but while this situation is far from desirable, I prefer to see this as a form of divine intervention. Perhaps you and I were simply destined to meet. Oh, really? Izuku perked up. I guess that's a nice way to look at it. My name's Izuku Midoriya. He stuck out his hand for her to shake. Ibara Shiozaki. She returned the handshake, her dark green eyes locking onto his shining viridian ones for a brief moment. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yours too. Now, before we commit to being trapped here, you wouldn't happen to have a phone to call for help, would you? I'm afraid not. I left my bag near my desk before coming up here. Darn. Same here. Guess we're really stuck up here. Izuku peered up at the blue, cloudless sky. Spring was quickly turning into summer, and the slowly climbing temperatures reflected that. If you don't mind me asking, why are you up here anyways? I'm guessing it has something to do with that. He pointed to the small garden that sat right behind Ibara, to which she nodded in confirmation. That would be right. I was setting things up for the gardening club. I didn't know there was a gardening club, Izuku mused out loud. Then again, he didn't know much about most clubs, what with him being a social outcast and all. There isn't. I'm the only member, Ibara admitted, her shoulders drooping slightly. I was the only member back at my old school as well. Oh, you're new here? Yes, I was forced to change schools due to what could only be described as an act of, I don't want to say divine intervention. It felt much more like the opposite. She shuddered at the memories of the fireworks truck. Either way, today is my first day. Oh, Izuku gave an unfortunate sigh. Now he felt even worse for Ibara. Even a bad first impression would have been better than none at all. He hoped this wouldn't cause her to gain a reputation as some kind of school ditcher. Ibara seemed to read the look on Izuku's face. Not wanting to turn this into a pity party, she elected to switch back to the topic at hand, non-subtly clearing her throat to get his attention. Fortunately, being the only gardening club member meant I could take the equipment with me when I transferred to Aldera. Ah, so that's why these plants look fully grown. Izuku bent down to get a closer look at the garden. There wasn't much in terms of variety, just tomatoes, peppers, strawberries, and sunflowers. But something about the way the sun reflected off the morning dew that dripped off the leaves and vines gave the small garden a downright ethereal, possibly angelic vibe. They look nice. I can see you put a lot of time and effort into them. I'm glad you appreciate them, especially since we'll most likely be consuming them for sustenance, assuming no one finds us until the end of the day. I look forward to it, Izuku smiled, which was kind of weird to him. In just a few short minutes, Katsuki's punishment had turned into what seemed to be a fun experience. Then again, just about anything seemed more fun than class. Though, I'm not really looking forward to drinking from a watering can. I hope you're not against tap water, Ibara partially joked, earning a snort from Izuku. But in all seriousness, I should let you know in advance that my quirk requires me to drink much more water than the average person. I hope you don't mind. Your quirk? Izuku perked up, his eyes focusing on her long, green locks. It has something to do with your hair, right? They look a lot like vines, but I wasn't sure if that was just me or not. No, you are correct. My quirk is called Vine. It allows me to extend and control my individual strands of hair, which carry a plant-like texture and properties. To demonstrate, she extended a vine from her head, which slowly snaked over to Izuku. Whoa, he bent down and started poking and prodding at it, taking caution to not accidentally touch the thorny parts. This is a really interesting quirk. He picked up the vine and gave it a few squeezes, his fingers leaving light imprints on the spongy softness. Nice texture, too. Surprisingly well kept, just like your garden. If you don't mind me asking, how sensitive are these? Quite sensitive, actually, Ibara stuttered out, her blushing face turned away from Izuku, who was still enraptured in her singular strand of hair, obliviously touching it at every possible angle. Amazing! How far can these things extend? He slowly ran his hand across the vine, practically caressing it with fingers that Ibara found surprisingly soft. Because depending on how far they can go, you could probably use them to map out an entire city without moving your body an inch. Ibara, not wanting to lose her composure, retracted her lone vine from Izuku's hand before taking a deep breath and responding. They can extend fairly far, up to half a mile. And yes, I have been training my mapping and tracking capabilities for several years now, as they are one of the most important skills for a hero to learn. Izuku's eyes lit up like a neon sign in Vegas. You want to be a hero? Why, in fact I do. Ibara folded her hands and looked up at the sky, where a spotlight shone down on her from above. For it is my duty to use the blessing bestowed upon me by the Lord above to bring salvation to those less fortunate. Izuku, for his part, confusedly looked up to where Ibara was gazing. Where did that spotlight come from? He murmured, pulling out a notebook and jotting it down on his page dedicated to Ibara, which he had just started working on. Pardon me, but where were you storing that notebook? Ibara asked with equal confusion. Somewhere. He slowly moved the notebook behind his back, where it seemingly disappeared from existence. But anyways, I'm sure you'll make a great hero, Shiozaki. Especially since your quirk is so multifaceted. With the right amount of control, you could use your vines for attack, defense, and rescue. Ibara smiled at his compliment, but Izuku noticed a twinge of unfortunate sorrow in her eyes. Your kind words elate me, Midoriya. But while it's true that I'm sufficient in both attack and defense, she threw up a small wall made of vines to prove her point, I'm afraid strict rescue work may be out of my league. What are you talking about? You could potentially grab dozens of civilians at once with your vines and… Oh, right, your vines. Your pointy vines. Yes. She nodded, grabbing a strand of her hair and absently poking at the sharp parts. It's been said that every rose has its thorns, and I am no exception. As much as I'd like to take it upon myself to enrapture in the Lord's holy embrace, it is simply not meant to be. Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for her as he sighed and glanced down. That feeling was short-lived, however, as he spotted Ibara's gardening tools laying on the ground, and his mind quickly came up with an idea. What if we just took them off? He suggested, already slipping on a pair of gardening gloves. I don't think I understand. She confusedly tilted her head to the side. I mean, I know it wouldn't be a permanent solution. But I think it would be nice to experiment with what you could accomplish with a non-thorny head of hair. Here, watch. He reached out to one of her vines and snapped off a thorn with minimal effort. Are you positive you'd like to do this? As much as I appreciate your generosity, my thorns are rather plentiful. Removing them all by hand could take upwards of several hours. Izuku interrupted with a small chuckle. I think we have a bit of time to spare up here. Ibara let out a small, kind smile as she nodded determinedly. Very well then. If that's what you would like to do, then let's get started. She slipped on a pair of gardening gloves of her own and sat down with her legs crisscrossed, her long vines sprawled out on the floor. Izuku sat down right behind her, picking up a few vines with one hand while popping off thorns with the other. This doesn't hurt or anything, does it? It does not. My vines don't carry feeling in the thorny parts, she answered as she used a trowel to carefully remove one of the larger thorns before carefully dropping it into the ever-expanding pile. Izuku hummed in mild amusement as the two fell into a comfortable silence, the only sounds being the soft wind that occasionally blew past the rooftop and the faint rustling of vines as they continued their menial but enjoyable task. Neither of them was exactly sure how long they spent just sitting there popping off Ibara's thorns one by one, but they didn't exactly care. It was a calming experience for the both of them. And while few words were exchanged, they felt a sense of comfort in each other's presence. Right then, Izuku and Ibara were in their own shared bubble, sealed off from the rest of the world and any other forces that could ruin the appealing moment they were currently experiencing. Because in their bubble, in their perfect world, that small moment of closeness lasted an eternity. Of course, given the fragile nature of a bubble, it had to pop eventually. The two suddenly paused their activity at the sound of Izuku's stomach grumbling. Hey, lunchtime already. He looked up at the sun to see it was in a completely different position than the last time he checked. Wow, time really flew by, didn't it? Yes, I suppose it did. A rather fortunate turn of events, if you ask me, Ibara replied as she made her way to the garden, Izuku following closely behind. Since neither of them had any plates or mats to eat off of, they just gathered what they could and shoved it into their mouths. Wow, this is really good, Izuku said through a mouthful of tomato, immediately going in for another bite. So I've been told. Ibara gathered a small collection of strawberries in her palm. But I can only take so much credit. The Lord deserves the biggest thanks for allowing such a harvest, especially at a moment like this, when sustenance is hard to come by. Yeah, not much food around here. Izuku scanned the roof's entire perimeter. The only other sign of life he saw was a dead rat in the corner, wearing a tiny clown afro and large shoes. There was an untold story there, but Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to hear it. But anyways, how long have you been gardening? As long as I can remember. My parents taught me at a young age. If you think this is impressive, I'm sure you'd be quite surprised if you saw the garden in my backyard. I could only imagine. He bit into a pepper, which wasn't nearly as spicy as it looked. I'm sure it would be a feast for the eyes as well. At least, if your flowers are anything to go off of. He gestured towards the neighboring bed of sunflowers. Seriously, I nearly mistook them for food when I first came up here. Ibara chuckled, plucking a sunflower and twirling it between her fingers. Yes, they're great. I certainly wouldn't recommend eating them, though. Side effects include constipation and vomiting. I hope you're not speaking from experience, Izuku joked. It became slightly less of a joke when Ibara slowly turned away from him, refusing to meet him in the eyes. I was only 6. Izuku could practically feel the embarrassment radiating off Ibara, so he quickly opted to change the tone to something less potentially humiliating. But, I'm sure there are more things you can do with flowers than just eating them. Like, in a small panic, he snatched the sunflower from Ibara's hand and nestled it in her hair. Like that. It looks great on you. Without speaking, Ibara reached up and patted the head of the sunflower, her mouth forming into a soft smile. I'm sure it does. Thank you, Midoriya. And with that, the two finished their lunches and got back to dethorning. The tone was just as bright as before, maybe even more so with the sunflower nestled in Ibara's hair. In fact, Izuku could hardly keep his eyes off it while he worked. He couldn't help it, she looked really cute with it. Though, while he was thinking this, Ibara couldn't help the odd feeling in the back of her head. It was something she had felt since she first met him, but it was only once she had gotten to know him better that she decided to bite the bullet and ask him about it. Midoriya, I probably should have asked you this sooner, but about that miscreant who locked us on the roof, you mean Kaken. Kaken? Is that his name? Well, no. His real name's Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken's just a nickname. If you have a nickname for him, I take you two are friends. She asked with uncertainty, as that assumption didn't exactly line up with what she'd seen of him. Not really. Izuku paused his dethorning and glanced away with a small sigh. We were friends once, but that was a long time ago. Things just haven't been the same since. He steeled himself with a deep breath. Since I was diagnosed as quirkless. He looked over to Ibara to gauge her reaction, hoping it wasn't disgust or pity. Thankfully, all he saw was a brief look of surprise, which was a nice change of pace from the usual looks he got, so he continued. But yeah, ever since we were 5, he's been, well, opting to show instead of tell. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a faint burn mark on his arm. This was from last week, and he was in a good mood that day. Out of all the reactions Izuku was expecting, he didn't think Ibara would immediately wrap him in a tearful hug. That certainly increased his face's temperature by a few dozen degrees. Midoriya, I am truly sorry for the suffering you've had to endure, she said quietly. There's no need to worry about it. Despite his furious blushing, he tried letting out a smile, hoping it would brighten the mood, but Ibara still seemed distraught. It wasn't that bad. And even if it wasn't me, it'd probably be someone else with a weak or useless quirk. So in a way, I'm glad to have potentially spared someone else from Kaken's ire. Even so, it's a sin you had to endure that treatment at all. She slowly separated the hug and gave Izuku a look of determination, a bit of a shame. It was a nice hug. Izuku Midoriya, as your friend, I promise to right the wrongs performed upon you by those of an unholy demeanor, and hopefully lead them down the path of atonement. Izuku just sat there with his eyes wide, his mind transfixed on one word in particular. You think we're friends? Of course we are, Midoriya. For although the time we have known each other has been minuscule, I've thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it. And as I've said before, I believe such a turn of events to be an act of fate, one which I am eternally grateful to have experienced with you. Well, thanks, Shiozaki. Izuku blushed again, or maybe it was just the sunburn from being trapped on the roof for so long. He couldn't tell. though that would certainly explain the redness on Ibara's face. "You may call me Ibara if you wish," she corrected. "Oh, okay. You can call me Izuku then." "I would love nothing more," she smiled. "And, thanks for everything else you said. It means a lot to me," he bashfully added. "Believe it or not, you might be the first person to stand up to Kaken. Believe me, the next time I see him, I will show this Katsuki Bakugo the true meaning of divine judgment." She turned and let out a light scowl at the roof's locked door, as if she expected Katsuki to pop out at any second. For some reason, Izuku's brain imagined a scene of his friend going on a holy crusade in his name. It was kinda flattering, he wasn't gonna lie. "You can do that later. Right now, your vines are almost completely dethorned." He approached from behind and quickly picked off the last of the thorns on her hair. Done. Yes, I nearly forgot." Ibara's scowl quickly softened as she began to take in her new thorn-free hair, doing a little twirl to get a feel for the weight difference. "I must say, it's a lot lighter than before." "I think it looks nice," Izuku grinned. "I'd hand you a mirror, but I don't think there's any." "Oh wait." He grabbed a trowel from the garden and held up the flat side at Ibara's face. Although her reflection was a little bit distorted, she still felt a jolt of elation at the sight of her new hair. "Yes, it looks just as good as I thought it would. Once again, I cannot thank you enough for this, Izuku." "No problem. I actually had a lot of fun doing this with you. We should do it again sometime." "I would very much enjoy that," she nodded. "But right now, since my vines are no longer dangerous to touch, there's something I've always wanted to do." She closed her eyes and folded her hands in a praying position as her vines began to tie themselves into strong, sturdy knots. Within just a few seconds, 2 large, green, plant-like poles were sticking out of the ground. Soon after, they were connected by dozens more interlacing vines, which formed into the shape of a rather large hammock. Izuku excitedly grinned at the display of her quirk. "Wow, that's incredible. Where did you learn to do that? Knitting and crocheting are among some of my favorite hobbies." She sat down on the hammock and patted the spot next to her. "Come. Sit. We worked on this together, it's only fair you get to reap the fruits of your LBR. Me. Izuku confusedly pointed to himself, his cheeks beginning to flush red. "You. Me. Laying next to each other. On a hammock." "Please, Izuku, it's just 2 people lying together on a hammock. It's not nearly as sinful as you make it out to be," said Ibara as her facial color slowly began to match his. "Besides, I made this with both of us in mind. It just wouldn't feel right if you weren't there." Izuku just couldn't say no to that, not that he wanted to, so he sat by Ibara and slowly unfurled his body on the hammock. He felt his nervousness spike as their shoulders touched, but after the initial shock wore off, he felt the tension in his muscles reside as he began to relax on the tangle of vines. And boy, were those vines comfortable. If he hadn't seen Ibara make the hammock, he would have mistakenly believed it was made of some kinda earthy fabric instead of a jumble of vines. "This is really nice," he sighed. "How do you get it this soft? Do you use some form of plant-based shampoo?" Ibara chuckled. "No. Just regular shampoo." He leaned up to fix her with a perplexed look. "Really? That actually works. I mentioned this before, but my vines are still my hair, just with vine-like properties. The only difference is that I require more sunlight and water. Have I mentioned how amazing your quirk is?" "You have, but I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It feels nice coming from you. Very genuine." "Well then I'll say it again. Your quirk is amazing." He yawned, giving his limbs a nice stretch as he soaked in the warm spring sun, accompanied by a near-perfect cool breeze. "Seriously, I might actually fall asleep here." He rested his arms back at his sides, only for several alarms to go off in his head when he realized one of his hands had landed on top of Ibara's open palm. The two immediately froze up at the touch, their eyes widening and pupils dilating. Slowly their gazes shifted down to their hands, both silently unsure of what to do next. Izuku's first instinct was to rip his hand away and apologize profusely. But strangely, there was a part of him that didn't want to, a part of him that craved the tender softness of her hand and wanted more. And in what was perhaps the boldest thing he had ever done in his life, he listened to that part of his brain. At a glacial pace, he began to wrap one of his fingers around hers, all while his heart hammered so loudly in his chest that he was almost certain Ibara could hear it. Hoping he wasn't making a huge mistake, he peered up to her face to gauge her reaction, praying it wasn't one of disgust. As their eyes met and his breath stilled, he saw Ibara's face was one of bewilderment, as if she was trying to process things at the same speed he was. Fearing the worst, Izuku began to unhook his fingers from Ibara's hand. But to his surprise, she suddenly tightened her grip in retaliation. With a silent gasp, Izuku was left with no other choice but to return the gesture. And just like that, the two were holding hands. Neither was sure how long they spent laying in silence, peering into each other's eyes with their hands intertwined. But they were both snapped back to reality as Izuku slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Are we taking this too fast?" "Possibly," Ibara blinked, "but that isn't exactly something I'm vehemently against. From what I've seen of you, you're a kind, wonderful soul, Izuku. And if you're okay with it, I'd like to have more opportunities to spend time with you and get to know you better." You mean, yes." Ibara sat up and cleared her throat, her cheeks coated with a light dusting of red. "Would you perhaps like to go on a date sometime?" Izuku gulped, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "A date? It doesn't have to be anything extravagant. We could just go to the park or go out to see a movie. Truthfully, it doesn't matter to me. So long as we can spend more time together as we have today, I think I would enjoy myself." Honestly, Izuku would have to agree. If today had taught him anything, it was that he enjoyed being around Ibara. How could he not? She was just so kind, understanding, affirming, and gentle, possibly to an unbelievable degree. Comparing her to an angel wouldn't be considered a stretch for him. And with appealing hair and a soft, caring demeanor, he could hardly believe she could possibly be into a guy like him. But a quick pinch on the abdomen revealed that this wasn't a dream, that Ibara actually wanted to have a closer relationship with him. And, with that in mind, there was only one response he could give. "I think I would enjoy it too, Ibara." She let out a grateful breath which Izuku didn't even realize she was holding. "Thank the Lord," she muttered under her breath. But before either of them could properly celebrate, they heard a light clicking sound from the other side of the door. Turning, they were greeted by the sight of Katsuki grumpily kicking the door open while his hands rested in his pockets. "All right, Deku. The only reason I'm here is because people are getting suspicious of..." He trailed off as he realized Izuku wasn't the only other presence on the roof. "Who the hell are you?" he asked Ibara, who immediately narrowed her eyes at him upon his arrival. "Ibara Shiozaki, the girl who you unknowingly locked on the roof alongside Izuku." Katsuki scoffed. "Tisich, like I care. It's your fault for being on the roof in the first place." Her glare deepened. "You're mistaken. It's your fault for committing such a sinful act in the first place. And if what Izuku has told me is true, then this is merely another entry on the list of atrocities you've brought upon him. Hey! What I do to Deku is none of your DMN business. Why the hell do you care anyways? It's called empathy, perhaps you should pick up a dictionary and learn about it sometime." Ibara paused to take a deep breath, not wanting her anger to get the better of her in this situation. If it did, then she would be no better than the bully she was calling out. "But it's not just that. As much as I care for Izuku's well-being, I care for yours as well." "Well, you can take that concern and shove it for all I care," Katsuki spat back. "I'm doing great, and I don't need your DMN pity." "I never said I pitied you. I'm merely hoping that one day you'll find it in your heart to repent for your sins and walk the path of redemption, where you may hopefully reach salvation and come out a better person." He let out a condescending chuckle. "Oh, so you're one of those religious types, aren't you? What are you gonna do, pray until I suddenly decide to leave Deku alone?" "That is where I intend to start, yes." Ibara shut her eyes and brought her hands together in a prayer. "Dear Lord, please find it in your heart to forgive Katsuki Bakugo for his misdeeds and assist me in leading him down a better path." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Really? Like hell that's gonna dash." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning materialized out of nowhere and struck him down, leaving his whole body charred black as he fell to the ground. Izuku and Ibara just silently stared at Katsuki's electrified body, a mix of shock and confusion preventing them from speaking up. Eventually, Izuku managed to overcome this blockade in his throat. "Ibara, what the heck just happened? Did you do this?" I don't know." She frantically responded. I know the Lord works in mysterious ways, but I wasn't expecting this." "Yeah, I'll say." Izuku tilted his head upward, where he took note of the completely cloud-free sky. Maybe Kaken's path to redemption involved him being humbled in some way, I don't know. Either way, we should call the paramedics. Ibara was about to leave to grab her phone, but her path was suddenly blocked as Katsuki, despite all odds, forced himself to get back up. "You really think a little lightning can keep me down? You're not getting rid of me so easily," he snarled, rolling up his sleeves and popping several threatening explosions on his hands as he ragefully stormed up to Ibara. "I don't know what the hell you just did to me, but I'm gonna make sure you pay for it." Despite Katsuki's threat, Ibara didn't look worried in the slightest, keeping her usual stern yet calm expression. "No, I don't think you will." "Oh yeah? And why's that?" "Because Izuku remembered to wear his gardening gloves." "What?" Before Katsuki could comprehend that statement, a large clump of thorns struck him on his left side, spreading dozens of cuts across his face and clothes. "Leave her alone, Kaken. She was just trying to help," Izuku commanded, grabbing another handful of Ibara's discarded thorns to fend off Katsuki with, should he decide to go for another attack. "Thing, oh!" He yelped as he plucked a thorn from his cheek, eyeing it with disdain before turning to snarl at Izuku. "I see how it is, Deku. You think you're hot SHT just because you found someone who tolerates your existence. Looks like I'll have to beat you back into subdash, that's enough," Ibara calmly commanded, her vines quickly moving to entangle Katsuki like a burrito, with one in particular wrapping around his mouth. He wildly thrashed against the restraints, spouting out every profanity he could think of through the GG, but he clearly underestimated the strength of Ibara's quirk. With her head held high, she dragged the Katsuki burrito down the stairs as she beckoned her friend and possible boyfriend to follow. "Let us be off, Izuku. We need to deliver this man to the nurse's office, and then hopefully the principal's." Izuku went to follow, but something on his face screamed uncertainty. As much as I'd like to take him to the principal's, he usually doesn't get in trouble for these kinds of things. The teachers are kind of biased. Ibara let out a frustrated sigh. "Very well then. If this school will not bring justice upon the wicked, then I suppose I will have to suffice." She moved her vines to bring Katsuki close to her face, giving him a great look at her cold, menacing glare. "Hear this, Katsuki Bakugo. I don't like to consider myself a violent person, but if you continue down this path of wrath and try to hurt me or Izuku again, I will make Jesus' crucifixion look like a tickle in comparison." Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Both because Ibara's tone was super threatening, and because it was super hot. And for the life of him, he couldn't figure out which feeling would be better for him to focus on. Though, part of him was sure he would figure out with time. Atsuhiro Sako, Mr. Compress, was many things: a dashing thief who always kept the authorities on their toes, a card counting blackjack champion in at least a dozen different casinos, and the heir to the legacy of one of the world's greatest criminal minds. But above all else, he was a showman through and through. "Pick a card, any card." He presented his deck to a curious woman, who grabbed one near the center, as most of his audience participants did. When she put it back in the deck without him looking, not that they'd be able to tell through the mask he wore, he began rapidly shuffling the cards in almost every way he knew how. Compress absolutely adored the mesmerized looks the audience gave as he practically juggled the cards in his hands while making it look like the easiest thing in the world. That was part of the reason he never stopped performing street magic even after he began his foray into crime. Everyone had their purpose in life, his was to entertain. As far as he was concerned, life was a stage, and he was the main act. But of course, it also helped to brush up on his skills in preparation for whatever heist he had planned that week. Both thievery and magic relied on misdirection, so it was a surprisingly applicable skill. And speaking of misdirection, 𝐿 saw how the crowd was so transfixed on his card-shuffling handiwork that they didn't notice when one went missing from the deck. He took a short breath in preparation for his next move that would surely blow his audience away. He slowed down his shuffling to get a good look at the deck, where he pretended to notice something was off. It seems as if I can't find the card I'm looking for. Perhaps it could be right here. In a flash, he removed his top hat. And with a puff of smoke, a dove came flying out and perched itself on the woman's hand, holding a 4 of clubs in its beak. Is this your card? Oh my God, it is. The woman smiled, prompting the small audience to applaud. 𝐿 bowed, soaking up the praise like a sponge. Oh, thank you so much. You're too kind. This next trick will be my last of the evening, but I intend to make it the most spectacular one yet. Steeling himself, he gracefully walked up to the nearest audience member and non-subtly reached behind his ear. What's this? A dime? He asked in mock surprise before reaching again. Oh, and a quarter too. The crowd had a light chuckle at 𝐿's antics, but he knew this would only be the beginning of their amusement as he reached behind the man's ear once more. As he did, he rolled a marble down one of his oversized sleeves and into his hand. He deactivated his quirk, and the object stored inside the marble burst out. What's this? An internal combustion engine. My word. How much space do you have behind that ear? The crowd laughed uproariously as 𝐿 continued on. Well then, I suppose I'll take this off your hands. He took his hat in one hand and the engine in the other before smashing the two together. At the same time, he compressed the engine back into a marble, giving the illusion he somehow managed to stuff it inside the hat. The crowd oahed with delight, just the reaction he was looking for. It made for a perfect segue. Oh, I see you're impressed by my hat. Would you like to see what else it can carry? At the audience's encouraging cheers, he sat the hat down on the ground, pulled out a magician's wand, waving it in circles around the brim. Abracadabra, alakazam. He called upon his quirk yet again, decompressing a marble he left in his hat. What happened next could only be described as pure, unadulterated magic. A large fireworks truck popped out of the hat and landed on the road, where it proceeded to fire a brief yet impressive fireworks show before driving off. The magician cheered. Just about everyone on the street, even those not involved with the magic show, lost their collective minds. They applauded, tossing coins and bills into the 𝐿 hat. And while the monetary gain was nice, the adoration of others was worth more to him than all the gold in Atlantis. Thank you, you've been a terrific audience. And I hope to see you again soon. He bowed while waving goodbye as the crowd began to disperse. And considering he just illegally used his quirk to release a fireworks truck from his hat, he figured he should do the same before the cops arrived. As he packed up his stuff, he spotted an extra presence from the corner of his eye. It was a short green-haired boy, one he recognized as an audience member from the show. He saw him pacing back and forth in deep thought as he mumbled something to himself. Being a curious fellow who never wanted to mind his own business, 𝐿 listened in. Had to be a quirk. But what kind? Maybe teleportation. Spatial manipulation. Illusions, perhaps. No, that all looked pretty real. I should probably write this down. It was then the green-haired boy pulled out a notebook from seemingly nowhere, drawing 𝐿's attention like a fish was drawn to a worm on a hook. My, if I had known there was a junior magician in my audience, I would have pulled out a few more complicated tricks. The kid looked up from his book and fixed the magician with a confused glare. Here. Are you talking to me? Of course I am. Do you see any other magicians in the vicinity? The boy whipped his head left and right to double-check. No. But I'm not a magician. I don't know magic. Then what was that you did with your notebook just now? My notebook. I just pulled it out of my... He trailed off for a moment as his hands began to search his pockets and bags. Hold on, where did I pull that from? Just as I suspected, you've got the sleight of hand, even if you aren't completely aware of it. Are you sure it's not a dormant quirk or something? Because I'm not sure the ability to materialize notebooks out of nowhere is completely natural. The boy's search started to get more and more frantic, so 𝐿 snapped him out of it by flicking a marble at his forehead. "Oh! There is no need to panic, Mr. Your name, please." "Izuku Midoriya." "There is no need to panic, Midoriya. Your sleight of hand is not something to fear. It's just a sign. Your inner magician is trying to make itself known. Many magicians show talent at a young age, and you and I are no exception. Why, when I was 14, I made my own father disappear." For some reason, Midoriya let out a sympathetic wince before responding. "So you're saying I can learn magic?" "Of course you can. Anyone can. But I'm sure you'll have a much easier time than most, so long as you follow my tutelage." Midoriya had to do a double take. "Wait, you're gonna teach me? Are you sure you want to do that? I wouldn't want to impose or anything." "You're not imposing. In fact, I'd be delighted to take on a student of my own. The world could do with a few more magicians like you and I, you know." 𝐿 reached into his coat pocket and handed Midoriya a card. "Here's my Discord account. We'll meet in video chats once a week. I'd invite you to come over in person, but I'm in the process of moving." Read, he was on the run from the cops. The boy took the card and stared at it in his hands. "I suppose it's worth a shot. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mr. 𝐿. I look forward to learning from you." "As you should," he nodded, the smile behind his mask as smug as could be. "Now I must be off. But I look forward to our next meeting. Ta-ta." He grabbed a smoke bomb from his pocket and performed his famous disappearing act. "Whoa, how did he do that?" Midoriya asked, not noticing the 𝐿 grate right next to him. Needless to say, 𝐿's trek home was far from a pleasant one. Over the next few months, things progressed pretty much as Izuku expected. Once a week, he would meet with Mr. 𝐿 over video call and would be taught some new and interesting trick, which he was expected to practice over the next 7 days and present to his mentor at the start of their next lesson. There was certainly a large selection of tricks for Izuku to learn, from something simple like making it look like he removed his thumb, to difficult tricks like seamlessly swapping out small objects in his hand. But no matter what, it usually centered around quick hand movements in order to fool the audience. Illusion was the name of the game. Of course, there were also less conventional classes as well, such as when Izuku had to sit through 𝐿's hour-long rant about why David Copperfield was a complete hack of a magician. It was as informative as it was weird. But out of everything he was taught, Izuku's favorite subject to come back to was card tricks. His mentor was right about him, he really did possess sleight of hand. Because the moment he got the hang of shuffling a deck of cards, he found it difficult to put them down. Of course, he knew this was mostly because he was just a jittery guy and liked having something to keep his hands busy, but he also found the concept of card tricks in general to be fascinating. 52 cards, 4 suits, 13 values, and nearly infinite possibilities for trickery and misdirection. And that wasn't even counting the dozens of ways to shuffle a deck. He couldn't get enough. He found so much simple joy in learning and mastering as many tricks as he could. And of course, he always had the best audience to practice his skills on. "Wow, Izuku, that was amazing." 𝐒𝐭 applauded after he seemingly changed a king of diamonds to a queen of diamonds, which was really just a matter of subtly sliding one card under the other without anyone noticing. "How do you do that?" A magician never reveals his secrets." He playfully wagged a finger at her. "I mean, literally. My teacher made me sign a contract to not reveal any of my tricks. A bit redundant since you can easily find them on the internet, but I digress." He sounds like a very motivated man. He is. He takes magic very seriously. It kind of scares me sometimes. He was about to go on, but a notification from his phone diverted his attention. "Speaking of which, it's almost time for our lesson." Izuku made his way to the computer and opened up the video chat site, where 𝐿 was already waiting for him, dressed in his usual orange trench coat and white mask, whose black and white decals were different every week. Today's was a collection of diagonal stripes. "Good to see you again, Midoriya. How has your progress with the card-changing trick been coming along?" he asked while absently rolling a couple marbles between his fingers. "It's been going great. In fact, I just pulled off the trick before you called." Excellent. How many tricks does that make again? I think around 36. 37. 𝐒𝐿 counted on his fingers as he tried to mentally keep track. Either way, that's a fine amount of tricks to have in your repertoire. I believe you're ready to move to a bigger stage, so to speak. He curiously pared an eyebrow. What do you mean? I'm referring to expanding your audience, of course. Try performing in front of a crowd for once. Maybe a park, or out in the street, or maybe just your school. You know what? Yeah, your school. Let's go with that. 𝐒𝐿 felt sweat bead up on his forehead at 𝐿 suggestion. You want me to perform magic at my school? In front of an audience? In front of my classmates? Of course. Every magician has to find their audience one way or another. You could have the best tricks in the world, but it would all be meaningless without anyone there to witness you perform. 𝐒𝐿 knew that was a good point, but his anxiety-riddled brain told him otherwise. But what if I mess up? What if I fumble my deck or drop my props in front of everyone and they laugh at me? I could never show my face at 𝐿 again. Hold on now. 𝐿 held up his hands to grab his student's attention before he could spiral any further. I'm not saying you need to hold some big show in front of the entire school. It would be much easier and less stressful to start with a single person and slowly build an audience from there. A single person, 𝐒𝐿 quietly repeated, his face devoid of emotion as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. I guess it wouldn't be that different than practicing on my mom, right? Yes. Just replace a middle-aged woman with a teenage boy or girl. Well, when you put it like that, it actually sounds very different. He sagged in his chair. If it's stage fright you're worried about, then might I suggest imagining everyone in their underwear? It always works for me. No, that would make me even more nervous and aroused. 𝐒𝐿 shook his head while trying to cover up his reddening face. Got any other advice? 𝐿 shrugged. The best I can offer is to simply get into the groove. Oftentimes with performers, they'll feel a similar anxiety to yours prior to showtime. But the longer they perform, the more they disappear into their role, and their hang-ups will soon be forgotten. 𝐒𝐿 gave a reluctant sigh. Well, I guess I could give it a shot. The nervousness of performing for his classmates still hung over him like a foreboding shadow, but the least he could do was say he tried. Excellent. 𝐿 smiled behind his mask. Just then, a siren could be heard from his side of the call as his apartment was bathed in red and blue lights. My apologies, Midoriya, but it seems this week's lesson will have to be cut short. Keep honing your skills, and I hope to see you work up the courage to perform. Right, see you soon. 𝐒𝐿 casually logged off the video chat. He knew his teacher was involved in some form of crime, but 𝐿 assured him that no one got hurt during his silly little attempts at grand larceny, so all was good. But he couldn't focus on that right now. He grabbed a card from his deck and stared at the pattern adorning the backside. He still wasn't sure if he was up to the challenge of performing in front of his classmates, especially since most of them either ignored him or hated his guts. But maybe he was looking at it the wrong way. As he just said, no one really liked him at school, so it wasn't like his reputation could sink any further. What did he have to lose? 𝐒𝐿 nodded to himself. It was a rather dull way of thinking, but it kind of worked for him. Like he said, he could at least try. And if he failed, it wasn't like anyone at school would really care. Nerves were high the next day as 𝐒𝐿 sat at his desk while non-subtlety shuffling his pack of cards. It had become a bit of a calming method for him when he started learning magic. This wasn't the first time he brought his cards to school, but he previously made sure no one noticed by hiding his hands under the desk. Today, however, he was looking to turn some heads, not in a secky way or anything. He wasn't that kind of magician. What are you doing? Asked a black-haired boy as he passed by, whom 𝐒𝐿 quickly recognized as Kimura. Thankfully, this was just the question 𝐒𝐿 had been waiting to be asked. Who, me? I'm just shuffling cards for a magic trick, he tried to answer as casually as possible while ignoring the nervous beating of his heart. Wanna see? Kimura glanced up at the clock, where they still had 10 minutes until homeroom began. Sure, why not? He sat down across from 𝐒𝐿, who took a deep breath before presenting him with the deck. Pick a card, any card. He rattled off the cliché yet effective line. Sure, Kimura said as he lazily grabbed a card. Alright, now put it back and cut the deck anywhere you want, Izuku instructed, to which his participant followed, eventually leaving 2 uneven stacks of cards on the desk. Izuku shuffled the 2 stacks back together, and after a snap of his fingers, he spread out all the cards in a straight line. They were all face down, with one exception. That's not my card, Kimura said in an unimpressed manner while pointing to the one card that was lying face up, a 5 of spades. I know, but if we move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards down to the right, we get. He flipped over the card, revealing an 8 of diamonds. Was this the one you were looking for? Holy CRP, it was. And that's not all. He flipped over the 4 cards between the 5 of spades and the 8 of diamonds, revealing them all to be kings. Wow, that's actually really cool. Kimura excitedly peered over the display of magic, which was really just quick handiwork in disguise, but he didn't need to know that. What other tricks do you have? What's going on? Asked another voice as she approached the pair. Her name was Oba, if Izuku remembered correctly. Midoriya's doing magic now. That I am. The magician in question grinned, flaunting his deck of cards like they were some otherworldly item capable of infinite possibilities. I've been taking lessons for the past few months, and I've got a lot to show off. For example, he grabbed a 7 of hearts from the top of the deck and slowly inserted it into the middle. When he flipped over the next top card, the 2 spectators' jaws dropped as he revealed it to be the same 7 of hearts from before, down to the light tear in the top corner. Just a little card teleportation. Nothing fancy, Izuku lied. Because in reality, that display of subtle hand movements and misdirection took 2 straight weeks to MSTR. But the look of utter shock and amusement from his small audience made it all worth it. That's insane, Midoriya. It's like you're messing with my head or something. Oba clutched both sides of her skull and began shaking it around like a maraca. Izuku was very eager to show off some more tricks, but at that moment, the bell rang and his homeroom teacher trudged into the room. Dang, looks like we're out of time. But I can show you more tricks during lunch if you want. Definitely, Oba furiously nodded. Can I bring my friends? Kimura requested. Izuku's first instinct was to stutter out a polite refusal, but then he thought back to the tricks he just performed. He was hardly nervous or anxious during any of them. Mr. Compress was right. And if he could get through that without breaking a sweat, he figured he could handle a larger audience for his next performance. Sure, go ahead, he confirmed, already thinking of new ways to wow everybody during lunch. Later, at the cafeteria, Izuku reached behind a classmate's ear and pulled out an ace of hearts. Is this your card? OMG, it totally is. The blonde girl with curly hair squealed as the rest of the lunch table broke into applause. As it turned out, Izuku got a much larger audience than he originally bargained for. It started out small, but the more magic he did, the more people cheered, and the more curious onlookers came over to see what the noise was about. It was a seemingly endless CYCL that led to an ever-increasing spectator count. But the weirdest part for Izuku was how he somehow managed to take it all in stride. Part of him figured he was just in the zone, and somehow managed to stay there despite the crowd forming around him. He supposed it didn't matter. So long as he could keep doing magic tricks uninterrupted, he figured he'd be fine. Deku. Kaken's shrill yell made him fumble the cards in his hand. He just had to tempt fate, didn't he? Kaken, hi. Izuku nervously grinned as the blonde's shadow loomed over him. In an attempt to make peace, he scooped up his deck and presented as some kind of offering. Pick a card. Any card. Cut the SHT, Deku. Kaken slapped the cards out of his hands. I see what you're doing here with your magic CRP. What? Don't try to play dumb with me. I've seen what you've been doing all day. Seriously, what? Izuku emphasized, more confused than scared at this point. You've been trying to learn magic as a substitute for having a quirk. Well, guess what? Just because you know a few useless card tricks doesn't make you any less of a Deku, and it sure as hell doesn't make you a hero. Izuku couldn't decide if he wanted to laugh or roll his eyes. Leave it to Kaken to jump to conclusions, specifically the ones that sessed him off the most. Either way, Izuku figured he ought to try to defuse the situation. The last thing he wanted was for his favorite deck of cards to get blown up. "Kaken, I'm not trying to become a hero via magic tricks. You and I both know that's impossible," he said. Though now that the idea was thoroughly implanted in his mind, he couldn't help but follow this newly created train of thought. "But now that I think about it, misdirection is a valuable tool in a hero's arsenal. If I could MSTR my skills, I could theoretically be on the same level as, say, someone with an illusion quirk." As Izuku trailed on, his eyes slowly widened as his mind drew closer to an epiphany. Was it really possible? Could the magic-related skills he picked up from a criminal actually apply to heroism? He felt a spark of hope begin to flare up in his chest. This might be something he should look deeper into. "I knew it. You were just playing dumb to mess with me. What do you take me for, some kinda idiot?" "Oh, right, Kaken was still here." "Of course not, I would never dash." Izuku was cut off as his bully grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close, giving the freckled boy a good look at his snarling teeth. "Listen here, Deku. Normally, I'd blast you to hell right here and now. But since you wanna be a magician, we'll make a show out of it. You, me, tomorrow, after school, auditorium. Get ready to have your butt kicked." Kaken finished before shoving Izuku back in his seat and storming off. An uneasy silence permeated the lunchroom, occasionally broken by the occasional whispered conversation from the onlooking crowd about how they planned to check out that fight tomorrow. This didn't do any favors for Izuku's mental state, as all the anxiety he should have been feeling before came back with a vengeance. "Hope you enjoyed the show. Bye." He quickly spat out before booking it out of the cafeteria. He needed somewhere to collect his thoughts, or cry, or vomit, or have a panic attack. He'd figure it out as he went along. Thankfully, despite how he felt at that moment, Izuku didn't vomit or have a panic attack. But that didn't make sitting through the rest of the school day any easier. He was eternally grateful when he finally got home, as he could start to sort out his problems with the person he trusted most. And then he challenged me to a fight in the auditorium. And by the looks of things, a ton of people are gonna be watching. What am I supposed to do? He frantically shook the computer monitor back and forth like it was a person. "Midoriya, calm down," Compress instructed. Izuku didn't listen. "Have you considered simply telling a teacher?" "Of course not. If anything, they'll find a way to blame the whole thing on me. Kaken's their star student. There's no way they're gonna risk putting anything on his record that'll prevent him from getting into UA. Bias teachers, eh?" Compress hummed as he stroked his chin. "Sounds like a good place to employ some old-fashioned phantom thievery." "What was that?" Izuku looked up, too busy internally panicking to hear what he just said. Nothing. I'll save that scheme for later," he waved off before moving on to his main point. "Anyways, so you're worried about making a fool of yourself on stage, correct?" "Yeah." Izuku slumped forward in his chair, his head resting on the desk. "I know he beats me up all the time, but I was just starting to garner an audience. And now they'll probably just go back to seeing me as a Deku when they see how I fare against Kaken. Unless you win the fight, of course." He let out a mirthless chuckle. "Yeah, right. How am I supposed to beat Kaken? I know magic's good for misdirection, but direct combat. What am I supposed to do, attack him with a card trick?" "That sounds like a wonderful idea." Compress beamed, seemingly unaware of Izuku's sarcastic tone. A magic duel will leave the audience enamored. Awestruck. On the edge of their seats. He reached under his desk and pulled out a box of magic props. "Come now. We've got a lot to learn and not a lot of time. We might even have to pull an all-nighter." "Wait, we're actually doing this?" Izuku asked, dumbfounded. "Of course. Magic-based combat was always the next step of your training, we're just doing things ahead of schedule. That's why I prepared a little gift for you in advance." Compress snapped his fingers, and a sudden smoke bomb went off in Izuku's room, shocking him. Out of his chair. When he got back up, he noticed a box of props identical to the one Compress was holding. Whoa, with his mouth agape, he rummaged through the box's contents. To be honest, he was a bit concerned with how many smoke bombs were packed in there. "Wait, when did you have time to set that up?" And how did you get into my apartment to do it? A true magician never reveals his secrets. Izuku could just feel his teacher wink behind his mask. The next day, loath as he was to admit it, Katsuki had a bit of trouble finding the auditorium. Could you blame him? No one ever used that shitty rundown stage, but that just made it the perfect place to hold a beating that wouldn't get interrupted by any of those 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐽 teachers. Eventually, after a bit of searching, he found the entrance. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he kicked the double doors open, only to be greeted with a pitch-black room. He grumbled in annoyance, "Did that demon nerd bail on me? He knows I'll just beat him up twice as bad." Right as he was about to turn around and leave, a singular spotlight flickered on, revealing none other than Deku standing on stage in a stupid butt top hat. Katsuki immediately noticed how droopy his eyes were, like he hadn't slept all night. "Kaken, there you are," he greeted from across the room. "You're just in time for the greatest magical performance of your, or anyone else's lifetime." The rest of the lights turned on, revealing several rows of seating filled with extras who applauded Deku's introduction. But Katsuki wouldn't fall for whatever showman act he was trying to put on. "There you are, you DMN nerd. What the hell are you doing?" "Hey, you're the one who wanted a show, I'm just playing my part. In fact, I've been preparing since this morning. I actually came here an hour before school to set up the dash." "Shut up. If I'd known you were so eager to get yourself killed, I would have kicked your butt sooner." The crowd cheered as he made his way to the stage and assumed a fighting stance. "Hope you're ready to become even more of a laughingstock than before." Hold on for a moment. Before we start with that, how about a little something to get the audience warmed up? Deku pulled out a magician's wand and twirled it between his fingers before giving it a flick, causing a bouquet of flowers to materialize. "Ta-da!" The extras cheered like the mindless sheep they were, while Katsuki just rolled his eyes. "Quit wasting my time, nerd. Are we gonna fight, or are you gonna waste my time pulling bunnies out of your hat?" "Alright, we'll get started. Just hold this." He tossed the bouquet at Katsuki, who made his feelings known by exploding it in his hands, sending character education petals flying across the stage. With that waste of time taken care of, Katsuki rolled up his sleeves and primed another round of explosions in his palms. "Alright, time for you to 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. He suddenly sneezed, already feeling mucus building up in his nose. Unfortunately, this was a sensation he recognized all too well. What the hell did you? 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Deku just shook his head and tutted like he was his dad or something. Kaken, you should really pay attention to what kind of flowers you're holding before you blow them up." And that's when it hit Katsuki, he had just spread daisy pollen across the entire stage, of which he was allergic. Despite his sinuses acting up, he felt his entire body tense up with rage. "That's it, you're going to regret ever being born, Deku." He charged at him like an explosive bull, but Deku made no visible effort to dodge or evade. "For my next trick, I'll make myself disappear," he said before throwing what looked to be a smoke bomb on the ground. Katsuki lunged at the cloud to try and catch him on time, only to fall flat on his face. "Get back here, you coward," he demanded as he pushed himself up. "Whatever you say, Kaken," the nerd's disembodied voice called out before another puff of smoke erupted on the other side of the stage, which Deku stepped out of, bearing a grin that made Katsuki want to tear his lips off. As he blasted himself toward his opponent, Deku pulled out a deck of cards and shuffled them in his hands. "Who's up for card tricks?" he rhetorically asked before rapidly swiping the top of the deck, sending several cards flying toward Katsuki like ninja stars. Sure, Katsuki felt a few paper cuts, but that pain would pale in comparison to what he was about to put that nerd through. "Die!" he yelled, going for an explosively charged right hook. But right before it could land, another smoke bomb obscured Deku from his vision, and he was gone yet again. Katsuki frantically whipped his head around, keeping both eyes out to see where Deku could pop up next, only for another card to come in flying from behind, grazing his cheek. "Over here!" cheered Deku's annoying voice as the smoke parted around him. "Quit running away!" Once again, Katsuki went to attack. And once again, the DMN nerd chickened out and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, only to reappear at a safe distance and deliver several more paper cuts to the blonde skin. Repeat ad nauseam. He was getting sick of this. Not only was it tiring, but some of his sweat was starting to get into his paper cuts, and it stung like a beach. Don't you, 𝐂𝐸𝐲, have any other tricks? He annoyingly barked. I have this one. Deku removed his hat and a pair of doves flew out, instantly targeting Katsuki with their sharp talons as he struggled to bat them away. Where the F were you keeping those? He yelled, strongly considering resorting to animal abuse as the doves pecked at his skull. The same place I go when I disappear. Deku mystically waved his hands as he vanished in another cloud of smoke. At this point Katsuki had to assume the school's smoke alarms were on the fritz. Goddammit, Deku, where the F do you keep going? He stomped on the ground in frustration, only to pause as he realized he was standing on a loose floorboard. He moved his foot to the board next to it, which was also loose. In fact, after checking the area around him, he'd probably have a harder time finding a floorboard that wasn't loose. A grin slowly crept up on his face. Found your secret, Deku. He pointed his hand down and blasted a hole into the hollow stage. It was pitch black down there, but that wouldn't be a problem with his quirk. He leaped down the hole, only to find himself in a surprisingly claustrophobic area, of which he could hardly see anything. He lit up the area with a few sparks from his hands, where he discovered he had leaped into some kind of box. What the foo? The box's entrance suddenly slammed shut, prompting Katsuki to push with all his might to get it open, but to no avail. Deku, what the hell is this thing? He said before he felt the box get hoisted up onto the stage. And now, for our final act, we've got an oldie but a goodie. Deku announced, slowly approaching the box with a hacksaw in hand. It's the sawing the assistant in half trick. Katsuki's mouth hung agape. He couldn't believe it. He'd fallen for the DMN nerd's trap, hook, line, and sinker. No, even worse, he'd gotten into the box completely of his own volition. He was going to murder that quirkless loser once he got out of there. He wanted to blast the box open and kick Deku's butt, but it was surprisingly sturdy, meaning he couldn't explode his way out without risking burning his torso to a crisp. Thus, he was forced to sit through Deku's lame butt and get magically sawed in half. F you, Deku. I never agreed to this. He loudly complained. This whole fight was literally your idea, Kaken, Deku protested as he finished sawing. He separated the two parts, and the crowd went wild, much to Katsuki's chagrin. Oh come on. Why the hell are you extras cheering for the most basic butt magic trick performed by Deku of all people? It's not even real. My legs are just bunched up on my half of the box while Deku left a pair of fake legs sticking out the other. For his insightful commentary on the situation, Katsuki was treated to a series of boos and heckles from the audience. Why are you booing me? I'm right. You ruined the magic for them, Kaken, Deku explained. They came here to see magic. What did you think would happen? I thought they came here to watch me beat you to a pulp. Maybe, but it looks like their perspectives have changed. Frankly, you're just lucky that girl with the tomato quirk didn't show up. Right as he said that, someone in the audience hurled a tomato at Katsuki's face with pinpoint accuracy. I stand corrected. Dude, Katsuki said slowly and methodically, I want you to let me out of this box so I can turn that girl into ketchup. Deku cautiously backed away from the box. Don't think I should do that. Right now, the audience looks like they want to tear you to shreds. But I think I know what trick you can pull to win them over. With a cheeky grin, he pulled out a straitjacket adorned with at least a dozen padlocks. Have you ever wanted to try escape artistry? It's not that hard as long as you know how to dislocate your shoulders. I hate you so much right now. I'll take that as a yes. Chio Shuzenji hated her job. Okay, no, that wasn't entirely true. But she was sure as hell she'd been burnt out for the past, forever. Pretty much since the moment her quirk came in, she had been kissing people left and right, day in and day out. Sure, she got a great amount of satisfaction from helping and healing those in need, but it was hard to enjoy any of that with the long, tireless hours that came with having a quirk like hers. And it wasn't like she could just stop working or anything. Because the simple truth of the matter was that the moment she stopped, people died. Needless to say, 𝐒𝐻 was in desperate need of a vacation. Thankfully, her prayers were answered when an unexpected fireworks truck somehow barreled through the UA barrier, and the school was temporarily shut down for renovations. Meaning that unless she was called in for a sudden medical emergency, 𝐒𝐻 finally had some time to herself. Given the unexpected nature of her vacation, she didn't have any big plans on how to spend her time off. She was just content to live out her life without the ever-present threat of work looming over her head. Of course, she didn't spend all her time lounging around her apartment watching crappy medical dramas and laughing at the inaccuracies, just 90% of it. She also decided to get back into jogging. She had to stay in shape somehow, and her age certainly wasn't doing her any favors. Thankfully, she came across a nice park in 𝐿 that was perfect for running through. It had only been a few days, and she'd already made a habit of jogging there every afternoon. The scenery was pleasant, the weather was near perfect, and the park was practically barren half the time, meaning there was no one around to interrupt her flow. Well, besides the person who just bumped into her. "Hey, watch where you're going, boy." She chastised the green-haired boy, who was no doubt on his way home from school if the uniform was anything to go by. Sorry about that," he wearily apologized with a weak smile before walking off. Normally, 𝐒𝐻 would have immediately forgotten about that encounter and been on her way. But right before she was about to continue her jog, she noticed something disturbingly off about the way the boy carried himself. "Hold up there," she commanded, and the boy froze in place. "Your leg." My leg. What about it?" "Don't play games with me, boy. I see you limp after each step." If she had her cane, she would have punctuated her statement with a poke to his chest. But for now, she had to settle on a stick she picked up off the ground. "Have you been running around with a hurt leg? You're gonna mess yourself up by doing that. Didn't they teach you this in health class?" The boy let out a wince that signified his guilt. "Sorry. I tripped while I was leaving school today, and the nurse's office always closes after the last bell. I promise I was going to rest after I got home." 𝐒𝐻 rolled her eyes. "Well, if it was an accident, I guess I can't be too mad. What's your name, boy?" "Izuku Midoriya." "All right, Midoriya." She led him to a nearby park bench and laid him down on it. "Let me see where it hurts." Okay." Slightly confused, he lifted up his right breathed leg, revealing a nasty purple bruise on the center of his shin. "All right, now hold still. This might tickle." 𝐒𝐻 puckered her lips before leaning down and kissing the sore spot, as she had done a million times before on a million different patients. She might have been on vacation, but she was still a hero, damn it. Besides, what was the worst that could come from healing a single bruise? "Oh my God," Midoriya gasped in awe as he watched his injury slowly fade away. "You're the youthful heroine, recovery girl." Oh, right, she forgot about the possibility of getting recognized. She wasn't used to this happening when she wasn't wearing her hero costume, since most people just saw her as a regular old lady. I can't believe this. What are you doing in Mustafa? Don't you usually work at UA? No, wait, UA's closed for repairs right now, and I guess Mustafa's close enough that you would come over. But does this mean you're on some kind of sabbatical? Or are you just— 𝐒𝐻 shoved her stick in Midoriya's mouth so she could get a word in edgewise. Yes, I'm recovery girl. Now pipe down. There's no need to blabber it out to everyone in a 10-mile radius. Why here? Yef? For Yabu Tieche. Translation: Yes? Sorry about that, said Midoriya through a mouthful of wood. Bashfully, he pulled out a notebook from his pocket and presented it to the heroine. Could I please have your autograph? Translation: could I please have your autograph? All right, but just this once. 𝐒𝐻 removed the stick from Midoriya's mouth and opened to her page in his notebook, where she planted a kiss right next to a drawing of her likeness. While she had the chance, she took a moment to skim through what the boy had written down about her. There were some pretty decent observations on her hero persona, fighting style, and quirk applications, but nothing she hadn't already seen during her extremely long life. There you are, son. She gently placed the notebook back in Midoriya's hands, who looked like he was about to explode from excitement. Now, I know you're aware that my quirk drains stamina, so go home and get some rest, and promise me you'll be more careful so you won't trip and fall again. I promise, recovery girl. Thank you so much. He said as he took off, only to immediately trip and get back up. I'm okay. That one didn't leave any scratches. 𝐒𝐿 could only watch as she sighed to herself. Somehow, she knew this wouldn't be the last time she'd be healing that boy. The next day. Hey, what do you know? She was right. Just like yesterday, 𝐒𝐿 encountered Midoriya during her jog. And just like yesterday, he'd sustained some sort of injury. Young man, just because I told you not to bruise your legs does not give you the right to scratch up your arms instead, she scolded while repeatedly poking him on the head with her cane, which she had the foresight to bring with her this time. Seriously, were you playing with knives during home EC class or something? No. I don't have home EC class. Midoriya slowly answered, I accidentally fell into a thorn bush. It happened right as I left school. Based on how his uniform was scratched up, 𝐒𝐿 figured the boy was telling the truth. That did very little to lighten her already soured mood, though. Well, that's hardly an improvement. In fact, I'm pretty sure that carries an even higher risk of infection. I know. I'm sorry, clearly you're not if you keep getting yourself hurt like this. Begrudgingly, she planted a kiss on both his arms, and the scratches healed themselves up in a matter of seconds. Tell me, what school do you attend? Aldera Middle School. Right, I'll make sure to send a formal complaint, because if you're anything to go off of, then the teachers clearly haven't taught you kids spatial awareness. With a huff, 𝐒𝐿 hopped off the bench and continued down her jogging path. Thanks again for the help, recovery girl. And sorry again about the inconvenience. Yelled Midoriya. If you're really sorry, then I better not see any more injuries from here on out. The next day, when 𝐒𝐿 encountered Midoriya on her jog for the third time in a row, he didn't come up to her bearing a new injury. In fact, he pointedly turned away from her as she passed by, making sure 𝐒𝐿 couldn't get a good look at his front side. The youthful heroine immediately knew what was going on. Boy, do you really think you can hide an injury from me? Midoriya flinched at her accusation. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly fine. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but scowl at his stubbornness. If you're worried about making me mad, then don't bother. The damage has already been done. Now let me heal the injury so I can give you a proper scolding. Despite her suggestion, Midoriya still refused to turn around. I'm fine, really. It's not even that bad. It'll heal on its own. You're a terrible liar, Sunny, you know that. She pulled out her cane and began threateningly waving it around. Now turn around before I decide to add head trauma to the list of things I need to heal. Are you sure I can't get the scolding first? Fine, if you're that desperate, 𝐒𝐿 said, planting her cane on the ground. She had a few choice words she'd been wanting to say to her little troublemaker anyways. You need to learn some self-preservation skills, because I'm starting to think you're using my healing as an excuse to get hurt more often. Which wouldn't surprise her if that was the case. The same could be said for dozens of UA students and pro heroes. I'm not going to be jogging down this same path every day. Soon enough, my vacation will end, and I'll be going back to UA. Then I won't be around to heal you, and you'll have to remind yourself how to deal with your own injuries and, hey, get back here. For some reason, Midoriya used her scolding as a distraction for him to run off. But 𝐒𝐿 had dealt with more than a few runaway patients in her time. All she had to do was throw her cane like a javelin, aiming for the back of his leg. Heffel over and face-planted the grass within seconds. All right, Buster, I've had enough of your shenanigans. Getting recklessly injured is one thing, but running away from treatment is crossing the line. She stuck her cane under Midoriya's body and flipped him over like a pancake, revealing the burn marks littering the front side of his uniform. 𝐒𝐿's mind immediately screeched to a halt. She could tell those burns were more than just a product of adolescent clumsiness. Midoriya, how did you get those burns? She cautiously asked, her mind already fearing the worst. I burnt myself on the stove during home EC class. She narrowed her eyes at him. You told me you didn't have home EC class. Midoriya non-subtly shrunk in on himself, his resolve beginning to falter under 𝐒𝐿's gaze. Okay, it was actually an accident with the stove at home, I swear. 𝐒𝐲's glare deepened even further as she tightened her grip around her cane, her stare dressing him down in the way only a grandma's could. Midoriya, she said in a tone equal parts threatening and concerned, playing to both his fear and guilt. That managed to break his last shred of resistance, which wasn't much, considering he was already on the verge of tears. Okay. It was someone at school who did this to me. He didn't like how my injuries kept quickly healing themselves. For some reason, he concluded that I had a healing quirk. I tried to tell him that wasn't true, but he didn't want to listen to my explanation, so he kept putting me in situations where they knew I'd step in and get myself hurt. Like when he shoved me into that thorn bush. Calm down, dearie. Calm down. 𝐒𝐲 reached up and wiped an unshed tear from his eye. Now, this person who's been bullying you, do they have some sort of fire quirk? Explosion quirk, actually, Midoriya sniffled. I tried to hide from him, but then he would just threaten to beat up other students as a way to draw me out. 𝐒𝐲 felt her eye twitch in frustration, but she kept her tone calm and collected. So let me get this straight, you've been recklessly charging into fights you knew you were going to lose so you could prevent other students from being injured. Well, yeah. I couldn't just let other people get hurt because of me. What kind of hero would I be if I didn't step up and try to protect people? He answered with full earnesty. 𝐒𝐲 let out a long sigh. Suddenly, Midoriya's actions reminded her of a similarly reckless blonde buffoon, the kind that couldn't help themselves when it came to saving others, no matter the risk to their personal health. Except unlike Toshi, Midoriya didn't have an overpowered quirk to fall back on. But 𝐒𝐲 knew his type. The lack of a powerful quirk would hardly matter to him in the long run, and he'd probably keep getting himself hurt if it meant others didn't have to. With a reluctant grunt, she healed his current injuries before helping him off the ground. Alright, I hope you're not busy right now, Sonny, because we've got work to do. Here. What do you mean? Midoriya asked, his eyebrows lowered in confusion. If you're going to keep recklessly throwing yourself into fights, the only thing I can do is teach you how not to get yourself hurt. She pulled out her phone and opened an ebook on martial arts techniques. And the best way to not get hurt in a fight is to stop said fight before it can even begin. Midoriya peered over 𝐒𝐲's shoulder and squinted at the diagram on her phone, which pinpointed several specific spots on the human body. What do you mean? Are you teaching me some form of de-escalation? Kind of. It's a little-known technique that involves hitting certain pressure points in order to temporarily paralyze your opponent. I used it quite often during my crime-fighting days. Of course, she always wanted to teach the technique to Toshi, but his hands were too big to hit the pressure points without rupturing several of his opponent's bones and internal organs. It was a shame. That move could have saved a lot of collateral damage in his early days. Midoriya's eyes slowly widened with recognition. Oh, it's just like Ty Lee's fighting style from Avatar, The Last Airbender. 𝐒𝐲 made no effort to hide her disdain as she clenched her fists and furrowed her brow. Okay, first of all, this has nothing to do with Avatar. I've never even seen Avatar. Why does everyone I show this technique to tell me it's from Avatar? It's not. It's from ancient China. Midoriya, for his part, just stared at her with a dumbstruck look on his face. You've never seen Avatar? No. What is so special about a show that came out over a century ago? In response, Midoriya pulled out his phone and pulled up the series on Netflix, of which he had every episode downloaded. Okay, you have to at least watch the first episode. 61 episodes later. Okay, that was a pretty good show, 𝐒𝐲 begrudgingly admitted as the credits rolled following the series finale. But we've gotten way off topic here. I need to make sure you have the pressure points for that paralysis trick drilled into your skull. How are you gonna do that? Midoriya asked. In response, 𝐒𝐲 jabbed her staff into his legs, arms, shoulders, and back of his neck, causing his entire body to go limp and fall to the ground. As soon as you can get back up, I'm doing it again. Once you can identify the paralysis spots with your eyes closed, I'll let you try it out on some dummies. Yeah, that'll work, he nodded contently. The next day, Izuku couldn't help his nerves as the final bell rang out across the school, prompting students to get up from their desks and rush out of the classroom. He knew a confrontation with 𝐭𝐿 was about to happen any second now if the last few days were anything to go by, and that only made him feel worse. Sure, he'd been taught the technique to immobilize him, and he had the pressure points committed to memory. But knowing something in theory and actually doing it were two completely separate things, and Izuku prayed he wouldn't trip up at the last minute. He supposed it didn't matter either way. It wasn't like his lack of experience would stop him from standing up to 𝐭𝐿. It never mattered before, so why should it matter now? After another minute of waiting, the classroom was nearly empty. The only other presence besides Izuku was the pair of BLD red eyes staring down at him, just like they did every other moment of the day. Guess you decided to save me the trouble of drawing you out of your hiding place, Deku, 𝐭𝐿 sneered, meeting him face to face with his features twisted into a scowl. Izuku took a deep breath to summon all his courage before responding. If I didn't do something, you would just take your anger out on someone else until I came out to stop you. Well, as long as you're here, mind telling me why the lessons I've been teaching you haven't been sticking? He poked Izuku in the chest, emphasizing the lack of burn marks in that location. Because it wouldn't surprise me if you had a healing quirk this whole time and were hiding it just to spite me. For the first time he could remember, Izuku felt a hint of frustration toward his former childhood friend. For the last time, 𝐭𝐿, I don't have a healing quirk. I just found someone who's been healing me on the side. He didn't want to bring up Recovery Girl by name, both because she technically wasn't on the clock, and he was almost certain 𝐭𝐿 would get angry at him for getting a leg up in heroics by knowing a hero associated with UA. Much to his ever-rising irritation, 𝐭𝐿 barked out a sarcastic laugh. Yeah, right. Why would someone with a healing quirk choose to waste their time on a quirkless Deku like you? Well, I don't know what to tell you. You wanted answers, and you got them. Now please just leave me alone. He got up to leave, only to be stopped by a smoldering hand gripping his shoulder. Not so fast, you DMN nerd. Don't think I'm letting you get out of this one scot-free. You might think you're invincible just because you have someone to heal you, but I'll make sure you remember just how fragile you really are. As Izuku felt explosions begin to pop on the hand clenched around his shoulder, he quickly smacked it away with a singular swift motion before turning back to 𝐭𝐿, his head lowered so no one could catch a glimpse of his eyes. You're right, 𝐭𝐿, I'm not invincible. And compared to you, I might as well be fragile. But that's why I learned to do this. In a flash, he jabbed his fingers into 𝐭𝐿's left shoulder. While he staggered back from the strike, Izuku took the opportunity to go for the right shoulder, and then his arms, and then his legs, and then the back of his neck. After only a few seconds, 𝐭𝐿's body laid limp on the ground, hardly able to do more than squirm around. What the F? What the hell did you do to me, Deku? Is this another secret quirk of yours? No, 𝐭𝐿. I just temporarily paralyzed you by hitting certain pressure points on your body. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿, you mean like Ty Lee from Avatar? Yes, like Ty Lee from Avatar. Don't try to get back up for a while, because I will not hesitate to do that again. Izuku calmly turned to leave the classroom, but 𝐭𝐿 was very much not satisfied by this turn of events, so he made his opinion very well known. Hey! Get the hell back here, Deku. This fight isn't over till I say it's over. Izuku just ignored him, so he raised his voice by another octave. What do you think you're doing? You don't get to come in, pull some cheap butt trick on me, then walk away like nothing happened. By now, Izuku was long gone, so 𝐭𝐿 just continued screaming at nothing. You didn't win, why here? I'm still better than you. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. By the look on your face, I'm guessing it went well. Chiyo smiled, handing Midoriya a cup of tea from her spot on the bench. About as well as it could have. I got all the spots, paralyzed 𝐭𝐿, and left him lying in the classroom for the janitors to pick up. He shook his head solemnly. Those poor janitors. Well, I'm glad you managed to pull through, Sonny. And for both our sakes, I hope this means you won't use this as an excuse to put yourself in even more danger. I won't. Midoriya held up his hands defensively. I promise I'll only use the technique as a means of self-defense, which might be pretty often now that I think about it. 𝐭𝐿's not the type to walk away from a loss like that. Chiyo's grin turned smug as she loudly sipped her tea. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, dearie. I doubt he'll be able to do much from his cell in juvie. Midoriya nearly fell off the bench from shock. You got him arrested? Well, not yet. But I did some digging, and I have more than enough evidence to earn him at least a couple months in the slammer. But how? I didn't even tell you his name. Yes, but you gave me his quirk and the name of the school he attends. It wasn't too hard to find his file from there, as well as the numerous ways Aldera had been tampering with it. She set down her cup and turned to Midoriya, who looked too shocked to form words. Anyways, I passed off the information to a detective I know, and I'm sure the school won't be left standing for much longer. Midoriya just blankly stared off into the distance. I don't know what to say. A thank you would be nice. I think I'm still busy processing the bombshell you just dropped on me, he said in a rare display of bluntness. I can't believe 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿's gonna get arrested. How are you not surprised? You of all people should know that he's been illegally using his quirk to harm others. I know, but I thought he was supposed to be a hero. That's all everyone's been saying about him for the past forever. Chiyo offered him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Dearie, that line of thinking's just a byproduct of the subtle ways you've been manipulated by your biased teachers over the course of several years. I think I need therapy. I'll see if Hound Dog's available. The minute that final bell rang, Izuku knew he was in for a world of pain. He had accidentally let 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 catch him with his hero notebook before class started, and for the rest of the day, he'd been glaring at Izuku with the promise that he'd be put in his place for daring to keep his dream of heroism alive. Of course, Izuku wouldn't just take that beating lying down, so he booked it down the hall the moment class was dismissed. He might have gotten a lucky head start when some of 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴's cronies cornered the explosive blonde about hanging out with them at the arcade or something, but he knew that advantage would be short-lived. Despite running as fast as his scrawny legs could carry him, Izuku could already hear rapid footsteps from behind. As he continued to dash down the hall, he glanced over his shoulder to see a head of spiky hair furiously charging after him like a bull who had just spotted red. Stop trying to escape, Deku. You're only making things worse for yourself. You were gonna beat me up regardless. Izuku huffed, already starting to run out of breath. Already? He hadn't even made it to the stairwell yet. Yeah, well now you're gonna get it twice as bad. Izuku yelped as 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 swiped at his uniform collar, only missing by a hair. Internally, he frustratedly bemoaned himself for thinking he could run away in the first place. 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 was one of the fastest people he knew even without using his quirk. He should have just taken the beating like usual. It probably wouldn't have been that bad compared to what was to come. As Izuku became resigned to his fate, 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 made another attempt to grab at his neck. But as he stepped forward, he suddenly tripped on something and fell to the ground. His momentum caused him to tumble down the hall like a weirdly shaped bowling ball, and Izuku jumped to the side to prevent himself from getting knocked down. He winced in sympathy as he watched his bully fall down the stairwell, loudly swearing every step of the way. As safe as he felt at that moment, Izuku knew something was wrong. 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 was never the type to just trip on something, no matter how fast he was running or how little he was paying attention. He just had that kind of spatial awareness. Turning around to see what could have possibly tripped 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 up, he was instead met with a girl with no head frantically running toward him. No, wait, she didn't have any hands either. She was probably just invisible. Before he could utter a single word, the invisible girl grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him off, saying, "Quick, let's get out of here before he gets back up." Izuku allowed himself to be dragged along, his mind preoccupied by the fact that he was holding hands with a girl. Okay, she was technically holding his wrist, but it still made his face turn just the right shade of red that you'd think he was suffocating. Which, in a social sense, he kind of was. Either way, the invisible girl didn't let go of him until they were right outside the school gates, to which she finally stopped to catch her breath. Phew, that guy looked scary. Are you okay? Yeah, Izuku awkwardly answered, his mind still trying to catch up to the whirlwind of events that just occurred. Thanks for helping me out, by the way. I'm guessing you're the one who tripped 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴. Yep, that was me. The girl answered cheerfully, leaning in slightly closer and sticking out her invisible hand for him to shake. "My name's Toru Hagekyu. Nice to meet you." Despite being unable to make out her face, he could somehow feel her beaming smile shining down upon him. "Aizuku Midoriya, nice to meet you too." Thankfully, he managed to get a good grip on Hagekyu's hand as he shook it. It would have been really awkward if he didn't. "Are you new here? I don't think I've seen you before." He let his casual statement hang for a millisecond before immediately backtracking. "Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. Bad choice of words. Bad choice of words." To his relief, Hagekyu found the humor in his statement and let out a high-pitched giggle. "Don't worry, it's fine." She brushed off the statement with a casual wave of her hand. "Yes, I'm new here. I transferred a few days ago after a fireworks truck destroyed my old school." "A fireworks truck?" "I know, right? I'm not sure if it was some kind of villain, or if it was an accident, or if it was a political thing, or what. Point is, I'm just glad to have a fresh start." "Oh, why's that?" Izuku tilted his head inquisitively. "Did you not like your old school?" "Nah, the school itself was fine, it's just the people." She gave an over-exaggerated groan, swaying her whole body backwards. "Let's just say that Kakengai wasn't my first encounter with bullies." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Izuku wasn't sure whether to reach out to comfort her or something, not wanting to make things weird or awkward. Thankfully, she didn't seem too bothered by talking about her past school. At least, based on what Izuku could infer from her body language, which truthfully wasn't all that much, but still. "I mean, it wasn't horrible or anything. They didn't chase me through the halls like yours did. But dang it, why does everyone have to point fingers at the invisible girl when something goes missing? I swear, sometimes I think they purposefully misplace their own stuff just to accuse me of stealing it." "Yeah, that sounds annoying," Izuku sighed, scratching the back of his neck. His mind flashed back to all the times his teachers would blame him for disruptions or fights caused by his other classmates, all just because he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Trust me, it is." Hagekyu slumped over depressingly before picking herself back up. "But hey, that's all in the past. I'm sure this new school can't be much worse." She definitely caught the sympathetic hiss Izuku gave out of instinct. "What? What's that supposed to mean?" "And nothing. Nothing at all." He tried to brush it off, but Hagekyu's still and unmoving posture told him she wasn't buying it. "Oh okay, there's a little bullying, but you'll probably be fine. Just, don't let them see any signs of weakness or they'll eat you up like BLD thirsty sharks." Izuku offered her a strained smile to hopefully lighten the mood, but Hagekyu just sat down by the wall and let out a long sigh. "Well, this is case. Please don't tell me this is one of those schools where you either learn to fade into the background or get picked on mercilessly." "Okay, I won't tell you." Izuku stood straight and pointedly looked away from her, but his lack of a real answer spoke volumes about the school's true nature. "Ooh, you've got to be kidding me," Hagekyu muttered, wrapping her arms around her legs and curling in on herself. "Call me naive, but I kinda hoped I'd be able to really be myself at this new school, you know. That I wouldn't have to go unnoticed or be forgotten about." Slowly, Izuku sat down and slid up next to the invisible girl, offering her a pat on the shoulder. I'm sorry you had to figure it out this way, and from me of all people. But hey, it's not all that bad. You seem like a pretty nice person, I'm sure you'll make a bunch of friends who won't forget about you or anything." After a moment, Hagekyu's collar bobbed up and down, indicating she was nodding. "Yeah. I'm sure it won't be that terrible or anything." She looked up and turned to Izuku, who was somehow able to meet her in the eyes. "Besides, at least I already made one friend." "Really? Who?" She giggled. "Seriously? Do I have to spell it out for you?" Izuku lowered a confused eyebrow. "I mean, yeah. I don't know what class you're in, so I'm not sure who you've been interacting with." "I'm talking about you, silly." She booped Izuku on the nose, and he felt his mind shatter into a million pieces. "MME. Why me? I mean, we just met. It's hardly even been 10 minutes. Are you sure you want to be friends with me of all people? If you couldn't already tell, I attract a lot of trouble." To his surprise, This just made her laugh even harder. Sure, you. Why not? You seem nice and chill and stuff, like the type of person I'd want to hang with. She got off the ground and grabbed Izuku by the arm, hoisting him up alongside her. Now come on, why don't we get something to eat? It's been a long day, and I could use some boba right about now. Boba? Izuku asked as 𝐻𝐻𝐾 turned and strolled down the sidewalk, beckoning him to come and follow her. He wasn't exactly used to having a friend, but his conversation with the invisible girl made it clear that she needed one just as badly as he did. And that was something Izuku didn't mind helping with. Heroes helped people, after all. Yeah, boba, he nodded, his face shifting into a small smile as he followed her down the sidewalk. It's funny, Izuku said while absently swishing his straw around in his drink. I've lived in Mustafa for years and I've never known about this place. I'm not sure how, either. This place is very eye-catching to say the least. Very pink. He looked around and surveyed the cafe's colorful decor. It kind of made his eyes hurt. I like pink, it's a good color. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 smiled, or at least Izuku assumed she did. Really, I just like color in general. I mean, have you seen my backpack? I have, and I honestly have a hard time looking away from it. Even now, his eyes were drawn to her backpack as it sat on the floor next to them. There were so many charms, keychains, buttons, pins, and other accessories that Izuku had a hard time believing 𝐻𝐻𝐾 could even lift it in the first place. Glad you noticed. I like putting whatever cute things I find on it. Gotta stand out somehow, am I right? You are very much right, Izuku nodded. Frankly, I'm surprised you went for the brown boba instead of the pink one. I wanted to, but I just couldn't resist the taste. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 held up her drink and presented it to Izuku like it was worth its weight in gold. I mean, this is caramel boba tea. Caramel. Boba. Tea. The other places should just pack it up, because we have a clear winner here. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm pretty sure other places have caramel boba tea. But not like this place does. I could honestly drink this stuff for every meal. Screw all the other foods, just give me my boba. I think that would cause some health problems after the first week. Izuku took a sip of his mango boba. But then again, it's not like I haven't wanted to do the same thing with Katsudon. Exactly. If there's one way to go out, it's by eating your favorite foods until your body can't take it anymore. I'll drink to that. Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐾 raised their cups and clinked them together before taking a long swig of their beverages. During which, Izuku found his attention drawn to his new friend's drink, specifically how the liquid traveling up her straw seemed to disappear after reaching her mouth. And wasn't that just odd? If 𝐻𝐻𝐾's quirk was really invisibility like she said, then shouldn't he be able to see the boba travel down her throat? But by that logic, shouldn't he also be able to see it travel down her entire digestive system? Actually, that sounded disgusting. He was glad he couldn't see that. But that just begged the question, were her internal organs invisible as well? That sounded like it would make surgery immensely difficult. Midoriya. 𝐻𝐻𝐾's words broke him out of his mental tirade. Could you repeat that? I couldn't make out what you were saying. Something about performing surgery on me. Oh, CRP, he was muttering again, wasn't he? Sorry, I didn't mean to say all that out loud. I was just, and I'm sorry if this comes off as rude, thinking about your quirk and how I can't see your drink travel down your throat. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 nodded as she put her drink down like she had heard this a million times before. Don't worry, I get this all the time. Long story short, my quirk technically isn't invisibility, that's just what I tell people cause it's easier. It's not. Izuku, sensing an opportunity to analyze a quirk, pulled out a notebook and pen and turned to a blank page. But I'm guessing it's invisibility adjacent, right? Like, maybe it's just some kinda cloak that covers the outer layer of your skin. Hey, you got it right. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 cheered and applauded her friend's guess. But yeah, both my parents are invisible too, so we've had a lot of time to figure out how it works. Really? Izuku's eyes widened with curiosity, his hand already acting on its own to jot down all the information he heard. What else have you figured out? Not much. She gave an overly animated shrug of her shoulders. When I'm hit with ultraviolet lights, You can see an outline on my body, so I'm pretty sure my quirk has something to do with light refraction. But other than that, your guess is as good as mine. Light refraction, here. He took this as an opportunity to start filling in the theories section on her quirk. Do you think it might be possible to temporarily become visible by refracting the light away from your body? She let out a frustrated sigh at his suggestion. Oh, trust me, I've tried. Countless times, in fact. Izuku frowned at the implications she was sending his way. Let me guess, it didn't work. Nope. She said, popping the pea. Now that I think about it, my quirk is less like a blanket and more like a slime that sticks to my body no matter what. And that 𝐂𝐿, because I love slime. Have you ever seen those slime tutorial videos on YouTube? They're so satisfying. No, I haven't. But I'm sorry that hasn't worked out for you. But now I'm wondering, he looked down at his notebook and jotted down a new theory. You know how slime is stretchy, right? Yeah, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 leaned in close, eager to see where he was going with this. Now, let me know if you've tried this before, but maybe you could spread out the effects of your quirk to make other things invisible. Making other things invisible, she quietly repeated as her brain slowly began to digest the information. No, I don't think I've tried that before. But how would that even work? I dunno. You said you've tried refracting the light off your body before. Maybe try doing the opposite. I'm not exactly sure what that entails, but you could try. The opposite. Slowly she held up her boba cup to her face. She stared at it from a few different angles before her fingers started leaving indents in the plastic. That method didn't seem to work, so she loosened her grip before taking several deep breaths. Slowly, both the cup and the liquid inside of it began to fade from view until it was 100% transparent. Holy crp, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 audibly gaped. I had no idea I could do that. That's amazing. Izuku cheered, already listing off potential uses for this new ability in his notebook. But 𝐔𝐬𝐽 wasn't ready to celebrate just yet. I have to know, she whispered as she put her cup down and planted a hand on her clothes. Sure enough, after a few seconds, they began to vanish as well. Oh my god, it actually works. She finally squealed with delight. Oh, and you can make your clothes invisible too. Great. Izuku was about to jot that down, but found himself blindsided by an invisible hug, making his face go atomically red. Haha 𝐔𝐬𝐽, what are you doing? Oh thank you so much. You have no idea how much this means to me. Now I won't have to run around naked as a hero. Wait, you wanna be a hero? Izuku suddenly asked, completely forgetting about how flustered he was 5 seconds ago. Yeah, of course I do. She separated the hug and sat back down in her seat, her clothes and drink becoming visible again. I really wanted to be seen by the world, you know. And I like helping people out and making them smile, so it's a win-win for everyone. I was worried my quirk would only be good for underground heroics, but now that I can make other things invisible, the possibilities are nearly endless. That's the understatement of the century, said Izuku, who was writing through his notebook so fast that it threatened to catch fire. I've got so many ideas for applications of that new technique that I feel my brain's about to catch carpal tunnel. He suddenly jerked his stinging hand upward, causing his notebook to land on the table, where 𝐔𝐬𝐽 curiously picked it up. You've been writing in this ever since I brought up my quirk. What's in here? It's nothing. I just like to analyze quirks and stuff. But if you don't like it, I can just scrap it. He dejectedly glanced down at the ground as he continued massaging his pained hand. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 hummed as she scanned through the page dedicated to her. When you said you had ideas, you really weren't kidding. Mind if I borrow this? I promise I'll give it back to you tomorrow. Please. Somehow, Izuku could sense she was giving him puppy dog eyes. But his mind was more occupied by the fact someone was actually taking interest in his notebooks. Really? You think my analysis could actually be useful? Sure, why not? Besides, I can't help but appreciate the picture you drew of me. She held up the page to Izuku and pointed to a section of the page that was completely blank. I think you really captured my features. She giggled at her own bit of self-deprecating humor, though, I'm surprised, Midoriya. I didn't think you'd be the type to draw me without clothes. Izuku's face turned cherry red again, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 laughed even harder. That night, Toru laid awake in her plush-filled bed as she read Midoriya's section on her quirk for the umpteenth time. She couldn't help herself, she was unbelievably excited to finally be able to push her quirk to its limits. Her whole life, she thought being invisible was all she was good for, but now her mind had been expanded to a whole new world of possibilities. She was even thinking of going down to the quirk registry and getting hers renamed to Invisibility Cloak or something. But that could come after she finished messing around with her new applications. Once she got the technique down, spreading her invisibility to other objects was as easy as giving it a simple poke, something she demonstrated when she booped one of her teddy bears on the nose, causing it to vanish from sight. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Taking a cue from one of Midoriya's other suggestions, she leaped out of bed and planted her hand on a nearby wall. Within seconds, that small section of the wall disappeared, and Toru could see her bathroom on the other side. And the best part was that she didn't even need to maintain contact for the invisibility to stick. As long as she was around 10 feet from whatever she made disappear, it would stay that way. It was almost a shame UA was still a year and a half away. She'd kill for a chance to use the newly discovered aspect of her quirk in action. But until then, she'd just have to make do with whatever was in Midoriya's notebook. Speaking of which, as she eyed the book in question, which sat closed shut on her nightstand, she couldn't help but wonder what other heroes and quirks her new friend had analyzed. If they were anywhere near as good as hers, Midoriya might be in the running for a Nobel Prize or something. Flipping to a random page, she came across a detailed description of some underground hero named Eraserhead. He seemed useful in fights, given his erasure quirk, but the hand-drawn sketch accompanying the hero's description told a different story. Blair. He looks more like a hobo than a hero. Which I guess is a good thing when you're working underground. I definitely wouldn't want to see this guy approaching me in an alley at 2 in the morning, Toru commented before flipping to another page. Thankfully, this one had a hero she actually recognized. She was always a fan of Edgeshot, what with his stealthful ninja moves and cool, mysterious demeanor. Plus, his quirk was kinda like hers since they could both disappear in a sense. See, Eraserhead. This is what could happen if you clean up a little. A quick shave and a wardrobe change, and you could be in the top 10. Toru laughed at her own critiques as she flipped to the next page. Unfortunately, this was another one she recognized, but not for the right reasons. Isn't this the guy who was chasing Midoriya down the halls earlier? Why is he here? Curious for answers, she continued reading his page. And boy, she did not like what she read. Apparently, this Bakugo guy had an explosion quirk, one that activated by igniting the nitroglycerine sweat his body produced. If the descriptions were anything to go by, Midoriya seemed a bit too familiar with how this quirk operated. Kaken's proficient enough with his output to give his victims anywhere from 1st to 3rd degree burns if he so chooses. But since he often likes to hide the evidence as he puts it, he'll often go for the former. Burn cream and bandages are recommended when fighting this opponent. Not to help defeat him, but to make sure the inevitable loss doesn't sting as badly. Kaken will often draw out his fights for as long as possible in order to make himself look better, to the point where they often become one-sided beatdowns. Toru suddenly slammed the book shut and placed it back on her nightstand. She had seen enough. If Midoriya's notes were to be trusted, and they definitely were, Bakugo had been using him as a target for quirk practice. Toru immediately decided she would not let this stand. She hadn't known Midoriya for long, but he already helped her in so many ways, and she would be a pretty crummy friend not to do the same. Besides, she'd been looking for an excuse to show off her new abilities, and there was no time like the present. Well, in this case, the present would technically be tomorrow. But shush. It was a cool line. Legally speaking, Toru did not go to school the next day, as she called in sick. Of course, that was just a cover-up. In reality, she just made her clothes invisible. That way, no one would notice her when she entered the wrong classroom. When she finally located Midoriya sitting at his desk, she was distraught to find him furiously wiping crude marker drawings off his desk, all the while several boys from his class non-subtlety snickered at him. She decided at that moment to teach those JRKs a lesson. After carefully weaving her way around the students to make sure her invisible form didn't bump into anyone, she planted a hand on Midoriya's desk and made it so only the graffiti would appear invisible. Toru got a chuckle out of seeing the boys gawk at Midoriya's desk suddenly cleaning itself. "What the CRP? How did you do that?" one of them asked Midoriya. I don't know. It just happened." While they were distracted staring at the desk, Toru noticed a black marker sticking out of one of the bully's back pockets. Of course, she did what any good Samaritan would do in that situation and swiped the pen to scribble on the bullies' desks. Call it a taste of their own medicine. The looks on their faces when they noticed the defiled state of their desks were absolutely priceless. Toru had to bite her tongue to keep herself from laughing, a feeling she figured would be persistent throughout the day. Her silent laughter was cut short when she heard a loud thunk coming from Midoriya's desk. Looking up, she internally groaned at the sight of Bakugo slamming her green-haired friend's head into his desk. "Listen here, Deku." He yanked Midoriya's hair to pull his head up so he could meet him in the eyes. "I don't know what the hell happened yesterday, but don't think this means you're getting off scot-free. The first chance I get, you're gonna get it 10 times as bad. Consider this a preview for what's to come." "Oh okay," Midoriya meekly responded, his view pointed away from Bakugo, not wanting to meet him in the eyes. This seemed to satisfy the bully, as he moved to sit at his own desk, a shitting grin coating his face. There was no way in hell Toru was gonna let that slide. Right as Bakugo was about to sit down in his chair, she yanked it away, and his butt impacted the ground with an audible thump. "Gah! Who did that?" He furiously yelled to the class, who responded with a series of light chortles directed at his misfortune. "TCH fine. You're lucky I don't have time to kick all your buttes." The class didn't take his threats seriously in the slightest, and while Toru was about to start laughing again, her breathing came to a sudden halt when she noticed Midoriya slowly turn his head in her direction, his eyes somehow able to meet hers dead on. She froze in place like a deer in headlights, thinking for a moment she'd been spotted. But no, that was impossible. One look at her sleeves showed that she was still completely invisible. Did Midoriya have some kind of infrared vision quirk or something? No, a quirk nerd like him definitely would have mentioned that sooner. Maybe she was being too loud. But then why was no one else looking at her? As he slowly began to turn away, Toru breathed a silent sigh of relief. He was probably just looking at something behind her. Yeah, that was it. Now back to screwing with Bakugo. "Alright class, we've got an algebra quiz today, so take out your pencils," the teacher dully announced, much to the displeasure of the rest of the class, but not Toru. She was beyond ecstatic thinking of the numerous ways she could mess with Bakugo during this test. She could make his pencil disappear, or she could make his answers disappear, or she could make the test itself disappear, or she could make the SBMSN bin disappear, or she could that was easy as SHT. The blonde's voice snapped her out of her brainstorming session. In the time it took for her to think of something, he had been the first to finish the quiz and deposit it in the SBMSN bin. Whatever, this wasn't any problem. All Toru had to do was quietly walk up to the bin, turn Bakugo's quiz invisible, and swipe it without making a sound. Right as she did, the teacher looked up from his computer to notice a lack of papers in the bin. Bakugo, you're supposed to put your completed quiz in the bin." "The hell are you talking about? I put the DMN quiz in the bin." "Look, it's right." Bakugo's yelling came to a halt as he noticed his missing quiz. "What the foo? Never mind, just give me another." The teacher obliged, and Bakugo went back to his desk to fill out his second quiz. A minute or two later, he walked up to the teacher's desk and carefully placed his paper in the bin. Of course, the moment both he and his teacher had their backs turned, the test was invisible and in Toru's hands once again. "Bakugo, are you sure you put it in the bin?" The teacher cautiously questioned upon noticing the absence. "Of course I did. What, did you think it just magically disappeared or something? Now gimme another one." A minute or two later, Bakugo was back with another completed quiz, which he shoved directly into the teacher's hand. "Here, hold on to it so it can't disappear again." He slowly backed up into his seat, keeping his eyes on the paper the whole time. The second he blinked, Toru turned the page invisible and swiped it from the teacher's hand. "Goddamn it!" Bakugo shouted on instinct, mildly annoying the other test takers. He would end up repeating the same quiz 8 more times that PRD. Later that day, as the clock ticked down to lunchtime, Toru couldn't help but notice Midoriya looking particularly fearful of Bakugo, who was staring him down from his seat with a fearsome grin. Yeesh, when he said he was gonna kick Midoriya's but the first chance he got, he really wasn't kidding. Fortunately, this issue had a very simple solution, one so obvious that even a dummy like Toru thought of it beforehand. When the lunch bell rang, Bakugo practically leaped out of his seat, blissfully unaware of the invisible banana peel that had been planted at the foot of his desk. Obeying the laws of comedy, he immediately slipped and fell to the ground, but not before hitting his head on his desk on the way down. Needless to say, Midoriya was able to enjoy his lunch PRD in peace, while Bakugo spent his in the nurse's office. The rest of the school day went by without any need for Toru to step in, which was good for Midoriya, but bad for her. Without any opportunities to mess with Bakugo, she was left with nothing to do except listen to the teachers drone on about science or something. Sue her for wanting some more opportunities to have some fun with her quirk. When the final bell rang, everything moved in a blur for Toru as she scrambled through the board of students to follow Midoriya and Bakugo behind the school, where the bully threw his victim against the wall as sparks began popping in his palms. "Alright, nerd, you got lucky during lunch, but now it's just me and you. If you value your sorry butt, you'll sit your butt down and let me wail on you. Got that?" "Oh okay, Kakin." Midoriya sat with his back against the wall as he became resigned to his fate, painfully aware of the consequences that came with trying to fight back. But then, he did something completely unexpected that threw Toru completely off her game. He smiled and winked at her. That almost made her completely forget he was about to get beaten up. Had he been able to sense her presence this whole time despite her being completely invisible? That was kind of flattering if she was being honest. But she couldn't focus on these feelings now. She still felt her BLD boil for her friend. The fact that Midoriya getting beaten up seemed like a somewhat common occurrence for Bakugo said a lot about his character. Thankfully, it also resolved all guilt from Toru's conscience for what she was about to do. As Bakugo menacingly clenched and unclenched his hands, ready to literally blow up in Midoriya's face, Toru dived forward and tagged her friend on the shoulder, causing him to vanish right before Bakugo's eyes. What the dash? He gawked for a moment before he focused her vision on Toru, which made sense. She might have been invisible, but she wasn't exactly being subtle with that maneuver. "Who the hell are you and what did you do to Deku?" "Who am I?" Toru squared up against the explosive blonde with narrowed eyes. "I'm either your best friend or your worst nightmare. And right now, I'm feeling the latter." "TCH, yeah right. This is between me and the nerd. So why don't you do us both a favor and just die already?" Now, Toru wasn't a martial arts MSTR or anything, far from it, in fact. But even she could see Bakugo's right hook coming from a mile away. She sidestepped the attack, and while her opponent was open, she pulled back her fist and delivered a punch to the gut, knocking the wind right out of him. From there, Toru decided to, for lack of a better word, kick Bakugo while he was down. Shins, face, kidneys, stomach, arms, shoulders, testicles, she made sure to cover all her bases so he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. You could never be too certain about these things. When she was sure she'd kicked him enough, she picked up his battered body like a ragdoll and suplexed it to the ground, just to drive the message home. Like I said, worst nightmare. She huffed a sigh of relief now that it was all over. That beating took a bit more out of her than she originally intended. "Whoa, that was kind of scary. You all right, Midoriya?" she asked, turning to her friend, only to see nobody perched against the wall. "Oh, right, forgot I made you invisible for a sec. Wait. She heard Midoriya's voice call out. "Look at your hands." "My hands? What's so special about my ha?" Her jaw quite literally fell to the floor as she looked at her hands. Like, actually looked at her hands. She could see her hands. I can't believe this. How is this? Wait a minute." She scrambled to take her phone out of her pocket and open her camera. And for the first time since she was 5, she could finally see her own face. "Holy CRP. I look appealing." Midoriya finished her sentence before breaking into a series of nervous sputters. Forget what I said. Wait, no, it's not that you're not appealing. What I meant to say was, he smacked his hands over his cheeks to get a handle on his speech before continuing. I'm guessing this is because you only have a finite amount of invisibility to spread. So when you made me invisible, it took away some of yours in return. As much as that explanation made sense, Toru couldn't bring herself to think of the whys and hows. There was only one thing on her mind as she grabbed onto Midoriya's invisible arm and ran off. Where are we going? He frantically asked. Heck if I know. Just someplace with nice scenery. I haven't had my face in a photo for 10 years, so I've got a lot of selfies to make up for. That sounds great, but what about me? I'm still invisible. We'll figure it out. Epilogue. By the way, Toru, I've been meaning to ask, how did you manage to suplex Kaken like that? Toru momentarily paused her selfie-taking in front of the boba shop to answer her friend's queries. It wasn't that hard. I can deadlift up to 250 pounds, so he wasn't that bad. Izuku's eyes slowly widened. You can lift that much? Yeah. I've been hitting the gym for as long as I can remember. She gave her bicep a flex, eternally grateful she could finally see the fruits of her LBR, and presented it to her friend. Here, give it a feel. I don't mind. Izuku's shock and awe only increased as he carefully ran his hand down Toru's arm, giving it a few light squeezes in certain areas. Holy CRP, that is the definition of definition right there. How did you get it like this? It wasn't too difficult once I got into the groove. Okay, that's a lie. It was difficult, but I got into the groove eventually. I can share my training regimen with you if you'd like. Yes. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Nito Monoma was certainly not worried about his first day at his new school. That would be preposterous. Why would you even suggest such a thing? Sure, he might have been mocked and ridiculed at his previous school for daring to be a hero despite his situational quirk, but they had no idea what they were talking about. That fireworks truck provided Nito with a fresh start, and by God, he was going to make the most of it. Of course, a large part of his social standing at his new school depended on how he chose to introduce himself and his quirk, which was why he spent the past week rehearsing it in the mirror, as he did with most of his big dramatic speeches. By the time his new homeroom teacher called him to the front of the room, he was confident he had everything down flat. Pleasure to meet you all. My name's Nito Monoma and I'll be joining your class starting today. Perfect. 10 out of 10. No notes. Nito was sure he had this in the bag. But of course, the broad greeting to the entire class was one thing. If he wanted to make any actual friends, it was the individual greetings he had to worry about. Thankfully, his seatmate seemed nice at first glance, so maybe this would turn out well. Hi, I'm Tasaki. Nice to meet ya, he greeted, extending a hand for Nito to shake. Nice to meet you too. He firmly shook his classmate's hand with a smile. A good handshake was integral to the foundation of a good relationship. So, what do you like to do? Me? Not much. I like soccer, video games, pink lemonade, the usual. What about you? Well, for as long as I could remember, I've taken up an interest in the field of heroism. I hope to become one myself someday, Nito smiled, knowing the topic always made for a good conversation starter. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. Tasaki brightened up slightly. What kind of quirk do you have? And here it was, the moment of truth. It was up to Nito to make his somewhat lackluster quirk seem as cool as possible. Before I tell you that, why don't you let me in on your quirk first? He suggested, poking his classmate in the chest. Me? Nothing special. Mine just lets me extend my fingers. Not my fingernails, just my fingers. Oh, you mean like this? Tasaki gawked as Nito held out his hand and began extending his digits to abnormal lengths. That's right. My quirk allows me to borrow the abilities of others, as well as gain a rudimentary understanding of how they work, all from just a single touch. Impressive, is it not? Yeah, it totally is. Tasaki nodded, his grin as wide as Nito's. But the blonde silently began to fret as his possible friend's face began to waver. But, is that really the type of quirk you can become a hero with? And just like that, Nito's heart plummeted to his stomach. What do you mean? Don't take it the wrong way or anything. It's a good party trick, but can you really use it to fight villains and stuff? I mean, you copied my quirk, and finger extension isn't really the best for beating people up, is it? Well, maybe not your quirk, but I can copy others too. Plus, I can carry multiple at once. Still, what if you were left alone in a room with, say, Bakugo? Tasaki pointed to a spiky blonde-headed boy who was sitting with his feet on his desk. Besides his, you wouldn't have any other quirks to copy, and he'd probably kick your butt. Dang it. Why did Nito have to choose to talk to someone who actually thought about his quirk enough to point out its weaknesses? At this point, his social standing wasn't looking too good, but maybe he could win some back by employing a little bit of confidence. Really? Who's to say I couldn't simply copy my opponent's quirk and take them on with that? Anything they can do, I'm sure I could do better. Teach, yeah right, the Bakugo guy from earlier scoffed, getting up from his desk to threateningly loom over Nito and Tasaki. He crossed his arms as his face twisted into a scowl. You were talking so loud that I was forced to listen in on your dumbass conversation, and let me tell you, it's sing me the F off. Both boys flinched as Bakugo slammed his hands down on their desks. Fingers was right when he called your quirk a glorified party trick. You really think you can be a hero by ripping other people off? Oh great, a bully. Nito had seen his fair share of those during his tenure at his old school. Unfortunately for Bakugo, he refused to back down in the face of such childish threats. With a cocky smirk, he met his newfound rival face to face. Why in fact I do, Bakugo. After all, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And I'm guessing you're in desperate need of some flattery, because I doubt you get many compliments thrown your way. The classroom broke out into snickers, but a harsh glare from Bakugo shut them all up. You don't know who the F I am. You see this? He held out an open palm and released a small burst of fire. I've been training with this quirk for a decade, and you think you can just copy my explosions and kick my butt just like that? Ha! You couldn't kick the butt of a brain-dead mule if it had a target painted on its back. I wouldn't mind testing that hypothesis right now. I've already got a brain-dead mule right in front of me. All I need is a target. The class broke out in another fit of laughter. Weirdly enough, however, Bakugo didn't seem all too deterred by Nito's insult, instead leveling him with a cold yet condescending look. Don't try to be all witty with me. I can see the look in your goddamn eyes. You know you'd get your butt handed to you in the first 5 seconds. Nito let a bit of fear seep through the cracks. He forgot bullies were like bloodhounds and could practically smell the stuff. Beating you up would be a waste of both of our times, so why don't you just learn your place as an extra and admit how useless your quirk really is? Despite the situation he was in, Nito would rather die than admit defeat to the explosive Nimrod in front of him. He narrowed his eyes at his opponent, his silver tongue ready to fire off chides and insults at a moment's notice. Before he could bite back with a response, a third, very timid-sounding voice spoke up. I don't think his quirk is useless. Shut the F up, Deku. Bakugo turned to yell at a green-haired boy, who shriveled up in his seat upon being confronted. Nobody asked you. And nobody asked you to be a J.R.K., yet here you are. Nito calmly stepped in between the two of them. Now, what were you saying about my quirk, Deku? Deku instantly tensed up upon being put on the spot, yet still managed to spit out a response. Well, my name's Midoriya, actually. But I think your quirk sounds pretty cool. I mean, sure, you'd probably have trouble taking down a villain with their own quirk. But if you were part of a bigger hero team, you'd be able to train with all their quirks. And you mentioned being able to store multiple quirks at once, meaning you could theoretically become a one-man hero team. Nito's smile returned upon hearing Midoriya praise his quirk, but said smile quickly fell when he heard Bakugo scoff at them. TCH, hero teams. Really? What kind of high-ranking hero would rely on a bunch of extras to beat up the villains? Quite a few, actually, Nito fired back in an instant. If it weren't for the work of sidekicks, heroes like Endeavor or Ingenium wouldn't be nearly as big as they are today. Not that it matters in this context, because we were talking about partners, not sidekicks, he snickered, leaning in close to Bakugo's raging face. And here I was assuming you'd know the difference. My mistake for thinking so highly of you. And it's not just about beating villains, Kaken, Midoriya added. Monoma's quirk would be even better for rescue as well. Take Backdraft for example. If Monoma copied his quirk, they could save twice as many people. Excellent point, Midoriya. Nito placed a hand on his hopefully new friend's shoulder, not noticing the way he flinched at the touch. It's nice to see someone here knows a thing or two about quirks. Oh please, the only reason Deku's such a stalker is because he couldn't be bothered to be born with his own thing quirk. Bakugo pointed at Midoriya accusingly, to which he guiltily glanced down at the ground. I mean, you didn't have to tell him that. Nito glared daggers at Bakugo, who seemed to look smug with himself, as if outing someone as quirkless was an accomplishment to be celebrated. You know, I should be mad at you, but I'm honestly more baffled by how you thought that would make any difference in how I perceive Midoriya. Or did you not realize I'm technically quirkless by default? He knew it wasn't exactly the same as Midoriya's situation, but he hoped it was a good enough statement to show whose side he was on. Based on the small twinkle in Midoriya's eye as he stared at Nito in surprise, he figured it was enough. Bakugo looked like he was about to clap back even harder, but the bell rang before he could get a word out, signaling the end of homeroom. Even after everyone got to their seats and the first PRD teacher strolled into the classroom, the tension between Nito and his new rival still permeated through the air, exasperated by the looks of contempt the two shot at each other. This rivalry was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. As soon as lunch rolled around, Monoma casually approached Izuku and led him down the hall to the cafeteria. The green teen was somewhat touched by this, as he was worried their positive interaction during homeroom was a one-time thing. But maybe, just maybe, he found a friend he could rely on for the first time during his tenure at Aldera. Though, Izuku still felt something off about this current scene. Hold on, how do you know where the cafeteria is? Isn't this your first day? Monoma barked out a laugh, as if the answer was hilariously obvious. Very simple, Midoriya, I studied the layout of the school beforehand so I wouldn't get lost. First impressions are important, after all. I guess so. And you certainly made an interesting one this morning. I've never seen anyone insult Kaken to his face like that, at least without getting pummeled 2 seconds later. Monoma's face scrunched up at the mention of Izuku's former friend. Kaken? I'm guessing that's just a nickname. Yeah, Katsuki Bakugo is his full name. Good, he nodded contentedly as the two sat down at the first empty table they could find. Izuku usually ate lunch on the roof, so he kept a cautious eye out in case anyone decided to mess with him. Now I know what to call that plebeian once I knock him off his high horse. Izuku fought down a lump in his throat at Monoma's declaration. Are you sure you want to do that? I know you don't know this, but Kaken's kinda the top dog around here. What? Monoma stumbled back, nearly falling out of his seat. How does someone like him manage to gain the respect of his peers? If anything, oafs like him ought to be at the bottom of the totem pole. See, that's where things get complicated. Despite his attitude, he's actually the top student, both physically and academically. He's got the best chance of making it into UA out of everyone in our school, and the teachers know it. Monoma frustratedly clenched his chopsticks as he shoveled more food into his mouth. Well, I guess that explains his I can get away with anything attitude. I mean, he still works hard to protect his image, but that mostly boils down to refusing to drink or smoke. That, and making sure his beatings don't leave evidence. Izuku placed a hand on his left shoulder, remembering the burn he got there for daring to mumble too loud about potential quirkless support items. Of course, he beats people too. Why am I not surprised? Monoma grumbled, absently tapping his chopsticks on the table. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing this is a somewhat normal occurrence at this school. Yeah, Izuku sagged and rubbed his arm, guilty he had to be the one to deliver the bad news to the new kid. And not just for me. He kind of set the precedent for Aldera's pecking order, so to speak. He goes after me because I'm weak, so the other bullies target the other so-called weaklings. Oh, the blonde took a moment to stare off into space, seemingly digesting how far Kaken's influence truly spread. I'll be honest, even though I tend to shoot for the moon on most occasions, I didn't think I'd make enemies with the apex predator on my first day. He forced out a mirthless chuckle. Especially one of his type. Izuku raised an eyebrow, not entirely sure what he meant. 𝐭𝐴𝐾𝐻's type. You mean the type of person everyone naturally gravitates towards due to their overwhelming presence? Kind of, but not in a good way. He certainly has that gravitating presence, but from what you've told me, he uses it in the worst way possible. I mean, just because he's a main character doesn't mean he gets to look down on all the side characters in his life. I've dealt with those types for long enough at my old school. It's time I put a stop to it. Izuku blinked. Main character. Yes, main character. You know how some people give off main character energy. The spotlight always seems to be drawn to them, they grab the attention of all their peers, and all sorts of big events seem to revolve around them. Yeah, that sounds like 𝐭𝐴𝐾. Izuku nodded with a hum as he glanced at his friend. But from the way you present yourself, wouldn't you be a main character too? You know, since you're always yelling, pointing, and posing like you're in an anime. He tried demonstrating by striking a dramatic pose of his own, but it didn't feel quite right when he did it. To his surprise, Monoma let out a sarcastic laugh while slowly shaking his head. Oh, Midoriya, I wish I had your kind of optimism. What? What did I say? As much as I appreciate you labeling me a main character, we should be realistic here. His smile began to fall as he rested his elbows on the table, lightly picking at his food. Even in the best-case scenario, my quirk relies solely on others to function. I could never stand on my own as a hero, at least not compared to heavy hitters like All Might or Hawks. Something about what Monoma said struck a chord with Izuku as he joined him in being down in the dumps. Yeah. I kinda get what you mean. I feel a similar way. Even if I do manage to become a hero without a quirk, I'd never be able to hold a candle to 𝐭𝐴𝐾, much less the hundreds of other pro heroes in Japan. Monoma perked up a bit, having found himself intrigued by Izuku's words. Well, I wouldn't count yourself out just yet. A fully quirkless hero would no doubt make waves in the community. Even if you don't become the next All Might, you'd have a fair share of eyes on you. Izuku peered up at his friend, his attention captured once more. You really think so? I know so. In fact, that segues very well into my next point. Just because you and I fall into the label of side characters doesn't mean we can't break away from our molds and shine in our own right. He shot up from his seat and planted a foot on the table, dramatically raising a triumphant fist as he stared off into the distance. And that's what I intend to do. By showing up Katsuki Bakugo, I will prove to him that side characters like you, me, or any other so-called weaklings in this school are not to be looked down upon. He looked down to Izuku and extended a hand of not just friendship, but of promise. A promise to shake the status quo of this school to its very core. Are you with me, Midoriya? Okay. Izuku brought his hand up to Monoma's and awkwardly high-fived it. But, how exactly do you plan on doing that? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not doubting you or anything. But we're just two guys, and there are a good number of bullies and delinquents in this school. Oh, don't worry your pretty little head, Midoriya. He bent down and patted his friend on the head. We don't have to take down every bully at Aldera, we just have to send a message. And I've got an airtight plan on how to do just that. Leave everything to me. 1 week later. So there are actually two games called Persona. There's Persona 2, Innocent Sin, and Persona 2, Eternal Punishment. The latter game actually takes place after the former. But for the longest time, both versions had their fair share of localization troubles in both Japan and the US. Not that it matters, because no other game in the series could even hold a candle to the majesty that is Persona 5. For you see, there are very few games that can provide such a perfect blend of story, characters, gameplay, and, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? No, not really, Izuku unfortunately admitted to Monoma. But since you haven't been showing up to lunch much this past week, I wanted to give you all the attention I could. Right, sorry for being MIA the past few days. But trust me, it's all for a worthy cause. For you see, I've been spending these past few lunch PS carrying out phase 1 of my ingenious plan. Izuku assumed he was referring to what they talked about on his first day at 𝐿𝐷era. Are you sure you don't need any help with that? I mean, I know I was a little skeptical before, but I'd still like to assist where I can. And you will, Midoriya. That, I have no doubt of. But for now, Phase 1 is a bit of a one-man job. It's a daring mission that requires stealth, observation, reconnaissance, and above all else, communication. Izuku winced. He knew some of those skills weren't exactly his forte. Well, when you put it like that, but not to worry. Monoma held up a hand, cutting him off. Your skills will be invaluable in the upcoming stages of this plan. Just let me set everything up, and then you and I can knock it all down. Izuku nodded slowly, deciding to trust Monoma's judgment on this one. If you say so. But, out of curiosity, what exactly does Phase 1 of your plan entail? Who or what have you been observing this past week? In response, Monoma unleashed a hearty laugh, laced with only a minuscule amount of mania. Oh, Midoriya. If I told you now, I'd ruin the whole surprise, wouldn't I? But lucky for you, the toil I've put into Phase 1 has already started to bear fruit, meaning I'll be able to share all the juicy details by the end of the day. And once you hear what I've been up to, he callously rubbed his hands together, deviously grinning from ear to ear. Nothing will ever be the same again. Izuku harshly swallowed a bite of his lunch. That sounds kind of ominous. Is it supposed to sound ominous? Maybe a little, but that's just how I do things, he smirked. Monoma's slightly ominous premonition occupied Izuku's thoughts throughout the rest of the day, the anticipation hanging over him like a rain cloud or something. He wasn't in the mood for similes or metaphors right now, okay? He just wanted to know what his friend had planned. But as promised, when the final bell rang and the other students booked it out of the classroom, Monoma silently walked up to Izuku's desk and slid an envelope up to him before making a swift exit. Izuku blinked at the now empty door frame before glancing down to pick up his envelope. This whole situation was weird. If Monoma had something to say, couldn't he just say it to his face? Or maybe this was just a secret no one else could know about. Yeah, that seemed like the more likely option. Not wanting to waste any more time, Izuku tore the envelope open and read the note inside, which he immediately recognized as Monoma's handwriting. Dear recipient, it's more than likely you're aware of this school's social hierarchy, one that blindly praises those with heroic or powerful quirks regardless of their behaviors toward others, while at the same time condemning those with weak, useless, unconventional, or even no quirk, allowing them to get ridiculed and ostracized by their peers. If you are reading this letter, I have reason to believe you fall into the latter position on the social hierarchy. Please don't be alarmed. I don't wish any harm on you by sending this message. I merely want to provide a safe space for those deemed lesser to get together and discuss their experiences. Perhaps you can find comfort in knowing you're not alone in this battlefield we call a middle school. If you're interested, a meeting will take place in room 3201 on October 11th right after school. I hope to see you there. N. Monoma. Izuku reread the letter 2 or 3 more times before he started comprehending the message. So this was what Monoma had been planning during Phase 1. This was certainly interesting. He always assumed he wasn't the only person being bullied in 𝐿𝐷era, but he never thought to get in touch with those other victims. He wouldn't even know where to find them. But now he did. Making his way to room 3201 on the 3rd floor, he opened the door to see a bunch of chairs arranged in a circle, several of them already occupied. He recognized a few faces among the small crowd, but the only one from his class was Monoma, who silently nodded at Izuku upon noticing his presence. He assumed he was the last person to arrive, because the moment he sat down, Monoma spoke up to get everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming here. Welcome to what I first of many meetings of what I like to call the Quirk Support Group, he greeted in a tone much more gentle compared to anything Izuku had heard from him. What's the point of bringing us all here? Said a boy with sharp silver teeth, annoyed. This better not be a setup for other people to crash this club and laugh at our faces. I get enough of that during the day. Of course not. That's an outcome I'd like to avoid if possible. Which is why I personally delivered all your invites instead of openly advertising this gathering. Which reminds me, if you know of anyone else who you think might benefit from this secret club of ours, just let me know, and I'll give them an invite. Izuku let out an impressed hum. Man, Monoma had really covered all his bases here. It made sense why this took a week to set up. Now, I believe a round of introductions is in order, the blonde continued, spreading his hands out to gesture to the entire group. If possible, I'd like each of you to give me your name, quirk, and personal experience with said quirk that brought you here. But if you don't feel comfortable saying that much during the first meeting, that's okay. Just know that this is a safe space for everyone. As the floor opened for anyone to start the introductions, the group remained awkwardly silent. It was clear that for one reason or another, everyone was afraid to take that first step. Perhaps I should go first, it's only fair, Monoma suggested after around 10 seconds of silence. My name is Nito Monoma. My quirk is copy. Throughout my life, I've been doubted and ridiculed by my peers for daring to want to be a hero with such a power that solely relies on others, to the point where some have even taken to picking fights with me as a means of testing my abilities, or lack thereof. The atmosphere still remained tense even after the first introduction, but slightly less so as Izuku noticed several people begin to loosen up in their chairs. With the floor open once more, he figured the best he could do to help was throw his hat in the ring as well. Hi. I'm Izuku, and I'm quirkless. I feel like a lot of people look down on me for that, even when I'm just trying to live my life. And that's not even counting the people who drag me aside to try and put me in my place. Izuku partially expected pitying glances from his peers upon wrapping up his introduction. But to his mild shock and surprise, he was met with several knowing looks of familiarity, as if to say, "We've been there before. We know how you feel." It felt nice, like a small weight had been lifted off his chest. The wait for someone else to speak up was much more brief this time. Hi, my name is Akiko, said a girl with long, light blue hair that covered a single eye. My quirk is ice breath, but it doesn't work the way it should. To demonstrate, she tried activating her quirk, only for a huge ball of ice to freeze to the sides of her mouth, weighing her head down. She slowly removed the ice chunk before continuing. So, yeah. A lot of my classmates say my quirk's broken and that I'm broken because of it. From there, introductions continued at a much more consistent pace. Hey there, I'm Haruki, said a boy with messy blonde hair, sporting a pair of shades. My quirk is flashlight eyes, and I can't turn it off. A lot of people go out of their way to avoid me because they think I'm a distraction. And when they do get distracted, I'm always the first person they point fingers at, even when I'm wearing my shades. Greetings, I am Satoshi, said a large boy with green skin, a noticeable turtle shell protruding from his backside. If you were unaware, my quirk is turtle. As you can imagine, I am quite slow, and several classmates of mine have taken to stealing my stuff, knowing I cannot chase after them. Though, I'd say that's preferable to being forced into my shell and getting kicked around like a Koopa from Mario. He slowly shook his head with a sigh. Those experiences are far from pleasant. Yeah, hi, I'm Cory, grunted a girl with short, black and white hair. My quirk is skunk. I'm sure you're smart enough to figure out why everyone avoids me, no matter how much deodorant I put on. I'm Daiki, mumbled a short boy with big, round, sparkly eyes. His nervous shaking was so intense that it looked like his chair could fall over at any moment. My quirk is squeaky toy. He pressed down on his stomach, forcing a small squeak from his mouth. My bullies. They find it very entertaining. Sometimes they drag me to the back of the school and pummel me senseless to see who can make me squeak the loudest. He shuddered at the memory, squeezing his legs close to his chest. Heya! I'm Rina, yawned a girl with numerous bat-like features, most notable being the long pointed ears poking from her head of dark purple hair. And yeah, I'm a bat, and I'm nocturnal. I fall asleep in class a lot, so, you know. She lazily gestured to her face, which was covered in Sharpie. Can't really stop people from using me as a human whiteboard. What's up? I'm Naoki, greeted the sharp-toothed boy from earlier. My quirk is razor teeth. Sure, it's not that bad on paper, but every day my classmates joke about how I'll never kiss a girl without tearing her lips off. Like, I get it. The joke wasn't funny the first time, and it sure as hell wasn't funny the 218th time. And yes, I've been counting. Now that everyone in the circle had said their introductions, Monoma once again called for their attention. Thank you all for participating. Now, I'd like to take some time to break off into smaller groups and converse among ourselves. The topic doesn't have to be bullying or discrimination or anything, you can just get to know each other. Because at the end of the day, the true point of these meetings is to build connections. With that, he turned to Haruki and Rina, who had seemingly already taken a liking to one another. Now, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't opposed to the idea of conversing with others. Per se, he was just terrified of saying something dumb and forever burning bridges with someone he could potentially relate to. As such, when he and 𝐒𝐿 ended up 2 feet apart from each other, they both ended up in another awkward silence, neither knowing how to start a conversation. Even after Monoma spent so much time putting this together, Izuku couldn't even bring himself to put more than 2 words together. He had to say something, anything. Your hair looks like the blizzard hero, Tundra's. Okay, maybe not anything. 𝐒𝐿 was probably gonna think he's a total weirdo now. Dang it. Why did he have to say something so sudden and stupid? As Izuku looked over to her to gauge her reaction, he was caught blindsided after seeing her one visible eye sparkle and her mouth hanging open in surprise. Without breaking their gaze, she reached into her backpack and pulled out a light blue binder decorated with pictures of the hero in question. You know who Tundra is. She's my favorite hero. Oh yeah, Izuku almost forgot. He didn't have to worry about looking like a weirdo when he was already surrounded by those deemed weird by Aldera. That was Monoma's goal, wasn't it? To create a safe space for those kinds of people. With that in mind, Izuku felt a lot more comfortable as he and 𝐒𝐿 started an entire discussion about the uneven spread of ice-themed heroes compared to fire ones in Japan. Thank you for coming. Hope to see you again next week. Monoma waved as the small group of students exited the meeting room, each looking a bit brighter than when they first walked in. I think that went well, Izuku said as he picked up a chair, having volunteered to stay behind to help clean up. Couldn't agree with you more, Midoriya, Monoma beamed while stacking one chair atop another. Feels good to be surrounded by like-minded individuals, doesn't it? It sure does. For once, I felt like I could just be me, you know. Like, I didn't have to worry about my very existence seeing someone off, and I feel like everyone else felt the same. Yes. It's a shame it can't be that way all the time, isn't it? Yeah, but what can you do? Izuku let go of his chairs for a moment to shrug nonchalantly. Oh, I can think of a few things. Monoma's trademark delectably devious grin crept up his face once again, prompting Izuku to suspiciously narrow his eyes. Monoma, are you planning something? What? Me? No. Never. He tried to deny, but his facial features told a completely different story. I'm simply preparing. Not planning. Preparing for the inevitable showdown between me and one Katsuki Bakugo, a showdown that'll no doubt change how people like you, me, Daiki, Kaori, and all the other outcasts are treated here at Aldera. And I need both your and their help in order to both make a statement and clutch out a victory. Izuku's eyes widened at the bold declaration, but he was still somewhat skeptical. Aren't you moving a little too fast here? We only just finished our first meeting. How do you know they'll even want to help? Oh, please. It's not like I'm asking them to go to war with me or anything. All I need from them is a strand of hair from each of them so I can copy their quirks on the fly. What have they got to lose? Izuku nervously rubbed the back of his neck, flattening the hairs that were standing on end from the very thought of Monoma trying to fight Kaken. I'm still not so sure about this. I'll let you analyze all their quirks to help me come up with cool and interesting techniques I can use during the fight. Okay, I'm in. Izuku immediately changed his tone, the prospect of working with a quirk like Copy being too tempting for him to possibly turn down. But how do you know everyone else will be on board? All I have to do is present a convincing enough sales pitch, and they won't be able to refuse. 1 week later. Before we begin our second meeting, I have an announcement to make. Who here would like to lend me their quirk so I may dismantle the oppressive hierarchy by defeating the school's top dog with the very quirks he derided as weak and useless? Everyone's hand went up to volunteer, and Monoma smiled. Good. Now give me your hair. The next day, all 8 members of the quirk support group were seated at the same lunch table, eagerly waiting for the club founder to make his move. When is he gonna make a move already? Naoki vocally complained, lunch isn't gonna last forever, you know. Trust me, he'll do something. He's just waiting for the perfect moment, which should pop up any second now, Izuku assured, keeping his gaze locked squarely on Kaken a few tables over, who thankfully hadn't noticed his presence. Is that him right there? I think that's him, Akiko pointed out. In an instant, everyone turned to notice Monoma smugly walking by Kaken's table while holding a tray of food. He purposely drove the side of the tray into Kaken's head, grabbing everyone's attention as a loud clang rang out throughout the cafeteria. Oh! Kaken loudly swore, clutching the back of his head while turning to Monoma, immediately scowling at his presence. Oops, sorry, Monoma apologized while not looking apologetic in the slightest. Your head was just so big that I couldn't help but crash into it. Izuku and the rest of the club collectively bit their tongues to keep themselves from laughing at that line. You fing prick. Kaken grabbed him by the collar and pulled him in close, his red eyes staring him down like some kind of rabid animal. Takes one to know one, I suppose. Do you wanna die? Because this is how you die. Already resorting to death threats. And here I thought you wanted to be a hero. I am a hero. More than you're weak but could ever hope to be. Monoma laughed. Well, if you consider me to be weak, then you might as well be made of glass in comparison. Oh, so you're a prick and completely delusional. Kaken tightened his grip on Monoma's collar. For your sake, I hope you're not implying you're stronger than me, because I don't mind going out of my way to put you in your place. Should be a breeze with your useless butt quirk. Well, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Monoma swiftly slipped out of Kaken's grip and casually walked away. After class and behind the school, of course. Wouldn't want any of the teachers to get in the way, would we? I'll be there. Kaken yelled, even though his soon-to-be opponent was already out of sight. Hope you weren't attached to your mouth, because I'm gonna rip that smug grin right off your goddamn face. With the fight now officially locked in, the cafeteria broke into a series of mumbles wondering how things were going to play out. Izuku's table was not exempt from this, but they were naturally a bit more confident in their predictions. Who do you think is gonna win? Haruki rhetorically asked. I just don't know, Cory answered with mock obliviousness. I'd say it's anyone's guess at this point. My guess says that Bakugo will no doubt be eating grass by the end of the day, Satoshi calmly stated, not a shred of doubt lining his voice. As expected, when the end of the school day rolled around, a large crowd of kids showed up behind the school, way more than Nito intended, in fact. He supposed news spread fast at Aldera, especially if it involved the so-called top dog. Oh well, that just meant more people around to witness Bakugo's historic downfall. Are you ready to go? Everything's in place. Asked Midoriya, flanked by the 8 other members of the quirk support group, ready to cheer him on. They might have been the only members of the crowd to do so. I was born ready, Midoriya. He rolled up his right sleeve, showing 5 strands of hair taped down to his arm. See, I've got access to all the quirks I need. And since they're all in contact with my skin, I can SWCH to any of them on the fly. Of course, he could still only use one at a time, but Midoriya had helped him plan his strategy around that in advance. Alright, where's the blondie who's but is about to get beat? Bakugo's voice cut through the crowd of students, who wasted no time forming a circle around him and Nito. I'm sure you'll find him if you look in the mirror, the copy quirk user shot back, much to the laughter of the crowd and the chagrin of Bakugo. Honestly, his blunt nature made coming up with comebacks far too easy. It's like he was intentionally setting himself up to get verbally dunked on. Talk all you want, copycat. It won't save you from getting your face pummeled into the ground. He uncurled his fingers and released a small yet threatening explosion in each hand. At least, it would have been threatening if Nito hadn't had a counter prepared beforehand. You wish you could get your hands on a face like this. Unfortunately, you'll find that rather difficult after I've frozen you to the ground. He activated ice breath and felt a cold tingle travel up his throat, quickly making its way to his mouth where it solidified into a chunk of ice. Unfortunately, just like when Akiko used her quirk, the chunk got stuck in his mouth, and Nito was left stumbling around trying to balance his way down head. Ha! You fing dumbass. Bakugo pointed and laughed, along with the rest of the crowd. I don't know why you even bothered challenging me if you can't even copy a simple ice quirk right. Nito steeled his eyes at his opponent. So far so good. The bait had been planted, now it was time for the SWCH. He swayed his copied quirk to razor teeth and started grinding down the chunk of ice in his mouth until it was nothing but a clump of snow. He fired his newly created Frost Blast at an unsuspecting Bakugo, which hit him square in the chest, knocking him a few steps back. What the hell was that? He demanded, furiously wiping snowflakes off his uniform. Oh! Are you noticing a sharp decrease in temperature? Having a harder time sweating, perhaps? That's all thanks to the power of copy. With it, two quirks that seem useless on their own can become an absolute powerhouse of force. Ha ha ha. Nito threw back his laugh and cackled like a madman, ignoring the cold icy feeling stinging the inside of his mouth. Despite his laughter, he still noticed Bakugo stare him down like an angry bull, preparing to change at any moment. You really think I'm gonna let a bit of cold put me out for good? His hands sparked for a moment before he blasted himself toward his opponent, though his explosions were noticeably smaller than before. You clearly haven't seen how hard I've trained. As Bakugo closed the gap, Nito began rapidly alternating between ice breath and razor teeth, firing off a series of frost blasts at his adversary. Frustratingly, he managed to weave his way around them long enough to get close to Nito and unleash an explosion squarely in his stomach. As the force blasted him to the ground, he swore he could have heard an overdramatic gasp from Midoriya's spot in the crowd. That almost made him chuckle enough to forget the burning pain in his stomach. Almost. For now, he fired a frost blast at his own stomach to cool the burn as he forced himself back up. Nito spotted Bakugo rushing over to deliver a follow-up attack, but he wouldn't let him. He swayed to flashlight eyes, and the overwhelming shine from his optics blinded Bakugo just long enough for Nito to dodge handily. How do you like that, Bakugo? How do you expect to land a hit on someone you can't look at? He stared his opponent down with his overly bright eyes, and Bakugo couldn't help but raise his arms over his face to shield his vision. By not looking at you, dumbass. The explosive teen blasted himself toward Nito once again. But instead of aiming directly at him, he flew right past him, ending up right behind the copycat and outside his field of view. Bakugo lunged, a pair of explosive palms aiming directly at the spine. Nito panicked for a brief moment, frantically suching his quirk to turtle. Lucky for him, the shell formed around his back just in the nick of time, completely absorbing the blast. A turtle? Is that really the best you can do? With a cocky grin, Bakugo grabbed the shell with both hands and lifted it up over his head. Before he could pile-drive Nito into the ground, he swayed his quirk to skunk and raised his armpit, spraying Bakugo with a yellow, oily liquid. All it took was a single whiff for Bakugo to start coughing from the horrible smell, letting go of Nito in the process. Incidentally, the circle formed by the crowd got a whole lot wider after that move. You bstrd. This is gonna take forever to wash out. As he stared down Nito with a renewed murderous intent, Bakugo's palms sparked once more as he prepared another attack. Except this time, his uniform jacket unexpectedly caught on fire. He tried patting out the flames, but that proved ineffective, only causing them to spread further up his arm. I see someone here doesn't know their biology. Nito slowly stood up and grinned as he watched Bakugo throw his jacket to the ground and stomp on it repeatedly, not noticing the fire had already spread to his undershirt. Because if you did, you'd know that skunk spray thiols, a compound rich in sulfur, making anything it coats highly flammable. What? Bakugo paused for a moment to turn and face his opponent with a look of utter disbelief. Just like before, Nito practically unhinged his jaw as he laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. That's right, Katsuki Bakugo. I've taken your own quirk, the very thing that gave you your main character status, and turned it against you. Just try and hit me with an explosion now. I dare you. One wrong move, and your entire upper half will go up in flames, much like your undershirt. My undersh, F. He finally noticed the fire burning through his clothes and scrambled to rip it off. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 knew this was it. His opponent was distracted and ripe for defeat. Feeling Satoshi's hair tickle his arm, he took a few steps back before charging up to Bakugo as fast as his legs could carry him. When he got close enough, he lunged at his opponent, activated Turtle in midair, and stuffed himself inside his newly formed shell. Right as Bakugo threw his flaming undershirt to the ground, he found more than just the wind knocked out of him when the shell flew right into his stomach. The crowd stood in a shocked silence. All eyes were on Bakugo as they waited with bated breath for him to get up, but he remained still from his spot on the ground. And that's how it's done, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 announced, popping out of his shell and standing over Bakugo triumphantly with his hands resting on his hips. Looks like the school's top dog has reached the end of his leash. Not bad for a couple of extras and their useless quirks, wouldn't you agree? He then whipped around to face the crowd, who was still recovering from seeing Bakugo getting knocked out via a turtle shell. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Don't underestimate us side characters, because the moment you're not looking, we might just steal the show right out from under your noses. And with that, he smarmily strode off with his head held high, where he was soon ambushed by Midoriya and his other comrades from the Quirk support group, who all vocally cheered his victory. That was amazing, Minoma. I knew you could do it. Midoriya congratulated, throwing his arms around 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and pulling him into a tight hug. Yeah, you sure as hell showed that guy what's what. Naoki gave him a congratulatory slap on the back. If anyone tries to mess with me, I'll tell them you used my quirk to set Bakugo on fire, Kaori grinned. Everyone, please settle down. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 smiled as he tried to get everyone's attention. I may have bested Bakugo in a fight, but I couldn't have done it without your support. You all should be just as proud of yourselves, because together, we showed all of Aldera what happens when the side characters band together for a common goal. Yeah, cool, wanna get some ice cream? Rina spoke up, still half asleep due to her nocturnal habits. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 nodded with a thoughtful hum. Yes, ice cream sounds good right now. Come now, everyone. Let us all enjoy the fruits of our LBR. Plus we can use the ice cream to soothe the burn on your stomach, Midoriya brought up, reminding 𝐼𝐻𝐻 of the injury he sustained during his fight, to which he looked down at his stomach and hummed in surprise. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. To say Hisashi Yamada was a busy man would be the understatement of the century. He had 3 jobs, for God's sake, one of which was being present freaking MC. And being a teacher at Japan's most prestigious hero school was no walk in the park either, even if he mostly taught Gen Ed and English classes. Luckily, his 3rd job as the host of Put Your Hands Up Radio was far less demanding than his other 2. Thanks to his ever-so-reliable staff down at the station, the show could pretty much run without Hisashi for days at a time. This was a godsend, especially for those times when he was suddenly called in to help with crowd control at the scene of a large-scale villain attack. Happens more often than you think. But this was not one of those times. Hisashi was scheduled to come in to host a call-in sweepstakes at 3 p.m., and so he did just that. But to be honest, he really wasn't feeling it that day. Most of the time, he took on his excessive work with a genuine smile and a can-do attitude. Today, however, was a bit different. He wasn't sure if he'd just been working for too long, or maybe he didn't get that much sleep the previous night, but keeping up his trademark grin just felt like a bit more of an effort than usual, not that anyone would be able to tell. But regardless of his current mood, he still had a job to do, and he wasn't gonna let his team down just because he was feeling off today. Without skipping a beat, he slid into his recording booth and adjusted the mic to match his preferences. Everything good, Josie? He asked his audio engineer as he had a million times before. All set, mic. She shot him a thumbs up, not even looking up from her console. We're live in 5, 4, 3, 2. After slicking back his extra long, extra tall hair, Hisashi seamlessly slipped into radio. Host mode. WWW. What's up, listeners? You're listening to Put Your Hands Up Radio, the only radio station in Japan hosted by a pro hero. Yi. All these years later, he was still proud to hold that title. If you've been tuning in these past few days, you'd know it's time for the call-in sweepstakes. Oh yeah. All you gotta do is dial the number and answer one trivia question. If you get it right, you win a limited edition present MIC alarm clock. Guaranteed to wake up you, your neighbors, and your neighbors' neighbors. Our lines are open, so don't be afraid to call in and test your luck. Alright. Disclaimer, must be at least 16 years or older to participate in this sweepstakes. Normally, there was at least a 1 or 2 second buffer before the calls started coming in. Not today though, it seemed like someone was really desperate to get their hands on that alarm clock. And rightfully so, it was a good clock if Hisashi had anything to say about it. It was one of the few things that could reliably wake Shota from his naps. And it looks like we got a caller. Hisashi gestured to Josie, and he put them on the line. Hey! What's up? You on put your hands dash. Did you know that dialing your number plays the opening notes to Funky Town? He was suddenly cut off by the voice of a young boy who definitely didn't sound 16 years or older. But Hisashi didn't focus on that, rather, he was more enraptured with what the little listener had just said. Holy whoa! You got the question right before I even asked it. Hisashi threw his head back and laughed. Did this kid have a psychic quirk or something? Usually those things don't work over the phone. What question? The voice on the other end asked, confused. You know, the question for the call-in sweepstakes. I was gonna ask YA something along the lines of, which song's opening notes do you get when you dial the number to call in? But you beat me to the punch. Sweepstakes? Am I on a radio show? The kid still sounded perplexed, which led Hisashi to an odd yet highly plausible revelation. Hold on a sec, did you dial the opening notes to Funky Town without even knowing who you were calling? Yes. The voice quietly answered like he had just been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I'm so sorry. I was just curious. Please don't be mad at me. Whoa there, little listener. I'm not mad or anything. Like I said, I'm doing a call-in sweepstakes, so you came in at just the right time. A small laugh escaped his mouth. This whole situation was just the right amount of weird and entertaining, which he supposed. This must be a first in radio history. Not many people accidentally call into a radio show like you did. Which radio show is this? Hisashi felt his lips shift into a grin. He wished he could see the look on this kid's face for what he was about to tell him. Well, little listener, you just called in to Put Your Hands Up Radio. Hosted by the incredibly affable and handsome present MIC. Hisashi eagerly waited for some kind of reaction, but he didn't hear anything from the other end. Hello. Little listener. You still there? Guess not. Well, it was nice to dash in. The kid suddenly screamed out in fanboyish delight. It wasn't the loudest thing Hisashi had heard by a long shot, but it sure as hell managed to startle him. Whoa. Okay, you're still here. He stumbled back a bit in surprise, but quickly regained his footing. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm talking to Presenter Missy. You're such a cool hero. Ooh, I have so many questions about your quirk. Hisashi could vaguely hear the pages of a notebook being turned from the other end. Tell you what, little listener, I'll answer one of your questions. But first, you gotta answer mine. What's your name and how old are ya? My name's Izuku Midoriya and I'm 8 years old. Okay, so he wasn't old enough to win the alarm clock. Hisashi already figured that was the case, but it was good to be sure. Best not to let the kid know about the prize he just missed out on. Well, nice to meet you, Midoriya. Mind if I call you Mido? The boy unleashed a high-pitched squeal of delight that nearly threatened to shatter Hisashi's glasses, and that was hero-grade glass. I can't believe Present MIC just gave me a nickname. Anytime, kid. Now, your question. Right. I know the speaker thingies on your neck help you hit villains with sound waves from super far away, but how do you not hurt the ears of the people right next to you? Wow, Hisashi wasn't expecting a question like that from an 8-year-old of all people. Most kid fans just asked him about his favorite food or how loud he can scream, not about the intricacies of his support equipment. He supposed a smart question deserved an equally smart answer. Good question, Mido. Tell me, do you know what a feedback loop is? Isn't that like when you put a microphone next to a speaker and the sound gets louder and louder? That's right. I'd ask my audio engineer to provide an example, but I know a lot of people drive while listening to this show, and I wouldn't want to distract them to the point where they cause a car crash. He chuckled at his own bad sense of humor before continuing. Basically, when I want to fire a sound wave at a villain, my directional speakers will not only condense the sound, but use a feedback loop to make it sound louder the farther it travels. Woo! That's so cool. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 could feel 𝐼𝐸 beam from the other side of the line. But wait, you said your speakers could condense your sound. But what if you condensed it like, a lot? Could you shoot some kind of bullet made of sound? The voice hero paused for a brief moment upon hearing his caller's suggestion. Why hadn't he thought of that before? That's actually a pretty good idea, 𝐼𝐸. Yeah, that'd be super cool. You'd be like some kinda sharpshooter. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 stroked his chin while nodding very slowly. A very loud sharpshooter for sure, but being able to focus my sound waves to that extent would definitely be useful for picking out a villain in the middle of a crowd. Maybe I should ask Snipe for some advice. That'd be awesome. If you could shoot as well as Snipe, no villain would stand a chance. 𝐼𝐸 cheered before 𝐻𝐻𝐸 heard him slap a hand over his mouth. Oh, if you're a villain and you're listening right now, could you please forget what you just heard? 𝐻𝐻𝐸 couldn't help but laugh at 𝐼𝐸's childlike antics. I wouldn't worry about that, kid. Only cool people listen to Put Your Hands Up radio. Does that mean All Might listens to your show? Because there's no one cooler than him. I'd hope so. I mean, we've worked together once or twice before, so I like to think he remembers me. Besides, who could forget this handsome face? He ran his fingers across his impressive jawline. He knew no one besides Josie could see him, but it made him feel pretty. Oh, I remember seeing you two on TV. You were fighting a large gang of thugs with instrument and music quirks, the Bandits. You overpowered their music with your singing and then All Might took them out with a Texas smash. You two were awesome. Hey! Looks like this little listener knows his stuff. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 swelled with pride. That was definitely one of my best moments if I do say so myself. Though, let me tell why, keeping all those guys at bay for so long really did a number on my throat. But I didn't give up. Because if UA taught me anything, it was how to go, plus ultra. 𝐼𝐸 cheerfully completed the school's motto. Somehow, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 never doubted he would. That's right. If I had a yen for every time I went plus ultra, I could afford a second dash. He came to a pause as he felt a small object hit him on the head. Turning, he spotted Josie through the glass of his recording booth, frantically waving around a cardboard sign that read "Wrap it up. You still need to do the sweepstakes." 𝐻𝐻𝐸 let out an embarrassed chuckle, his cheeks burning a light shade of red. Heh, whoops. Looks like I lost track of time. I guess that was a bit more than one question. But it was nice chatting with you, 𝐼𝐸. Thank you so much, Present MIC. This was probably the greatest day of my life. Good to hear, little listener. Can I get a YX before you go? Yee! He yelled. And just like that, the line was cut off. Truth be told, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 was a little sad to say goodbye to the kid. He was a smart guy, and they had a nice little conversation going. But he quickly shook it off. After all, the people at home demanded entertainment. Well, sorry about the tangent, listeners, but we still got a limited edition Present MIC alarm clock to give away. Now let's raise the roof and hear from another caller. The line opened up yet again, and it only took a few seconds for another wave of listeners to call in. Hey there, you on Put Your Hands Up radio. What's your name and how old are you? I'm Roadie Crash and I'm 26 years old, responded an older, slightly raspy voice that was definitely over 16 this time. Alright. Now, for your trivia question, which Katy Perry song released in 2011 and peaked at number 1 on the charts for 4 weeks? Let me guess, is it Firework? That's correct. Yee. Congratulations, Mr. Crash, you just won a brand new alarm clock. Alright. I'm gonna hide it under my enemies' beds and set the alarm for 3 a.m. From there, it was a pretty standard affair for 𝐻𝐻𝐸. He announced some hot new tracks and Josie let them play. He had a bit of free time while he waited for those songs to finish, so he stepped out of his recording booth to stretch. Phew, what a day. Definitely an interesting turn of events, wasn't it, Josie? I'll say, she nodded while scrolling through her phone. You seem to really like chatting with that little boy who called in. I was trying to get you to wrap it up for about 5 minutes. You're lucky your recording booth had that little slot I could throw a coin through to get your attention. Heh, sorry about that, Hisashi shrugged, not bothering to hide the grin on his face, but what can I say? That kid was just fun to talk to. He's like, if you took the average present MIC fan, gave him the energy of a hummingbird, and then threw in a textbook on quirk science. That's a weird analogy, but you're definitely not the only one who thinks that. Look. Josie showed him her phone, where Put Your Hands Up radio was apparently trending on social media. A ton of people really liked you and Mido's conversation. They thought it was a real wholesome moment, and that Mido was a precious little sunshine child. Their words, not mine. As Hisashi scrolled through the tsunami of positive comments, he could feel the smile on his face grow exponentially wider, to the point where it risked damaging his cheekbones. Well, if the public likes him, then I guess I have no choice but to bring him back on. That was what he said, but in reality, he was probably going to have brought the little listener back on the air regardless of what everyone else thought. Hey, it was his radio show. What's the point of being the host if you don't get to choose the guests, even if it's someone hardly anyone knows? Izuku, have you been borrowing my phone to make random calls again? 𝐒𝐭 watched her son freeze up like a deer in headlights before slowly turning away from his computer to face his mom, looking like he was struggling to come up with an excuse on the spot. No. 𝐒𝐭 crossed her arms as her parental gaze bored deeper into Izuku's skull. She was glad her son hadn't gotten any better at lying. It made things a lot easier for her. Really? Then why did I just get a message from Put Your Hands Up radio saying President Missy liked talking with you on his show, and was wondering if you'd like to come on again? Really? Izuku leaped out of his chair and snatched the phone out of his mother's hand, reading over the message with a look of pure disbelief. He then realized the compromising position he found himself in and turned to get a good look at 𝐒𝐭's disappointed glare. I mean, that wasn't me. Izuku, she slowly shook her head. How many times do I have to tell you not to dial random numbers on my phone? You might call someone dangerous. I'm sorry. His guilty gaze traveled to the ground, unable to look at his mother while she wore her "I'm not angry, just disappointed" face. With a sigh, 𝐒𝐭 bent down and ruffled her baby boy's curly green locks. It's all right, Izuku. I guess I can't be too mad if this is the result it led to. Just promise not to do it again, okay? I wouldn't want you to get hurt just because you called the wrong person. Okay, Mom, I promise I'll be more careful with who I call, he politely assured, which satisfied 𝐒𝐭 enough for her to trust his words. That's all I ask for, sweetie. She pulled Izuku in for a quick hug before getting back up and focusing on her phone. Now, I'll message back the radio station and see if we can work out a date to visit the station. If not, I'm sure you can just call in like last time. Does this mean I can finally get my own phone? No. A few days later. What's up, listeners? Hisashi practically yelled into the microphone of his recording booth. Not like that was a bad thing, he already yelled most of the words that came out of his mouth anyways. It's time to put your hands up, because we got a special surprise coming up. A lot of you seem to like the little listener who accidentally called into the sweepstakes a few days ago, so we brought him back. Joining me today is none other than Izuku Midoriya. Oh yeah. He spared a glance over to Josie, who shot him a thumbs up as soon as she connected Mido's line to the airwaves. Their schedules didn't align right, so he had to call in instead of doing the interview in person. Welcome back to the show, Mido. How are you feeling right now? Pumped up, I'm guessing. Why yeah. I'm totally pumped up. Thank you for having me. Already, Hisashi could tell something was off. When Mido called in last time, he was an adorable little ball of childlike energy. Now, it seemed like the kid had a stutter so bad he could reasonably be mistaken for a broken record. He quickly figured Mido was just the type who was at his best once he was in the zone. Thankfully, as a radio personality, Hisashi was great at getting people to that point. All he had to do was steer the conversation in the right direction. So, Mido, a few days ago, I started trying out those quirk suggestions you gave me. And let me tell why, things got real crazy real fast. Oh, You actually listened to my ideas. 𝐼𝐲 responded, surprised. Of course I did, those were some premium tips. Anyways, I asked Snipe to give me a hand in testing out my new sound bullet technique, that's what I'm calling it, so we went down to one of UA's training gyms. He set up a bunch of dummies for me to shoot, and you're not gonna believe what happened next. What happened? I overshot it and ended up blowing up the dummy's head. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 was already laughing, even though he hadn't gotten to the funniest part yet. And this was one of the more high-end realistic dummies, the kind we fill with fake BLD. I bet you can guess what happened from there. Oh. 𝐼𝐲 burst into laughter when he came to the realization, though it was drowned out by 𝐻𝐻𝐸, who was a naturally loud laugher. And that's not even the best part. Right when that happened, another UA teacher walked in and thought me and Snipe committed a murder. His laughter became even more manic as he mentally recalled the look on Shota's face. Idly, he wondered if Nezu could give him the camera footage from that day, because he knew EMI would die to see the look on his face at that moment. Oh man, MIC. That's hilarious. 𝐼𝐲 choked out through sporadic fits of laughter. It took the two of them a few more seconds to calm down from there. But it's kinda scary how you made that dummy's head explode. You wouldn't do that on people, would you? Of course not, little listener, that's why I was training. If I didn't train with my quirk before going out on the field, a whole lot of people would have lost their hearing by now. Still better than having their heads explode. 𝐼𝐲 nervously gulped at the very concept. I mean, I know I'd be scared if that happened to me. How would I even be able to eat katsudon? Yeah, that'd be terrible. It's a good thing I can't blow my own head up, then I'd never be able to eat fried chicken again. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 giggled at the silliness of it all before reeling it back a bit. But yeah, it definitely reminds me of what a coworker of mine said about dangerous quirks. It's much easier to accidentally hurt someone than to save them, especially if your quirk lets you make black holes. That's why you gotta learn how to use your quirk safely, especially if you wanna be a hero. Oh, are you talking about 13? They're one of my favorite rescue heroes. Somehow, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 wasn't all too surprised 𝐼𝐲 immediately recognized the hero in question. And they've got such a cool quirk. All Might may be fast, but not even he can SCK up a falling building, or a landslide, or a meteor that one time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 𝐼𝐲's out there proving to everyone why he's the world's #1 hero fan. Don't even bother arguing with him, he'll out-trivia you any day of the week. Any day of the week. Especially if it's All Might trivia. From there, the two kept up that high energy throughout the rest of the interview. Though it was less of an interview, and more just two friends having a conversation, joking around, and gaining insights on each other's perspectives. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had a lot to say about the life of a UA teacher, and the little listener was more than eager to hear them while giving his own fanboy observations. As was the case last time, most everyone who tuned into the radio show that afternoon reacted positively. Izuku was cute, Presentamici was funny, put them together and you get a nice wholesome time. In response, and just because he wanted to, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 offered Izuku a second invitation to be on his show, and then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. Eventually, their talks became a recurring segment on the show, where the pair would call each other every few days to talk about whatever topics they could think of. Most of those just happened to involve heroes. I wish underground heroes got more recognition. Oh! 𝐻𝐻𝐸 leaned closer, already knowing he was in for an entertaining conversation. And why's that? Because they're so cool. Everyone talks about heroes like you and All Might who stop crimes during the day. But underground heroes don't get any fans or merchandise or interviews just because they work at night. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 stifled an amused chuckle. I don't know how to tell you this, 𝐼𝐲, but that's kinda the whole point. What? They're underground heroes. You're not supposed to know about them. That way, they can get the jump on criminals who don't know what quirks they're up against. If I could just go to my local Walmart and buy an action figure of them, that would defeat the whole point. 𝐼𝐲 went silent for a moment to slowly digest 𝐻𝐻𝐸's words. Oh, that makes more sense. I was wondering why I could hardly find any info about them online. Yeah, I think they can ask the HPSC to scrub all mentions of them off the internet. But still, he sighed, I wish there was some way I could support them, or at least tell them thanks. Well, I'm familiar with a few underground heroes. I'll make sure to tell them 𝐼𝐸 says thanks next time I see him. Thank you, Mr. MIC. Oh please, Mr. MIC was my father. You can call me Michael. No thanks. And that's how Ms. Joke and I performed the world's loudest stand-up comedy routine. All in all, we saved about 874 lives that day. Wow, 𝐼𝐸 gaped at yet another one of 𝐒𝐻𝐻's entertaining stories of heroism. He'd built up several dozen over the years, and he was always glad to let his audience in on some of the funnier ones. It's crazy how you know so many pro heroes. I mean, it's only natural, considering I am one, he shrugged with a cheeky grin. He could almost feel 𝐼𝐸 roll his eyes from the other end. But now that you mention it, I guess my radio show has me interview a lot of heroes I wouldn't have interacted with otherwise. Are there any heroes you haven't met yet? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 tapped his chin and hummed. Well, there is one, but you gotta promise to keep it a secret, he playfully grinned, intentionally forgetting the thousands of listeners tuning in at that very moment. Okay, I promise. I've always wanted to do karaoke with 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. With our vocal skills put together, we would bring down the house. Literally. 𝐼𝐸 laughed. Only if we're not careful. So, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, if you're listening to this, hit me up if you want to do some karaoke. We can make it a charity event if you want. As it turned out, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 was listening to Put Your Hand Up radio at that time. A week later, the two heroes would end up raising a ton of money, and in turn, shattering a ton of windows with their combined vocals. What do you think All Might's quirk is? I'm pretty sure it's some form of super strength. I thought that was the general consensus. The what? 𝐼𝐸 asked, and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had to remind himself that despite the little listener's smarts, he was still only 8. The common opinion, he simplified, which 𝐼𝐸 seemed to understand. But what if it's more than just that? He's always kept it a secret, so it's gotta be something important. He gasped as a theory popped into his head. What if it's the same as Captain Celebrity's quirk, and the two are actually twin brothers who were separated at birth? Once again, 𝐼𝐸's antics never ceased to amuse 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Kid, I think you need to stop hanging around those hero message boards. That's where all the wackos go to post the most nonsensical theories I've ever seen. Like one time, I checked the boards to see what people had to say about me, and I found a theory saying that I was a robot. Are you a robot? I mean, I'm able to get into Club Penguin just fine, so I doubt it. Okay, but there's still a lot of useful information on those message boards. If I'm gonna be a hero someday, I gotta know as much as I can. Right? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 remembered 𝐼𝐸 mentioning wanting to become a hero once or twice on his show before. Of course, he believed in the little listener, but there was still one thing he hadn't asked that he was curious about. Speaking of heroes, I don't think we've ever talked about your quirk. I mean, you've given me so many suggestions for mine, I think it's about time I try and return the favor. So, mind cluing in the audience. Out of all the possible reactions he was expecting, he didn't think 𝐼𝐸 would turn all shy and stuttery like he did at the beginning of their first official chat. Well, my quirk, it's not really. It didn't take a genius to deduce that 𝐼𝐸 wasn't exactly comfortable talking about his quirk, likely because it was something weak, weird, embarrassing, or non-existent. Though that last option felt significantly less likely in 𝐒𝐻𝐻's mind. Regardless, the last thing he wanted to do was make his guest feel uncomfortable on his show. On second thought, we can put a pin in that for now. He heard an audible sigh of relief from the other end, indicating he was on the right track. Oh hey, have I ever told you about the time I carried a microphone around all day because I had a sore throat? He quickly tried to shift gears. No. I don't think so. Oh boy, let me tell you, it's a good one. From there, the conversation continued as normal. But 𝐒𝐻𝐻 made a special note in his head that 𝐼𝐸 wasn't comfortable talking about his quirk status on air. Hi guys. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 waved to his friends, who were in the middle of grading papers, as he passed by the teacher's lounge. Bye guys. Heading right down to the station, I'm guessing. He heard Nemirai say. He paused and quickly backtracked to where she and Shota were sitting. Yeah, how'd you know? First of all, you're a man of habit, your schedule isn't very hard to figure out. Second of all, you've been going there right after work a lot more often, Shota finished, eyeing Hisashi with an analytical look. Really, I have. I hardly noticed. Yes, you have. Before, it was once a week at most. Now it's at least 2 or 3 times. Why is that? You don't know. Nemirai turned to Shota, surprised. I thought you tuned in to Hisashi's show at least a few times a week. Come on, Nem. Don't you know Shota prefers the desolate sound of utter silence? Hisashi joked at his friend's expense, who looked annoyed, but made no effort to counter the statement. Anyways, Shota, do you remember last week when I thanked you for your hero work on behalf of a friend of mine? I was referring to a little listener emphasis on the little who's been coming on my show to chat. I love him, the crew loves him, the audience loves him, and he loves underground heroes like you. Shota hummed, taking a sip of his pre-dinner coffee. Interesting. Tell him I say thanks. You should check him out, Shota. You don't know what you're missing. He's just the cutest little hero fan in the world. Nemirai cooed before her smile went from soft to sultry. In fact, I wonder if he knows who I am. Think I could join in on your next conversation? She asked Hisashi. Nem his 8, he deadpanned. So what? I'm good with kids. You know that. You're good with kids, Nemirai. But Midnight is the R-rated heroine. If Mido knows who you are, then that's a sign his mom should be restricting his internet access. Nemirai slumped her head on the table and quietly grumbled to herself, stupid hero persona, always screwing me over. Shoulda just covered myself in flowers and been the aroma hero instead. But then the bees would have come for me again. I can never win, can I? Izuku could hardly pay attention in class. He was just a minute away from being let out of school, and he'd rather spend his time staring at the clock, thank you very much. Today he was scheduled for another call with MIC, and he literally couldn't wait. They were always the best parts of his week. How could they not be? What could be better than talking to a pro hero about pro heroes? Nothing, that's what. He didn't need to learn about math right now, he needed to go home and get to his mom's phone ASAP. Midnight had just busted a huge trigger ring, meaning Izuku now had a million things to ask MIC about her and her quirk. After the longest 60 seconds of his life, the bell finally rang, and Izuku ran out the door so fast he was sure he'd give Ingenium a run for his money. But the moment he stepped foot outside the building, his one-track mind was suddenly rerouted as he felt someone grab the back of his shirt. Slow down, nerd. You're not getting away that easily, said a voice that made Izuku shiver on instinct. Kaken! He yelped, turning to see a familiar pair of angry red eyes, flanked by Tsubasa and Nogai as usual. Did you chase me all the way out here? Yeah, 'cause you wouldn't slow the heck down. Now I got some things I want to say to you, so shut up and let me talk. He dragged Izuku to the shaded side of the school building and threw him against the wall. Geez, he thought things were bad when Kaken just ignored him after the quirkless diagnosis. But ever since he tried to stand up for that one kid from his class, Kaken and his lackeys had started using their quirks on him. Izuku really didn't want to have to deal with that today of all days. Can we do this later, Kaken? I really need to get home right now. There's, someone I need to call. Izuku tried to walk away, but found himself surrounded by bullies on each side. Oh, you mean present MIC? Tsubasa suggested with a smile, and Izuku's BLD ran cold. He knew someone at school would figure it out eventually, considering it was public radio, but he wasn't particularly looking forward to that day. He knew it would lead to a situation like this, and he was right. Kaken took Izuku's shocked reaction as a sign to push further, both literally and figuratively, as he shoved him against the wall again. I see what's going on here, Deku. You think you can be a hero just because you're all buddy-buddy with present MIC. That's not it at all, Kaken. Shut up. I bet he doesn't even know you're quirkless. Because if he did, there's no way he'd want anything to do with a useless weakling like you. Izuku shrunk in on himself as he depressingly lowered his head to face the ground. No, he doesn't know I'm quirkless. He always avoided letting that piece of information slip. From the day he was diagnosed, everyone, from his friends, to his classmates, to his teachers, started treating him differently. They looked at him with pity, apathy, disgust, or a combination of all three. At school, he felt like he was defined purely by his lack of a quirk. But when he was on MIC's radio show, he could just be himself and talk about the things he loved without being judged by others. The literal last thing he wanted in the world was to risk ruining that by letting MIC know he was quirkless. His thoughts were cut off when Kaken hit him with a punch to the gut, and Izuku fell to the ground wheezing. Take this as a warning, nerd. Just because you're on a radio show doesn't make you any less of a Deku. And as long as I keep hearing your annoying voice on the radio, I'll keep making sure you know your place. Every single day. Heh, yeah. Nogai snickered, raising his foot at the same time Tsubasa cracked his knuckles. At Kaken's go-ahead, they all started beating Izuku while he was down, eventually leaving him sprawled out on the ground with scratches, bruises, and even tiny burns all over his body. When they were done, they left Izuku sprawled out on the ground to deal with his own injuries. Nothing was broken, but it sure felt like it. Izuku let quiet tears roll down his face as he forced himself up. He couldn't take a beating like that from Kaken every day, he couldn't. He wanted so badly for his bully to go back to ignoring him or for someone to step in and do something about it. But the teachers never did anything, and if he went to MIC about it, he'd have to admit he was quirkless, and the idea of doing that scared him more than any of Kaken's threats. Unfortunately, there seemed to be only one option left for him, and as much as it pained him to even think of it, he knew it was the only way to escape Kaken's ire. Hey, listeners. It's MIC coming, at YA on PP Put Your Hands Up Radio. Hisashi announced. We got some hot new tracks coming up today. But first, we all know what time it is. It's time to meet with our favorite little listener and see what he has to say about quirks, heroes, and especially All Might. A brief moment later, Josie connected the line between the radio station Mido's phone, putting him on the air. Hey there, Mido, welcome back. Can I get a YH? Yeah. He responded, his voice completely devoid of its usual enthusiasm. Hisashi hoped it was just a minor hiccup as he tried to get the ball rolling. So, have you heard what All Might and Ingenium did in Tokyo yesterday? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you have. Yeah, it was great. Yeesh, not even All Might was getting this kid excited. Maybe Mido was just having an off day. Look, we don't have to do this today if you're not feeling it. No point in trying to force the good vibes, you know what I mean. Mido stayed silent for a moment before coming up with a response. Maybe we shouldn't do this at all. Hisashi didn't like the direction this conversation was headed. What are you talking about, kid? Are you alright? I don't want to be on your show anymore. Bye. He blurted out before suddenly hanging up. Wait. Midori but he was too late. The little listener was gone before he even get 2 words out, leaving the voice hero in a shocked state of what the F just happened. Thankfully, Josie swayed over to music before the dead air became noticeable, but that was cold comfort for Hisashi as he tried to call Mido back, only for his phone to go straight to voicemail. He left a message, but part of him doubted anyone would hear it. As a hero, he wasn't used to being caught off guard, yet here he was, completely flat-footed by Mido's sudden departure. He wanted nothing more than to talk to the kid and try to clear things up, but communication was a two-way street. He couldn't say anything to Mido until he decided to pick up his phone and respond. For now, all he could do was wait. Several hours later, waiting things scared. Hisashi was eternally grateful EMI agreed to cover for him on his patrol, but that feeling paled in comparison to the anxious anticipation he was experiencing as he paced around the recording studio for what seemed like forever. I just don't get it. He was doing just fine last time. He ranted to Josie, who had definitely earned a raise for putting up with all this. Was it something I said? Something I didn't say? Something someone else said? Maybe it's not that bad. Midoriya might just be having a bad day, Josie tried to assure, though she didn't sound entirely confident in what she was saying. If it was just that, why would he say he didn't want to be on my show anymore? He yelled before slumping down on a nearby armchair. Sorry for shouting, I'm just worried about the little guy. Trust me, you're not the only one. Josie showed Hisashi her phone. Your show's trending again. People on social media have been clamoring over what happened all day. Some are even accusing this of being manufactured drama designed to bring up ratings. Hisashi felt the sudden urge to block several people on his own social media page. That doesn't make any sense. If it was all staged, then why does my heart ache as if it were real? Thankfully, before he could get any more needlessly dramatic, he felt a sudden ping from his phone. Pulling it out, his sorrow turned to elation as he realized who sent it. It's from Midoriya. What does it say? What does it say? Josie scrambled up to Hisashi to get a good look at his phone. Hold on, let me pull it up. He did just that, immediately noticing the message was much longer than expected. Nevertheless, Hisashi did the only thing he could and got to reading. Dear Present MIC, this is Izuku's mother. He borrows my phone to chat with you on your show. I know we haven't spoken much besides the paperwork you had me fill out for him to appear on your show, but I heard what happened today, and I figured you were owed an explanation. I know Izuku doesn't want me telling you this, but I feel like you've at least partially figured it out for yourself. He was born quirkless. We took him to the doctor at age 5, and they gave him the whole spiel about the extra toe joint and whatnot. His life hasn't been the easiest since then. He doesn't tell me much, but I know some of the children pick on him in school. I imagine some of them heard Izuku on your radio show and decided to take out their jealousy on him. I've tried to intervene in the past, but neither the teachers nor the principal seem interested in doing anything about it. But Present MIC, if you're reading this, please don't give up on my boy. It's been especially hard for him ever since he was diagnosed quirkless. I rarely see him smile like he used to. But whenever I hear him talking about heroes on your show, I can tell he's having the time of his life up there. I can't thank you enough for all you've done for him, and I also can't help but feel selfish asking for your help. But part of me thinks you've also taken a liking to Izuku and you hate seeing him like this as much as I do. If that is indeed the case, please message me back so we may discuss where to go from here. Thank you for your time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya. Hisashi wiped a tear from his eye as he finished reading the message. He no doubt felt bad for what Midoriya had to go through since he was 5, but he was also glad he had the opportunity to make a positive change in the kid's life. Because that's what heroes do. And that's what he was going to continue to do for the kid who stumbled onto his radio show and stole everyone's hearts. As he started messaging back Ms. Midoriya, he noticed Josie curiously peer over his shoulder. What are you going to do? It's very simple, Josie. All I need to do is get the name of Midoriya's school. Izuku felt numb as he sat unmoving at his desk, hardly able to pay attention to his teacher. He wasn't physically numb, since Kaken and his lackeys had gone back to simply ignoring him. But he just felt empty inside, like there was a part of him that was missing. He wasn't dumb, of course. He knew what was missing, but he also knew he'd just have to learn to live without it from now on. He tried to convince himself it was fine. He'd lived his entire life without being on the radio. He knew he should be able to handle it. But even still, every time he reminded himself he'd never talk to Present MIC again, he wanted to lay down in his bed and cry. A sudden crackle of the loudspeakers snapped Izuku out of his funk. Izuku Midoriya, please refer to the principal's office. Oh, a couple of his classmates teased before the substitute teacher shut them up to get back to the lesson. Izuku didn't find himself caring. He already felt down. It wasn't like they could make him feel any worse. Besides, after getting beaten up by Kaken so many times, he was already pretty familiar with the principal's office. He knew this visit wouldn't be any different from the last few. Trudging down the hall, he opened the door to the office when he saw that he was the only one waiting. What do you need me for? He trailed off in absolute shock as he realized the person sitting at the principal's desk wasn't the principal at all. Hey there, Midoriya. You're a lot shorter than I thought you'd be, Present MIC cheerfully greeted. MIC, you're the principal. I thought you were a teacher. Oh no, I'm not the principal, I'm just keeping his seat warm until they hire a new one. The casual way he dropped this news practically threw Izuku into a frenzy. What? What happened to the old one? Did he die? No, of course not, MIC laughed. Though, depending on how you view being fired in our modern-day society, you could argue that he did in a metaphorical sense. The same could be said for a good chunk of your teachers. Oh, well, that explained why Izuku had a sub today. Same with several other classes. I'm still confused. How did this all happen? Does the name Nezu ring any bells for you? MIC smirked. At that moment, just about any further questions Izuku might have had vanished in the blink of an eye. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And don't worry about your bullies either. Let's just say their parents are gonna want to have a long talk with them when they get home. But how did you know about all this? How did you know which school I went to? Izuku asked, still confused. Your mom messaged me a few days ago. She told me everything I needed to know. Izuku felt his breath still as his eyes slowly widened. When you say everything, do you really mean everything? Yeah, everything. MIC gently nodded in confirmation, and Izuku felt a sudden spike in nervousness. He didn't know what to say, or what to think, really. Every waking moment somehow terrified him to no end. Now that MIC knew, would he start treating him differently like everyone else did? Would he start seeing Izuku as fragile? Would he start seeing him as weak? Useless? Worthless? As a Deku? Hey there! Welcome back to Put Your Hands Up Radio. Yee. Izuku's train of thought grinded to a halt as he watched MIC grab a stapler off the desk and start talking into it like it was a microphone. We got an extra special guest for today. I'd like to welcome Izuku Midoriya onto the show. He slid a ruler desk, which Izuku instinctively caught before it fell off. Not sure what was happening, he looked down at the ruler, then back at MIC, who was silently grinning at him while eagerly pointing to the object in his hand. Hi. Izuku spoke into his ruler, cautiously deciding to play along. Great to have you on the show, Mido. MIC causally leaned back in his chair, as Izuku sat down on his own. So, have you been hearing about the latest advancements in support technology? Yeah. I have. They're, pretty cool, I guess. They're insane, aren't they? I used to think my speakers were the best thing in the world, but they're really just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I can hardly believe it. Izuku started to relax in his chair as he loosened his grip on his makeshift microphone. Have you seen how it affected Backdraft? He wears a mask now. A mask. I know, right? He had such a nice face. It's a bit of a shame he chose to hide that from the masses. I think it's pretty heroic. The thermal sensors in his mask help him spot fires from up to a mile away. He can save so many more lives now. Yes, MIC firmly nodded. There comes the age-old debate of fashion over function. Spoiler alert, function usually wins in this industry. What about Best Jeanist? His function is fashion. I'm not sure if wearing breathes over your mouth counts as fashion. As Izuku and MIC both fell into laughter, the green-haired boy felt his worries melt away. In hindsight, he felt silly for worrying in the first place. MIC was probably the nicest person he ever met. Of course he wouldn't treat him any differently just cause he was quirkless. Though, now that MIC knew, there was still one thing Izuku wanted to ask him. About those support items. I heard they are really strong, right? The strongest they've ever been, MIC confirmed. Well, I was wondering, do you think anyone could become a hero with them? I don't know. MIC looked up while rubbing his chin. That's some pretty complex tech. You'd have to be real smart in order to use it to its fullest potential. He eyed a nervous-looking Izuku and smiled. But hey, you're the smartest person I know. If anyone could do it, I bet you could. Izuku's smile turned wobbly as he clutched a hand to his chest, hardly noticing the tears that came streaming down his face. Thank you. Kai Chisaki, better known as Overhaul, sat quietly at the table as he sipped his tea and skimmed through the newspaper. As usual, there was no mention of the Shy Hasaikai anywhere within its pages, showing once again just how far the Yakuza had fallen as an organization since the dawn of quirks. Casually, he planted a finger on the newspaper and activated his quirk on it, shifting it into a small yet compact origami dragon. This was his organization now, strong, yet small and unassuming despite it all. That wouldn't do. Overhaul laid a finger on the paper dragon once more, shifting it into a large origami beast that took up the entire table. Sometimes, he just had to remind himself of his current goal. He prayed that one day the Yakuza would rise from the ashes and regain their place as the rightful rulers of the shadow underworld. And since the former boss was currently indisposed, leaving Overhaul in charge of his granddaughter, he figured that day was quickly approaching. Speaking of Eri, he figured today would be a good day for some experiments. He'd been frustratingly close to being able to harness her curse to the fullest for a while now, but he might just be able to make some real progress today. As the Yakuza leader gently packed up his tea set, double-checking to make sure it was still in pristine condition, his ears were drawn to the faint sound of manic running from across the hall. Turning, he was met with one of his lower-level subordinates whose name he could never remember, not that he even cared enough to make an effort. He did, however, remember the task he assigned to this man. "Shouldn't you be watching Eri?" he asked, his subordinate silently cowering under his judgmental glare. I was, boss. But, she escaped. Overhaul felt his fingers twitch with the instinctual urge to kill, but he held himself back for the time being. He could take out his anger on Eri once they started with the experiments. "Again. You better have brought her back." I chased after her, but she, how do I say this? Just say it," Overhaul urged, clenching and unclenching his hands. A hero got to her before me." The subordinate couldn't even bring himself to look his boss in the eyes, which only served to enrage him even more. "If you were going to make a mistake, you might as well do a good job owning up to it." "Which hero?" he grunted with barely concealed rage. All Might." It took less than a second for the subordinate to become a splatter on the floor. "God damn it." Overhaul immediately flew into a rage-fueled frenzy, slamming his hands on everything in sight and overhauling them into ash, chunks, confetti, or just a collection of molecules. A mere 15 seconds later, the kitchen was practically unrecognizable. God, he could already feel himself breaking out his hives. Despite the overwhelming rage he felt at that very moment, he knew he needed to calm down. He ran over to the sink, the one thing that hadn't been destroyed, and began repeatedly splashing water on his face. Naturally, his little outburst attracted some attention from others in the compound. Fortunately, Overhaul recognized Kurono's footsteps as he rushed in to see what was happening. Thank God. If it were Rapper or Sakaki who walked in on him, Overhaul was pretty sure there would be an extra stain of BLD on the floor. "Boss, what happened?" his second-in-command asked as he surveyed the damage. Overhaul shut off the faucet and dried off his face before answering, making no effort to hide his frustration. "I should have known better than to let some no-name watch A. Now she's ended up in the clutches of a hero." "Oh dear, that sounds like a problem." Kurono Chronastasis visibly deflated, though he tried not to make it appear so. "But I'm sure we'll manage to get her back. We'll just give Rapper some trigger and dash." "No. You don't understand. She was found by All Might." "Oh, F. My thoughts exactly." Overhaul figured she was already at Might Tower by now, which was statistically the safest place in all of Japan, rivaled only by UA. The very thought made his BLD boil to the point where you could cook pasta in it. All those years of research, of experiments. It was all for nothing. He slammed his hands on the sink counter, turning it into a ball of scrap metal. Overhaul once again tried to shake off the rage as he went to exit the room. He could lose his SHT later. Right now, there was work to be done. "Kurono, call up all the other members. We have to relocate as soon as possible." "Relocate? To where?" "Doesn't matter where. So long as AE is in All Might's hands, she's free to sell out our location to the #1 hero at any given moment. Every minute we're still here is a minute All Might could bust through our wall and throw us all in Tartarus before lunch. So get packing already." "Yes, boss, right away." As soon as his second-in-command was gone, Overhaul ran a hand down his face and groaned. This was not how his plan was supposed to go. And worse yet, all he could do right now was pray he could find some way to salvage it. Because if not, then he had failed not only the former boss, but the entire Yakuza legacy. And he'd rather kill every last one of his subordinates before he let that happen. 1 week later, "Boss! Come out!" Mimic cried, frantically running up to the locked door in his tiny little plush form, which thankfully made it infinitely easier for 𝐻𝐿 to run up and grab him. "Mimic, you know better than to interrupt the boss while he's doing experiments." Of course, he knew Overhaul wasn't actually doing experiments, more so attempting to make the most of whatever pieces of 𝐻𝐸 they still had left lying around. Based on the swearing that could be heard from the other side of the door, it was clear things could be going better. "But 𝐻𝐿, he hasn't come out since we moved our base to Mustafa," Mimic tearfully argued as he tried to escape his co-worker's grasp and open the white door in front of him. "What if boss hasn't eaten since then? I have to check on him. Trust me, he's fine. I've been delivering him meals every day." At that, he spared a quick glance at his watch, taking note of the time. "Speaking of which, I should be off getting something for him right now." He placed his antsy colleague on the ground as he turned to leave for the convenience store so he could feed his boss. No one in the Shy Hasaikai knew how to cook. "Okay, but be careful with boss food," Mimic warned as 𝐻𝐿 stepped out. "I'd hate for you to run into that explosive kid and the quirkless boy." Both 𝐻𝐿 and Mimic jumped as a door Overhaul had been hiding behind for the past week suddenly slammed open. "What did you say?" he frantically demanded, picking up his plushy subordinate and shaking him back and forth like the toy he was hiding in. "Boss, you're not dead," Mimic happily cheered. 𝐻𝐿, meanwhile, couldn't help but notice the bags under his leader's eyes. "Sir, when was the last time you slept?" "What did you say?" he repeated, completely ignoring the question he had just been asked. "You said you saw a quirkless kid." "Oh yeah, I did." Mimic nodded. "I went out to get a feel for our new surroundings. This place is boring by the way, and I walked past some kid with an explosion quirk tormenting some other kid. The explosion kid went on and on about how the other guy was weak and useless because he didn't have a quirk or some SHT. It kinda sessed me off." 𝐻𝐿 would gladly admit he was a little worried when Overhaul broke out into an ear-splitting grin, chuckling lightly to himself. "Yes, of course. It's so simple." "What is?" Mimic asked, completely oblivious to his boss shift in demeanor. "If I could get my hands on that quirkless boy, perhaps I could synthesize his special genes to create more of my quirk-erasing bullets." With a new goal in mind, Overhaul's face turned deadly serious as he looked deep into Mimic's twin black voids he called his eyes. "Now tell me what this boy looked like and where you saw him." Green hair. Freckles. Middle school uniform. Walking down Falcon Street." He answered as loud as he could, like he was a contestant on a game show. "Good to know." Overhaul literally threw him aside and whipped his entire body around to face the other presence in the room. "𝐻𝐿, get me Setsuno. His quirk is larceny, correct?" "Correct." "Good. Then I trust he'll be able to carry out the objective of bringing the quirkless boy to me. Alive, of course. Can't risk dirtying him up before I can get my hands on him." He grinned from under his mask while his fingers wriggled, excited at the prospect of having a young new body to dissect. "Of course, sir. But shouldn't you dash? I said get him." Overhaul suddenly yelled, making 𝐻𝐿 jump back at least a dozen feet. "Yes sir. Right away sir." He ran off as fast as he could, wanting to give his boss some space to calm down. From there, he mentally instilled a new rule the entire organization would be smart to follow: do not question Overhaul for even a second while he's experiencing one of his mood swings. Hopefully, getting him this new test subject would put a damper on his erratic behavior. As he loitered around Falcon Street for what would now be his 6th hour, Setsuno was once again reminded how boring and lifeless Mustafa could be. Seriously, there were so few people on the street that he only made around 20,000 yen from pickpocketing. That's less than he got on a bad day back at his old spot. On the bright side, practically empty streets meant abducting the quirkless kid would be 10 times easier. Or, wait, would that make it harder since Setsuno no longer had the option of hiding behind a crowd? Whatever. He shouldn't have even been here in the first place. His specialty was stealing things, not people. How did the boss not realize that? Before his mental tirade could go on any longer, Setsuno spotted a familiar head of green bushy hair in a middle school uniform, walking in his direction without a care in the world. "Let's just get this over with," he muttered under his breath as he found cover in a nearby alley. He took a rag in one hand, a bottle of chloroform in the other, and mixed the two together to create what he would describe as a kidnapper's best friend. As soon as the quirkless boy walked by his hiding place, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed him by the shoulder and yanked him into the alley. Before the boy could even yelp from the surprise, he shoved the rag over his mouth, whispering, "Does this smell like chloroform to you?" Just to be cheeky. But to his surprise, instead of immediately falling unconscious, the boy actually responded, No. It smells like alcohol." 𝐒𝐿 blinked, slowly removing the cloth from the boy's mouth and putting it up to his nose. "What the foo? Who replaced my chloroform with alcohol?" Just to prove he wasn't a blind idiot, he double-checked the bottle in his left hand. Sure enough, it was labeled as chloroform, not alcohol. 𝐒𝐿 was just in absolute hysterics, unsure of how this was even possible. I don't even. Is this some effer's idea of a joke? Who does this? Kid, do you have any idea who in their right mind would, oh, wait, he's gone. He ran away. With that, the blonde-headed Yakuza member was left with no other option but to stew in his own failure confusion. 𝐶𝐻. So, I was about to get him, but some jackass apparently swayed out the chloroform for booze. And then the kid ran away. 𝐒𝐿 did his best to not show any sign of fear as Overhaul silently started him down from his desk, while 𝐭𝐸𝐼 stood by his side like he always did. But don't worry, boss, I'll get him next time. Yes, Overhaul methodically got up from his desk and strode toward his subordinate. Next time, it took every last ounce of 𝐒𝐿's willpower for him to stand his ground as he was approached by the apex predator of this metaphorical jungle. He was almost certain he was a goner at this point, and had nearly made peace with his inevitable death before noticing Overhaul was walking right past him. For a moment, he allowed himself to breathe again. Then Overhaul brushed a single finger against his side, turning him into a red splotch on the walls. 𝐭𝐸𝐼, I'd like you to call in 𝐒𝐭𝐼, Overhaul causally ordered as he proceeded to wipe the BLD off his hands. Yes, sir. As he proceeded to do just that, he felt his eyes be drawn to the spot of BLD on the wall, like a moth to a particularly violent flame. Sir, are you going to revive him? No, his boss answered plainly, not even bothering to spare 𝐭𝐸𝐼 a glance. He messed up, and mistakes are something we cannot afford right now. Our entire operation hinges on kidnapping that quirkless boy, and if 𝐒𝐿 can't do something as simple as that, then he has no place among our ranks. Very well, 𝐭𝐸𝐼 cautiously nodded, consciously letting any objections he had die on his tongue, lest he suffer the same fate. It was at that moment a familiar drunk presence came stumbling into Overhaul's office, carrying his usual bottle of whiskey. Hey, what's up? Greeted 𝐒𝐭𝐼 in his usual jovial tone. 𝐭𝐸𝐼 feared it wouldn't stay that way for much longer. This yours? Overhaul took the chloroform bottle filled with alcohol and tossed it at the drunkard, who looked it over and nodded with recognition. Hey, you found my secret stash. Good job. As he started blindly chugging the bottle, he didn't even notice Overhaul's outstretched hand closing in until he was already dead. 𝐭𝐸𝐼, I want you to send Rapper off to get the boy. Overhaul wiped the BLD off his face with a thinly veiled rage. He won't be able to run away if his legs are broken. Yes, sir. Once again, 𝐭𝐸𝐼 prayed Rapper would be able to carry out his job, because at this point, it might have been the only thing that could get the boss back to normal. Rapper made no effort to hide his frustration as he trudged over to Falcon Street, groaning pretty much every step of the way. God, why did Overhaul give him such a worthless task? He hated beating up children. Not because of some deep-seated moral code or anything, they just made for terrible sparring partners. Whatever. He just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. As he made his way to the near-empty street, his eyes immediately locked onto his green-haired target, only for his gaze to suddenly shift as he took note of the blonde kid chasing the boy, large explosions popping from his hands. Stop trying to escape, Deku. The only thing it's gonna do is get you a worse butt kicking. The blonde threatened, and Rapper felt his face stretch into a grin. That explosive kid had spunk, plus he looked like a half-decent fighter for his age. He knew kids weren't usually the strongest, but maybe this one could surprise him. "Hey, you!" The two boys came to a halt as they heard Rapper's voice cut through their personal conflict like a claymore sword. "The F do you want?" the blonde demanded. Rapper could already feel his excitement begin to bubble up. "I like that attitude of yours, kid. Why don't you show me what you can really do with it?" He shifted into a fighting stance, and the green boy looked between him and his blonde friend with no small amount of confusion. "Hold on. What's going on here? Are you some kind of new hero or something?" Rapper barked out a laugh. "Oh, now that's a good one. Being a hero is way too much work. I'd rather just stick to the fun parts." He cracked his knuckles, which seemed to clue the blonde boy in on what was really going on. "Oh, so you're a villain, aren't you?" He bared his teeth in a fierce grin, small bursts popping in his palms as he prepared to lunge at his now opponent. "In that case, I don't have any reason to hold back against you. Now die." The blonde lunged towards Rapper, pulling back an explosively charged right hook. Rapper casually swatted him out of the air like a fly, and he went sailing through the display window of a nearby storefront. "Kaken!" the green boy shrieked, running over to help his friend. Rapper wasn't exactly sure of their relationship. "Are you okay, Kaken? I'll call a hero, a cop, an ambulance, a dentist. Your teeth look really messed up." "Shut up, Deku. I don't need no effing ambulance," the blonde weakly replied, trying and failing to force himself up. When it was clear there wouldn't be a round 2 to this fight, Rapper let out another loud groan of frustration. "That's it. Come on. I was hoping for a real fight here. Ooh." He crossed his arms and grumbled, "Shoulda known better than to pick fights with children again." "Yes, you should have." A gruff, burly voice sounded off from across the street. Rapper whipped his head around to bear witness to a sight that instantly reinvigorated him, firing up his will to throw down like never before. "I've heard of you before. You're Death Arms, aren't you?" "Yes, I am. And you're going to jail." As much as Rapper was a sucker for the pre-fight verbal spars, he wanted to just skip ahead to the good part already. "Not before I get a good fight in. Let's see if you really live up to the death part of your name." And so I totally kicked Death Arms' butt and he ran home crying like a sissy little baby. "But what about the kid?" Overhaul asked Rapper through gritted teeth. "What kid?" Just about everyone winced as all corners of the room were painted red with Rapper's BLD. The only one who didn't give any noticeable reaction was 𝐒𝐭𝐲, who simply shook his head and tutted at the boss. "I still fail to understand why you didn't bring me along with him. I was under the impression my role here was to keep Rapper from shut up." Overhaul grabbed him by the back of the head. Not even a second later, that head was reduced to mush. "Sir, you need to calm down." Out of everyone in that room, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was the only one brave enough to try and talk down their boss from going on a potential murder spree. Overhaul whipped around to look at him with a fierceness in his eyes that was only reserved for those who truly sessed him off. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 froze like a deer in headlights at the sight. For the first time ever, he thought he might actually die at his boss' hands. "No, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. How am I supposed to run a criminal organization when I'm surrounded by such incompetent workers who can't fulfill the simplest of tasks?" No one in the room dared to say a single word while Overhaul breathed heavily, his eyes wordlessly scanning through his subordinates, like a lion looking for its next meal. Eventually, his gaze came to a halt at Katsucame, who, despite his towering figure, practically trembled in his boots. "You, right there. You have an energy-draining quirk, correct?" "Yes. Yes I do," Katsucame frantically nodded. "Good. Now drain the boy's energy and bring him here. Now." He couldn't have run out of that room faster. No sooner did Katsucame arrive on Falcon Street did he spot his green-haired target, who thankfully hadn't noticed his presence on account of having his face buried on his phone. Thank God for modern technology. This was an ideal scenario for the Yakuza member. His base quirk activated via touch, so all he had to do was cross the street and place a hand on the kid's shoulder, draining his likely minimal stamina, and making him fall unconscious within a few seconds. Then the boss would hopefully stop killing the first person to look at him the wrong way. Wanting to be quick about this, Katsucame outstretched his hand as he made a break for the boy, running as fast as his bulky legs could carry him. The only problem with this course of action, he didn't look both ways before crossing the street, causing him to get hit by a fireworks truck. "What is wrong with you people?" Overhaul yelled at his subordinates as he stomped through a pool of Katsukame's BLD. At this point, red was quickly overtaking gray as the compound's primary color. There aren't enough words in the dictionary to describe how inept you all are. It's no wonder the Yakuza lost so much power if they hired people like you. "I'm sorry, boss," Mimic tearfully apologized, despite not having done anything. He just hated seeing his boss like this. Kurono probably should have known better than to speak up, but Overhaul's behavior was clearly becoming too much for even himself to handle. If he didn't say anything, things would only continue to get worse. "Now, sir, I'm sure these plans to get the boy would pan out if we simply took a step back and put a little more thought into them." Overhaul was clearly having none of it, as he grabbed both Mimic and Kurono by the necks and held them threateningly close, where they could see just how much the stress had been causing their boss' skin texture to rapidly deteriorate. "You want thought, Kurono? Fine. Here's a thought, you and Mimic go and get him yourselves. As my two most trusted members, I know you won't let me down, because if you do," he forcibly turned their heads toward the BLD splat that coated the walls, floor, and ceiling. "Understood." "Why, yes, sir. I understand." Kuroiro nodded with a strained smile. "Always and forever." Mimic nervously shouted. "Good." The moment Overhaul let them go, the two Yakuza members darted toward the nearest exit like their lives depended on it, because in a sense, it did. "I can't believe boss would do that to us." Mimic complained the moment they were out of the compound, already making their way to Falcon Street. "Quit yelling," Kurono scolded before succumbing to his own emotions and letting out a hurtful sigh. "But I have to agree with you. While I'm aware Overhaul is prone to dispose of whatever lower-level thugs he doesn't like, I never thought he'd do the same to most of the 8 bullets, much less threaten to do the same to us." "I know, right? Ever since we moved base, he's been a total ragaholic. How's he supposed to run a Yakuza if he keeps killing everyone? It's just..." Mimic sniffled, letting tears flow down his tiny plush body. "He's not the same boss I fell in love with." "I know. But right now, all we can do is carry out his orders and hope he doesn't kill us. Do you think he'll go back to normal once we bring him the quirkless kid?" Kurono sighed. "I don't know, but I pray he will." By now, the two had made their way to Falcon Street, where, by some manner of a perfect coincidence, they saw their target standing just up the sidewalk, his back obviously turned towards them, none the wiser about the unfortunate fate that was about to befall him. "Okay, here's the plan," Kurono whispered to Mimic, who sat perched on his shoulder. "I'll use my chronostasis quirk to freeze him in place. But since I can't move while my quirk is in action, you'll have to go up and restrain him. Is this alright?" "Yeah, let's freaking do this." Mimic pounded a fist into his open palm. After a silent nod, Kurono let the arrow-shaped tip of his hair extend out of his cloak and fly toward the quirkless target, who was still oblivious to the two men trying to capture him. The arrow silently sailed through the air, ready to pierce the boy and freeze him in place upon contact, only for said boy to leap out of the way at the last minute, pull out a taser from his pocket, and jab it into the solid strand of hair. Kurono and Mimic began to panic as the shock traveled through the taller man's hair, enveloping the two of them in a painful electric sensation that left them sprawled out on the sidewalk, unable to move their bodies. "Saw that one coming from a mile away," the quirkless boy said as he approached the paralyzed pair. "Did you really think you could try and kidnap me 4 times, all on the same street, thinking I wouldn't notice a pattern?" Kurono's mouth hung agape, both because of the pain and because he didn't know what to think. How in the world could he have been bested by a middle schooler? Where did you get a taser from?" "Oh, this." Apparently, a law was passed during the dawn of quirks that let quirkless people carry around tasers for self-defense purposes. Imagine my surprise when I found out they never repealed it. "Anyways, I'm calling the cops." As he pulled out his phone and started dialing his number, Kurono couldn't help but notice Mimic loudly sobbing next to him like the overly emotional little gremlin he was. "This is the end for me. I've failed boss, and now he's gonna kill me. Or I'm gonna get arrested, and then boss will break in just to kill me anyways. Either way, I'm as good as dead. Wah. As much as Mimic's sobbing annoyed him, 𝐭𝐻𝐼 couldn't help but agree with him on some level. Considering Overhaul's current mental state, there was a good chance he wasn't making it out of this one alive. Wait, hold on. The quirkless kid paused, dialing the authorities for a moment to look at the paralyzed Yakuza members before him, concern visibly etched on his face. Your boss is going to kill you for this. Yes, Mimic sniffled, that's what he's been doing to everyone else who's failed to kidnap you. Oh my god. He stumbled a few steps backward out of shock. Is this, like, a common occurrence? I mean, I know you're villains and all, but I'm not sure how those types of organizations usually work. 𝐭𝐻𝐼 figured he at least owed the boy an answer. Not that it mattered, since he'd be dead regardless. It was, to an extent. But ever since the Shy Hasaikai had gone into crisis mode due to the loss of an important asset, our boss has gotten much, much worse. He's pretty much killing anyone who looks at him funny, Mimic clarified. Yes. We were hoping capturing you would calm him down, since then he'd be able to synthesize your quirkless DNA to make quirk-erasing bullets. The boy pursed his lips and lowered his eyebrows, giving off a very disturbed look. Okay, that's concerning. But are you sure that would fix everything? Of course it would. How could you possibly think otherwise? I remember a certain phrase. It goes along the lines of people often reveal their true character during times of crisis or something. Point is, even if you give me to your boss, you still know he's willing to kill you at any time. So at the end of the day, would anything really change? Mimic and 𝐭𝐻𝐼 went quiet, their eyes trailing down to the ground as they pondered the inevitable truth they had forcibly blinded themselves from for as long as they could remember. No. I suppose not, 𝐭𝐻𝐼 conceded, his tone quiet and full of regret. I can't believe it. Mimic began to tear up once more. Was boss never a good boss to begin with? Say it ain't so. I'm afraid it is so, Mimic. While his aspirations were noble and his skills plentiful, the way he treats those under him can be ignored no longer. But what do we do now? As he shook his head, 𝐭𝐻𝐼 felt bile build up in his throat as he was forced to utter the most shameful 3 words of his existence, I don't know. Couldn't you just, I dunno, find a new boss? The quirkless boy suggested. I'm afraid it's not that simple. There's a reason no one's able to stand up to the boss tyranny. All it takes is one touch from him, and his quirk will kill you in an instant. I think I can help you with that. With a smirk, the quirkless boy whipped out his taser and flipped it on. The sparks immediately clued the 2 other men in on his plan. Come on, let's go. He ran off, but the other 2 didn't follow him. Hello. We're still paralyzed here, yelled Mimic. Later, back at the Yakuza compound. Boss, we got the kid. As soon as Overhaul heard Mimic's voice, he practically leaped out of his chair and went running down the halls at blazing speeds to greet his 2 top subordinates, who were forcefully holding a green-haired adolescent boy in their clutches. Let me go. I won't let you use me for your weird experiments. He protested, desperately trying to escape their grasp. But Overhaul knew his attempts were futile as he approached the boy, making no effort to hide the elation on his face. I wouldn't bother trying to escape. You're about to be part of something great, a true paradigm shift in society. After all your years of quirklessness, you'll finally be able to pass your gift on to others. The boy's eyes widened with horror as Overhaul slowly reached out a hand toward his face. Now how about we get started? Right when the tip of his finger was just inches from his nose, the boy suddenly freed his arm from 𝐭𝐻𝐼's grasp, pulled out a taser, and jabbed it right into Overhaul's palm. As the Yakuza boss felt the pain of hundreds of volts coursing through his body, the boy lifted up his leg and planted his RBB soul directly into Overhaul's chest, knocking him flat on the ground. What's going on? Overhaul asked through the electrifying pain stinging every part of him. He tried to activate his quirk, only to realize he landed with his fingers pointed upwards, unable to touch anything but the air. Good job, Midoriya. Looks like your plan worked out, he heard 𝐭𝐻𝐼 say, immediately picking up on the implications of that statement. His plan. You betrayed me. You threw away all your honor for the sake of a middle schooler. We didn't lose our honor, you lost yours, boss. Or should I say, former boss. Mimic, get the machete. Already got it. Overhaul paled as he saw who he thought was his most loyal subordinate standing directly on his chest, carrying both a blade and a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now Mimic, let's think about this for a sec. He tried to talk him down, but that seemed to only make some sort of rage within him. Think. You didn't think about killing Rapper, or Katsucame, or Tengai, and you certainly weren't gonna think about killing me. You brought this upon yourself, boss. No. Ah. With 2 clean slices, Mimic confidently chopped off both of Overhaul's hands, leaving only a pair of bloody stumps in their place. Fool, he choked out, shifting his gaze to stare at his missing appendages with horror in his eyes. How am I supposed to cure the old boss without my quirk? Modern medicine or some SHT? I dunno. But either way, it's time we make some changes around here. Kurono. He looked over to his comrade expectantly. Already on it, he replied, having just finished summoning the rest of the Shai Hasaikai to their location. Since they thought taking too long would result in death, they all arrived at once, immediately gasping upon seeing their boss' dismembered state. This served as a very efficient way to get their attention as Kurono stepped forward to deliver a speech. My fellow Yakuza thugs, today marks the beginning of the new age for the Shai Hasaikai. No longer will you live in fear of being brutally torn apart atom by atom for the slightest transgression. For you see, I present a new leader, someone with brains, someone with a plan, someone who will treat us all with basic human empathy. I present to you, Izuku Midoriya. He gestured to the boy in question, and everyone began to cheer and clap for their new, less murdery boss, much to Midoriya's shock that left him in a near catatonic state. Wait, hold on, I didn't agree to this. I'm afraid you don't have a choice in the matter. You sealed your fate the moment you pulled out that taser. But what about you, Kurono? You could make a good leader. I'm more of a follower than a leader. So is everyone else, really. He gestured to the still cheering crowd, who were now getting ready to chuck their former boss into the nearest trash can. That's just the type of people Overhaul tended to hire. Okay, I guess. Midoriya shrugged, still unsure about this whole situation. He didn't know much about the Yakuza, but he was pretty sure this wasn't how their hierarchy system usually worked. But maybe he was just looking at this the wrong way. Sure, he didn't have a quirk, but being in charge of a bunch of powerful quirked individuals was just as good, right? And even if he was running a criminal organization, that didn't mean he couldn't do any good in his newfound position. 1 year later. So, Midoriya drummed his fingers across his desk, intentionally elongating his pause in order to build suspense. Kurono once said that was an effective tactic for gaining the upper hand in a conversation. You want us to drive a few local businesses out of Mie, correct? Yeah, that's right, Uraraka nodded, her eyes frantically darting between the 2 burly bodyguards guarding the boss on both sides. It was a necessary precaution, considering the types of people that came in here on a daily basis. Normally, I wouldn't do this kind of thing. But my parents have been struggling for a long time, and this month in particular has been really rough on them. Midoriya hummed, deliberating for a moment before slowly nodding his head, much to Uraraka's elation. Okay, that seems easy enough. But in exchange, you'll help us with construction on our new base. Profits had been on the rise ever since they cleared out Humorize's Japanese branch, and Midoriya would be a fool not to capitalize on it. Sounds like a deal, she agreed almost instantly. Great, I'll call over my best associates right now. He wasted no time picking up the phone and dialing a familiar number. Bubaigawara, I'm gonna need you to make a clone of Toga. We've got some big construction companies to topple, and I feel like this might require some infiltration. It was an important day for the 3rd years of Old Dera Middle School. Their last year at this school had only just begun, and they were already being handed forms to select which high schools they'd like to attend. The way the teachers made it out to be, it felt like this was a big step in determining their future careers. Some really bought into this, taking special care to weigh all their available options. Others just jotted down the first school that came to mind and called it a day. Izuku felt like he fell into the former category. While sure, he put UA down as his top choice, not that he would let any of his classmates know, he took a great amount of consideration into determining his backup schools. Even if he didn't get into UA, he at least wanted to avoid another 𝐻𝐻𝐷era. And both surprisingly and unsurprisingly, Katsuki fell into the latter half of students. You're only applying to UA. You don't have any other backups planned. Izuku heard one of Katsuki's lackeys ask. Why the hell would I need any backups? Katsuki snarled at his friend, I'm gonna be the top scorer on UA's entrance exam, no questions asked. You mean besides the questions they ask on the exam? Katsuki's first instinct was to shove his lackey out of their seat. Keep being smart with me, and I'm gonna kick your butt from here to the next prefecture. He slammed his hands on his desk and stood up straight, attracting the attention of the rest of the class. And the same goes for any of you extras who even think about applying to UA. I'm gonna become the greatest hero of all time, so you all better stay out of my way. Izuku knew Katsuki's threat wouldn't actually stop anyone from applying, including him. The simple fact of the matter was that UA was everyone's dream school, even if it was just the general education course. A few empty threats wouldn't sway anyone's decision, at least. His threats were empty for everyone but Izuku, but that's why he chose to keep his choice of school a secret. But for as many times Katsuki had threatened the entire class, Izuku had never once expected someone to actually clap back. But lo and behold, a smug voice with a lisp made his presence known among the crowd. "TCH, yeah right. Like you could ever be the greatest hero. I'd easily eclipse you in the rankings any day of the week." Over a dozen heads turned to the back of the class, lightly groaning at the sight of one Minoru Mineta. Katsuki, meanwhile, reacted the same way he always did when called out. "The F are you talking about, grape for brains? You wouldn't know what made a hero if it blasted you in the face." "Oh, yes I do." Mineta's smirk deepened, and everyone in the class collectively rolled their eyes, already knowing what he was about to say. How can you call yourself a hero if you can't even attract any chicks? And there it was. Ever since Mineta transferred at the start of the year due to a fireworks truck-related incident, the students of 𝐻𝐻𝐷era quickly became aware of his special brand of perversion. He'd always been talking about girls, scheming to figure out which girls were in a relationship, and then making fairly inappropriate passes at those who weren't. The teachers didn't seem very interested in correcting this behavior. But then again, they also didn't care when the girls beat him over the head every time he said something perverted, which was often. Just about every day when Izuku walked into class, he made sure to duck in case some girl punted Mineta out the door like a soccer ball. I shoulda known. It's always about fing girls with you." Katsuki grumbled, referring to the word fing as both a regular swear and the act of SXLNTRCs. "You can't say I'm wrong," Mineta argued. "All Might, Hawks, Mako, Best Jeanist, and even Endeavor have drones of fans who all wanna get a piece of them. Can you really call yourself the greatest hero if you don't have a legion of thirsty fans?" Izuku had to admit, Mineta was at least half right. He'd been on the internet plenty of times, and had seen a concerning number of fans who were disturbingly shameless about how much they wanted All Might to Detroit smash them. Endeavor's fans were even worse. The guy was married, for God's sake. And the less said about Mako's fans, the better. Face it, Bakugo, your skills with girls are like your anger management skills, non-existent. Considering how much of a pervert Mineta was, many of Izuku's classmates felt some small amount of guilt for snickering at his insult, Izuku included. Katsuki, meanwhile, had his face turned beet red with anger. Several students had already pulled out their phones, ready to call an ambulance for Mineta at a moment's notice. "Oh, yeah. Like you're any better. How many girls have you bagged with your 6 inches of height and 6 millimeters of length?" "Oh," the class gasped at the insult, which was surprisingly eloquent for Katsuki, considering how standard and swear-reliant his digs usually were. Mineta, however, didn't even flinch. "Oh, please. Even though my luck's been crummy, I know I'm still better than you, both in terms of being a hero and getting chicks. In fact, I don't think it's possible for anybody to be worse at the latter." "Oh yeah. Prove it." "I will." He hopped out of his seat and confidently strode over to Katsuki as the two fiercely locked eyes with each other, the tension building with every step he took. I bet I can get more girls than you by the end of the week. Fat chance, grape for brains. I'll show you up so bad you'll be crying grape juice. In that case, it's on. Mineta stuck out a hand for his now opponent to shake so that the challenge may be properly solidified. Katsuki didn't hesitate even for a second before agreeing to the terms of the challenge. It's so fing on. Right at that moment, the rest of the classroom felt an air of dread climb up their backs. Mineta was already annoying enough, but add in the fact he was now competing with the school's most intrusively loud presence, and this might have been the biggest recipe for disaster since the time All Might's marketing department decided to slap his face on tampons. Unless Katsuki was somehow secretly good at flirting or something, then it might not be half bad. Hey, you, go out with me. Katsuki very loudly asked out a girl whom he cornered while walking down the hall, drawing just about everyone's attention. And no thanks. The girl, who went by the name Himari, very shakily declined, to which Katsuki gritted his teeth in response. Why the F not? Name one reason why you wouldn't want to go out with the only guy worth giving a DMN in this entire school. B, because you're loud, and a little arrogant, I think. And that's not really the type of guy I'm looking to start a relationship with. The hell do you mean arrogant? I'll kill you. And there's the death threats. That's a really big turn-off. Just in general. I'll tell you what's not a turn-off, Mineta cut in, shoving Katsuki aside to shoot his shot with the girl. Your massive T-. He didn't even need to finish his sentence for Himari to slap him across the face. Yet for some reason, he didn't take the hint and went on with his attempt at flirting, the word flirting requiring more air quotes than grammatically allowed due to just how much it stretched the definition. Seriously, they're so goddamn secretary. They're making me want to reach out and Himari cut him off again, kicking Mineta in the shins. Yet he still did not cease. Maybe after school, you and I can go pee to the . She poked him in the eyes. And then I can show you how big my . She bonked him on the head. Then we'll get right to it, and we'll see how long it takes for me to . She'd finally had enough and punted his tiny little body across the hall like a soccer ball, which seemed to be a very common theme with Mineta. If you asked anyone, they'd say it was his fault for being so aerodynamic. God, the guy can't just take no for an answer, can he? Himari huffed as she stormed off, only for Katsuki to throw himself in front of her, blocking her way like a blonde, explosive wall of fury. You're demon right, I'm not taking no for an answer. Now go out with me already. She felt herself tremble at Katsuki's stature, which was much taller and more imposing than Mineta's, and not in a good way. I just don't think we're a good match. She turned heel and dashed off in the opposite direction. Hey! I told you no wasn't an option. He angrily started to chase after Himari, much to the annoyance of everyone watching this train wreck unfold in the hallway. This wasn't the first time both Katsuki and Mineta had failed at securing an admirer of the female variety. In fact, in their shared 52 attempts across the past 5 days, they were still tied at 0-0. At first, it was kind of funny for the students of 𝐴LDERA to see Katsuki, who had always been hailed as the greatest by teachers and principals alike, finally find something he wasn't good at. But by the third day, the charade had grown more than old, and everyone was sick of seeing him wasting his time yelling at girls all day, especially since he wasn't as kickable as Mineta. Speaking of the grape-haired boy, the school's general opinion of him hadn't changed a bit since the competition between him and Katsuki started. He was a pervert when he first showed up to 𝐴LDERA, and he was still a pervert now. In fact, the general student populace had grown even more annoyed at his inappropriate passes as the days rolled by. Just about no one was willing to look him in the eyes or give him the time of day. Well, except one person. Izuku had stepped in the hallway at just the right time to watch Mineta get relentlessly pummeled for his continuous poor choice of words. While he watched him dig his grave deeper and deeper with every phrase uttered, he couldn't help but grow more and more curious. In his mind, Mineta was an absolute anomaly of a person. He'd proclaimed his longing to be a hero in the past, yet his actions made him come off as anything but that. And now that he thought about it, the same could be said for Katsuki and his less-than-heroic actions. But Izuku decided to commit himself to one anomaly at a time, preferably starting with the one who wouldn't attack him on sight. Call it some sort of odd obsession, But right now, Izuku wanted nothing more than to pick at Mineta's brain and see if his motivations went any deeper than just wanting to get laid. Maybe there was a hero buried under all those layers of perversion, or maybe there was just more perversion. Either way, he wouldn't know until he asked. Later that day. "Hey, are you alright?" Izuku asked as he approached Mineta with an ice pack in hand, which was sorely needed after the diminutive pervert had just been chucked into a wall after yet another failed attempt at scoring. Mineta didn't get up from his spot on the ground, instead leveling Izuku with a look. "Why do you care?" he asked in a dismissive tone. Izuku wasn't really sure why Mineta sounded like that, he was just trying to help. "Because I know bruises can sting in the morning if not properly iced." He non-subtly brought the ice pack closer to Mineta's face before he reluctantly took it, a small shiver traveling up his spine as he pressed it to his cheek. "Thanks, I guess. Now if that's all, could you please go? You're messing with my riz." "Okay, first of all, that last word was outlawed worldwide several centuries ago. Second of all, there was actually something I wanted to ask you." Izuku plopped himself down next to Mineta, propping his back up against the wall. "When you first challenged Kaken a few days ago, you mentioned that you thought you could be a better hero than him." "Yeah, I remember that." Mineta slowly nodded, unsure of where this conversation was headed. "Well, I couldn't help but wonder, and I'm just asking this to confirm, why exactly do you want to be a hero?" "So I could be popular with the girls," he answered without skipping a beat. Izuku's face drooped into a frown. "Yeah, that's pretty much the answer I was expecting." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Mineta asked, his tone turning accusatory. "No. Well, not on principle, at least. A lot of heroes go into the industry for personal gain, whether it be fame, money, an excuse to legally beat people up with their quirk, etc. But as long as they are doing their job and saving lives, then their motive is relatively insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But I'm getting off topic." He waved his hands in front of his face, trying to manually reroute his mind from going too far off into a tangent. "If you want to be popular with girls, why choose to pursue one of the most dangerous professions? Isn't it obvious?" Mineta laughed at Izuku's ignorance. "Heroes have the highest success rate when it comes to that kind of stuff. It's just how things work. Birds fly, grass grows, sun shines, and heroes get chicks." Izuku blankly nodded in response, jotting a few words down in his notebook. "Ah, I see. So this is a fundamental misunderstanding of heroics, likely spurred on by how certain media sources glamorize select aspects of their career. Condescending, much." Mineta deadpanned, jolting Izuku out of whatever trance he momentarily found himself stuck in. Oh, sorry. Got a bit too into analysis mode for a second there." He burned red with embarrassment, tucking away his notebook for later usage. "But I still meant what I said. Just because you're a hero doesn't automatically mean you get girls." "What?" Mineta gaped in utter disbelief. Izuku found it hard to believe this came as such a shock to him. But then again, not everyone did as much research on the topic of hero scandals as he did. "Yeah, it's true. For example, you know America's #1 hero." "Yeah, Star and SDP." "Star and Stripe," he corrected. "And no, I'm talking about the one before her, Captain Celebrity. His flirty playboy personality caused him a number of scandals and lawsuits from the women he flirted with, so much so that he moved his operations to Japan for a short while. And if it weren't for his ranking, he would have gotten off a lot worse. For most heroes, all it takes is one big scandal to catch on, and you can kiss your hero license goodbye." "What? Seriously?" Mineta stressfully ran a hand down his scalp, causing a few purple sticky hairballs to fall from his head. "Seriously. I can show you my sources if you want." Izuku got out his phone and started pulling them up. "Gimme that." Mineta swiped the phone away from him and started scrolling through the long list of articles and reports of heroes having their reputations hurt or ruined by sexual harassment of all kinds, from verbal to visual to physical. Taking this all in at once, it was immediately clear to Mineta that his kind of behavior would definitely not fly in a professional setting. "Alright, geez, I get it. My dream's unrealistic. You've made that point clear enough," he said, his tone carrying a sarcastic yet sorrowful edge. Guess all that quirk training was just a waste of time. Quirk training? Izuku perked up. Yeah. Even though my quirk's kinda dumb, I at least wanted to try and get the most out of it. Watch. Mineta grabbed a handful of hairballs off his head and threw them in random directions around the hallway, where they stuck to various spots across the walls, ceiling, and floor. Izuku didn't know what to expect until he watched his classmate bounce off one of the purple orbs stuck to the floor like it was a tiny trampoline. In a split second, he twisted his body around in midair to bounce off one of the orbs stuck to the walls, then did the same to springboard off one hanging from the ceiling. As Mineta continued to bounce from one purple orb to another, building up so much speed he became no more than a purple blur darting across the hall, Izuku felt his expectations shatter into a million pieces in real time. He had no idea someone that small could be so fast and nimble. When Mineta finally stopped bouncing and landed on the ground with a flip, Izuku figured his skill at least deserved a small round of applause. Wow, that was really impressive. Thanks, I've been doing gymnastics for about 4 years now. He confidently grinned for a moment before remembering the truth bomb dropped on him merely moments earlier. Not like it matters anymore, though. I'll probably just get my breath sued off if I actually try and be a real hero. This response elicited a twinge of guilt from Izuku. Even if Mineta was slightly delusional regarding his ambitions, he never meant to imply he should stop trying to be a hero or anything. He was the last person who would ever imply such a thing. I mean, you can still be a hero. You can just, not be a pervert, he suggested, to which Mineta slowly tilted his head at him, as if he hadn't even considered that an option until now. Izuku figured he ought to elaborate. What I'm trying to say is that heroes like All Might have a large female fanbase without even trying. And do you know how he does it? By just being heroic. Mineta started pacing back and forth, rubbing his chin with favor as he started putting the pieces together. So, what you're saying is if I stop chasing girls, and instead focus on being a better hero, then the girls will start chasing me instead. I guess that's one way to look at it. Welp, I'm sold. Time to start being the best hero I can be. Mineta boldly declared, raising his fist with a determined grin. He awkwardly held that pose for a while before his expression began to fade. How exactly do I do that? Well, I can think of one way to start. A smile grew on Izuku's face as he led Mineta to the cafeteria, where lunch was already in progress. You gonna date me or not? Katsuki asked calmly, practically punching a hole in the wall as he tried the old Kabadon trick, which only succeeded in making the girl he was trying to ask out shrivel up in fear. Mineta groaned as he and Izuku watched this absolute failure of courtship from a nearby lunch table. Do I really need to do this? He whined to Izuku, who simply turned to stare at him. Yes. You started this whole challenge with Kaken, and if you want to try and be heroic, you should be the bigger man and call it off before the school's entire female population gets traumatized. He hummed, touching a finger to his chin. I have always wanted to be big. This seemed to convince Mineta, as it only took a moment for him to hop out of his seat and march over to where Katsuki was continually yelling at the girl to date him. All right, man, that's enough, he said, catching the blonde's attention. The F do you want, grape for brains? You trying to steal my girl again? You and I both know that's gonna end with your ugly butt face embedded into the wall. No, not that, he sighed, fighting back the urge to hit Katsuki with some kind of comeback, thereby provoking his opponent even further. I'm calling off this whole amassing the most girls in a week challenge. It's not going well for either of us, and I'm willing to name you the winner if you quit yelling at girls all the time. Sound good? But to Mineta's surprise, Katsuki didn't give him the answer he was expecting. No. No. Why not? I'm letting you win here. Isn't that what you wanted? No, I wanted to prove myself better than you, and I haven't done that until I've bagged more girls than you. Dude, we're both tied 0-0. Exactly. I ain't letting this challenge end in a tie. Now if you're done being an annoying little prick, get out of my way so I can secure my victory. Not wanting to pay Mineta any more mind, Katsuki turned back to the girl he was currently pursuing, where he slammed another fist into the wall next to her. Meanwhile, Mineta had very little idea what to do next. He tried being the bigger man, but that clearly didn't work out. He glanced in Izuku's direction, hoping for some advice, which he received in the form of a large wooden sign that read, "Do something heroic." Ignoring where Izuku got a large wooden sign, Mineta wasn't exactly sure how to apply that piece of advice to this context, so he improvised and threw one of his sticky orbs at Katsuki's back, once again getting his attention. "What the heck? What did you stick to my shirt?" he demanded, blindly reaching behind his back to grab the item in question. When he finally got his hands on it, he quickly discovered he couldn't get his hands off it, rendering him in a rather awkward position. Mineta couldn't help but grin at the taller boy's rabid confusion. "I never told you my quirk, did I? Here, let me give you a demonstration." He plucked an orb from his head and chucked it at Katsuki, who had the foresight to sidestep out of the way and let it stick to the wall behind him. "That's it. You just throw your sticky ball around." He huffed, unimpressed. "That's nothing. I'll tear through your grapes like butter." He tried to pry his fingers from the orb stuck to the back of his shirt, but to no avail. He might as well have had a pair of HNDCFFs tied behind his back. But of course, Katsuki was never one to admit defeat, no matter how stacked against him the odds were. By temporarily dislocating his shoulder, he was able to force his shirt over his head and get his hands in front of his face. This better angle allowed him to pull even harder than before, yet his results were still the same. With rising desperation, he tried blasting his way out of his sticky confines with the sweat that rapidly accumulated on his hands. But somehow, Mineta's orbs managed to absorb the impact like some kind of explosion sponge. "God damn it! What the hell are these things made of?" Mineta didn't respond, instead forcing out a silent chuckle as he prepared to finish things off while his opponent was distracted. After throwing another orb on the ground in front of him, he took a short running start before bouncing off it like a spring. He straightened his body as he flew through the air, soaring like a spear right towards the confused Katsuki, who soon found the wind knocked out of him as Mineta headbutted him right in the stomach. Katsuki blindly stumbled a few steps backwards, and his bare back made contact with the orb Mineta had stuck to the wall a few moments earlier. Only then did he realize how screwed he truly was. "How's that for a nothing quirk?" Mineta taunted, crossing his arms as he leveled Katsuki with a smug look. "What's wrong? Can't explode your way out of this one." With a murderous look in his eyes, Katsuki tried blindly lunging at Mineta, only for the purple orb stuck to his backside to keep him tethered to the wall, like a feral dog chained to a post. "You purple BSTRD. Let me out of here or I'll kick your butt to the moon and back." "Oh sure, I'll let you go. Just give it about 5 hours till the stickiness wears off," he laughed, prompting the rest of the cafeteria to break out in a series of snickers and gaffes directed at Katsuki and his current predicament, enraging the blonde to an even greater degree. "You little SHT. I'm gonna kill you. Just you wait. You're gonna wanna change your address, because I'm gonna hunt you down and not stop until you're a pile of ash on the ground. They won't have to cremate your body, because I'll do it for free." Everyone started laughing harder at his sudden outburst, while Mineta simply ignored Katsuki's blatant death threats as he turned and confidently strolled away from him. "Well, how was that?" he asked Izuku. "Great. You managed to neutralize the threat without the need for excessive violence. Pretty hero-like if you ask me." "Awesome." He pumped his fist with excitement. "Does this mean I won't get sued for SXL harassment now?" Izuku's excitement began to waver. Not exactly. You still made a bunch of inappropriate comments in the past, which could very well impact your future career as a hero and get you cancelled online if it gets brought up again." "Oh," Mineta sagged, somehow appearing even smaller than he already was. "What can I do now?" "Well, considering you're making an effort to change your reputation and start anew, the best thing we can do is effectively bury your past, and bury the hatchet while you're at it." "Bury the hatchet? What do you mean?" In response, Izuku reached behind his back and pulled out a large stack of apology cards. "I'm talking about all the girls you said some inappropriate things to." "Oh, I get it." Mineta sighed as he picked up a pen. With the amount of cards that needed filling out, he figured he'd be working for quite some time. 3 hours later. Has it been 5 hours yet?" Katsuki groaned, once again scraping his feet against the floor to remove himself from his spot on the wall, with similar results as the last 200 times he tried. School had been let out a few minutes ago, leaving Katsuki completely alone in the cafeteria as the sun outside began to set. Part of him prayed the rats wouldn't come out at night to chew through his sneakers or anything. Sure, he could have called his parents or any number of emergency services by now, but that would imply he needed help to free himself from that purple midget's quirk, which he didn't. Right as Katsuki got tired and stopped trying to pull, he heard the sound of opening doors echo throughout the empty room. Turning, he was met with possibly the last person he wanted to see right now. God damn it, Deku. What are you doing here? Hi, Kakin. He waved with an obnoxiously wide smile. I just finished helping Mineta with his cards, or at least 1/8 of them, so I figured I'd come over and help you. Forget it. I'd rather stay stuck here all night than accept help from you. Not that kind of help. He placed a folding chair across from Katsuki and sat down with his legs crossed. I'm here to help put your actions into perspective and see if what you've been doing is really the heroic thing or not. Spoiler alert, it's not. What? It's like therapy, Kakin. It worked for Mineta, so it might work for you. That explanation immediately made Katsuki want to claw into the nerd in front of him, who was unfortunately sitting just out of his reach. F you. I don't need therapy, especially from you of all people. Try to get me to talk about my feelings and I'll kill you. Not for another 2 hours you can't, Izuku winked, which should give me just enough time to form a proper psychoanalysis. He took out a book labeled Psychoanalysis Notebook for the Future, Volume 1, and flipped to the first page. Now, first question, what does a hero really mean to you? Ga! Katsuki yelled as he wildly thrashed around in his bindings. J isn't a valid answer, Kakin. Izuku Midoriya hated his life. Okay, that wasn't 100% true. He had a lot to be thankful for. His mom, his merchandise collection, his notebooks. Okay, he was blanking on anything else at the moment, but that was only because he was currently being chased down the street by his classmates. It was terrible. They'd clearly taken cues from Kakin, because they were persistent in how far they'd chase him down. He wasn't even sure they were in Mustafar anymore. And for what? Here. All he did was drop his notebook in class. And of course, when it hit the ground, it just had to open up to his page on Midnight, which included a rather detailed illustration of her in her hero costume. Izuku swore it was just for accuracy's sake. His bullies took one look at that page and decided it was stupid to tear up, the teacher not even attempting to intervene, as usual. But for once, Izuku wasn't gonna stand for that. Kakin had already reduced hundreds of hours worth of his work to ash in the past, he wasn't losing another 100. He quickly swiped his notebook off the ground and skirted off. But of course, nothing in Izuku's life came easy, especially when it came to protecting his own belongings. So much lost merchandise. The bullies gave chase, leading him up to now, where he'd been running for his life, notebook stuffed under his arm, for the past several miles. He was just grateful Kakin wasn't among the group of students essentially hunting him for sport, otherwise the game would have been over in the first 5 minutes. Instead, Izuku had run perhaps the longest distance of his life, and that distance kept on increasing with each step he took. As proud as he was for pushing himself to go this far, that wasn't to say it didn't hurt. Everywhere. All at once. His legs felt like they'd been stabbed, every breath felt like a Herculean task, and his eyes were starting to sting from all the sweat dripping from his forehead. As he skidded down the corner, one misstep away from kissing the concrete, he knew he needed to find a place to hide. It seemed as though the gods granted him mercy today, as one appeared in the form of a rundown building, its windows broken and its door barely attached to its hinges. Without a second thought, Izuku dove into the building, hiding behind the door with his mouth squeezed shut in anticipation. It didn't take too long before he heard the footsteps of his half-dozen tormentors come and go, and he allowed himself to breathe once more. Phew, finally, hugging his notebook close, he propped his back up against the door to help him get back on his feet. He got a better view of the inside of the building from there, where he quickly realized he wasn't alone. Kurogiri, who the F is this kid? Said a man with blue-gray hair, covered in what looked to be disembodied hands. who paused the game he was playing to turn to the boy who just intruded on what was likely his property. I am unsure, Tomura. He seems to be an intruder, a second voice answered, which Izuku assumed came from the finely dressed man standing behind the bar. Izuku said assumed because this man's face was obscured by a dense purple fog, save for 2 yellow streaks that were meant to represent his eyes. Izuku's mind came to a halt. He didn't know what exactly he was interrupting, nor why this seemingly dilapidated building contained such a finely furnished bar, but he definitely knew he was too young to be here. Sorry. I just had to hide from someone. I'll just go now. He turned to leave, but didn't even get his hand on the doorknob before Tomura raced over to him at speeds that should be impossible for someone of his skinny demeanor, wrapping 4 fingers around the back of Izuku's collar. Hold on, he whispered in Izuku's ear, his voice uncomfortably raspy. You're still an intruder, and intruders need to be punished. Besides, it's been a while since I killed someone, and I've been getting itchy. A 5th finger joined the first 4, and Izuku could feel his uniform slowly crumble to pieces. What are you doing? What are you doing, whatifdeku? He desperately tried to scramble away, but Tomura really lived up to the phrase death grip. Was this it? Was Izuku gonna turn to dust just because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time? Wouldn't that be fitting? An unlucky end to a less than fortunate life. Kind of fitting for a Deku like him. Tomura, 𝐭𝐲𝐽 suddenly spoke up, his tone neutral and apathetic. Need I remind you of Sensei's orders? If you're going to dust someone while in the bar, you must take responsibility and clean it up afterwards. Tomura's crusty smile immediately fell as he loosened his grip on Izuku. Fine. You take him then, 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Teach him to bartend or some SHT. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, he kicked Izuku toward the bar before storming back to his game console. As you wish, Tomura. The next thing Izuku knew, he fell through some purple hole that suddenly appeared on the floor before somehow landing behind the bar, where he stood next to 𝐭𝐻𝐽. What? How did I dash? The first thing you must know about bartending is how to pour a drink. Paying no mind to Izuku's confusion, he turned to the racks of bottles behind him and grabbed 2 bottles of whiskey, giving one to Izuku and pouring the other into a glass. If you pour at exactly a 300-degree angle, you will get approximately half an ounce every second. Now you try. I want you to pour exactly 2 ounces. Okay. While Izuku's mind raced to catch up, his body picked up the slack as he tried mimicking the angle he saw 𝐭𝐻𝐽 pour as best he could. As the glass filled up, he started manually counting the seconds in his head. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. When he got to 4, he placed the bottle back down on the counter, and 𝐭𝐻𝐽 carefully observed his work, the yellow streaks on his face narrowing every so slightly. 𝐻𝐻, you poured too little. You held the bottle at the wrong angle. Oh. Sorry. He shrugged, still unsure of this whole situation. No matter. We shall simply try again. 𝐭𝐻𝐽 created a small portal at the bottom of the glass, draining every drop of whiskey back into the bottle it came from. Izuku had to admit, he was impressed by the effortless display of such a unique quirk. He would have jotted it down in his notebook if he wasn't worried about spilling alcohol on it. They repeated the exercise, except this time 𝐭𝐻𝐽 manually adjusted Izuku's hand to the correct angle. A bartender must be precise in the way they pour. Too little, and the customer will believe they're getting ripped off. Too much, and we waste valuable alcohol. Do you understand? I think so. They tried the exercise a 3rd time, where Izuku's form was already showing signs of improvement. By the 6th time, he had poured his first perfect glass. By the 12th time, he was now able to pour at a consistent rate every time. By the 24th time, he could confidently pour multiple drinks back to back without spilling a drop. Well done, boy, 𝐭𝐻𝐽 congratulated after watching his student pour 4 glasses in rapid succession. You have now learned the fundamentals of bartending. Wait, that's it. He twisted his head over to 𝐭𝐻𝐽 in surprise. Does that mean I can, Izuku jammed his thumb over to the exit as he slowly shuffled in that direction, only for another portal to appear right from under his feet and plop him back behind the bar. Not so fast. You may have learned the fundamentals - I only learned one fundamental. But that doesn't mean there isn't anything else for you to learn. Another portal appeared above the bar, and from it dropped a small stack of note cards, each carrying the recipe for a type of mixed drink. Now that you've learned to pour, mixing should come much easier. Izuku forced down a gulp at the stack before him. Part of him would admit, it looked daunting when it was all laid out before him, but the other part was kinda excited to tackle this challenge. As illegal as it was for him to be here, Izuku could say he enjoyed the past half hour he spent practicing his pouring techniques, and a lot of that came down to Kurogiri. Sure, he was quiet and rarely said much beyond the bare minimum, but it was clear he held a certain passion for bartending and wanted to make sure Izuku succeeded. That put him leagues above any of his biased teachers at Aldera. Which was kinda depressing, but Izuku decided not to think about it. Besides, it wasn't like he had anywhere he needed to go right now. His mom was out on a business trip, and what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. A few hours later, and after the liquors poured, you had just a bit of candy apple soda and voila. Izuku presented his completed candy apple margarita, which Kurogiri gave a small nod at, and by nodding, he meant lightly bobbing his eyes up and down. Fine work. He used a portal to drain the contents of the glass, somehow mixing the drink as the individual parts returned to their respective bottles. Izuku had done over 20 recipes, and he still wasn't sure how the warper managed to pull that off. Man, you have some seriously great quirk control. I mean, where did you learn to separate liquid at a subatomic level? He wasn't even sure if UA offered that level of training. I don't know, he stated very matter-of-factly, his tone carrying no amount of urgency. Why you don't know? Were you just self-taught? I don't know. Did you go to a hero school or something? I don't know. What was it like when your quirk first manifested? I don't know. Do you know anything about your quirk? I don't know. So does that mean you have like amnesia or something? I don't know. You have amnesia about having amnesia. Before this back and forth could go on for any longer, an egg timer that had been previously sitting on the edge of the bar rang out, alerting the only two presences in the room Tomura had left with his games a while ago. Were you cooking something? Asked Izuku, quickly realizing how stupid a question that was. This was a bar, not a restaurant. No. That sound simply means it's opening time, Kurogiri responded, portaling the timer away. Opening time. Izuku shot him a perplexed look. He kind of found it hard to believe this bar was, well, an actual bar. Sure, it more than looked the part on the inside, but the shoddy exterior told a completely different story. This is a recent development, Kurogiri clarified, seemingly reading his mind. Sensei was in dire need of additional funds for his experiments. Who's Sensei? And what are his experiments? That's classified. Okay, fine, Kurogiri was entitled to keep his secrets. But still, Izuku found it hard to believe this place would attract any customers outside of the sleaziest of sleazeballs. Just then, a man with grey hair and a purple suit came walking through the partially unhinged front door, sporting a toothy grin that lacked a front tooth. Hey, Kurogiri. What's going on? Jiran. Good to see you, he greeted the man with some level of familiarity. I do not believe the League has any dealings scheduled with you. What? A guy can't come over and grab a drink. He sat himself down at the bar, where Izuku could smell the strong tobacco scent coming off the man, though he tried not to let it show. I'm more than just a broker, you know. I got alcoholic needs like any other able-bodied adult. Speaking of which, his gaze shifted over to the individual who was decidedly not an adult. Who's the kid? He's my student, so to speak. I have spent the past few hours telling him everything I know about bartending. Jiran nodded as his grin sharpened. I see. A little child LBR, eh? Well, why don't I put this kid to the test? I'm in the mood for something sweet. WHP me up a mango hurricane, and make it a party. Izuku took a deep breath as he steeled himself, wasting little time getting to work. This was his first real test as a bartender, and he had no interest in messing it up. Coming right up. As he grabbed the necessary bottles from behind the counter, he mentally recalled the recipe he'd read on the card a few hours prior. Let's see here. First, 1 part mango rum, then aged dark rum, add some orange juice, a splash of cherry syrup, wait, I meant grenadine. Then shake. He closed the top on the mixer, bobbing it up and down for a few seconds before carefully pouring it into a glass that already had some ice sitting at the bottom. Then garnish with a pineapple slice. He looked to 𝐒𝐲𝐽 for approval, to which he silently shook his head. No, an orange slice. Then serve. He slid the drink toward Jiran, who looked anything but impressed as he stared down at it with contempt. I said make it a party. Oh, right. 𝐒𝐿 scrambled to add a decorative tiny umbrella to the drink. The broker's demeanor improved significantly as he took a swig of the now completed mango hurricane. Hey, not bad. You did all right, kid. And you didn't even have to go to bartender school. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help the surge in his chest as he watched Jiran down the rest of the drink in a few gulps before heading out. It was nice to see someone enjoying something he made. It really validated his oft-neglected creative side. You can add that to my tab, 𝐒𝐲𝐽. I hope you're aware you've already racked up quite the debt, the wispy purple man warned. I'll get around to it one day. He shot them one last cheeky grin. Before heading out, leaving the 2 bartenders with only each other as company. So, 𝐒𝐿 rhythmically drummed his fingers on the finely carved wood. How much business does this bar usually get? Not much, I'm afraid, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 admitted. We have our regulars, but there are admittedly more attractive bars not too far from here. Oh, so I guess we'll be waiting here at 𝐔𝐬𝐻 jolted back as the door was suddenly kicked open, and in strolled a woman with purple hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a white dress shirt and black slacks that made it look like she was a bartender herself. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, get me my usual. She tiredly ordered the mist man. Certainly, Miss Anna. He poured her a simple, no-frills mug of beer and had it in her hands by the time she sat down. You would not believe the day I've had, 𝐒𝐲𝐽. I know I say this all the time, but I am seriously considering switching careers. Let me tell you all about it. Hold on one moment, please. He stepped to the side and portaled 𝐒𝐿 so he was standing right in front of Anna. Part of a bartender's duties involves listening to the customer's woes. I'd like you to practice with her. Sure. I'm great at listening. 𝐒𝐿 leaned down and awkwardly stared Anna in the eyes, intent on picking up every last word that came out of her mouth. Anna, meanwhile, shot 𝐒𝐲𝐽 a look. Really? Did you seriously get so tired of my beaching that you hired a rookie just to take your place? No, that was just an added benefit, he replied in an extremely rare display of snark, causing Anna to roll her eyes. Fine, whatever. She shook her head before her eyes landed back on 𝐒𝐿. So anyways, I'm usually a bartender myself, if you can't tell from the clothes. I work at the place down the street. And let me tell you, the things that some customers do there make me want to tear my hair out and slip it in their drinks. 𝐒𝐿 nodded, already invested. Every day it's bar fights, and more bar fights. I swear, that place must advertise exclusively to lightweights, because I see people ready to throw hands after a single drink. Speaking of drinks, she took a huge swig of hers. And if it was just fists, I could handle it, but no, they have to go and get their quirks involved too. What kind of quirks? Oh, where do I start? Just last week, 2 guys, both with antler quirks, started butting heads. And I mean that literally. It took a DMN hour to get them untangled. Yeesh. Sounds rough. That's not even the worst of it. Ever seen what happens when someone with a peanut butter quirk fights someone with a chocolate quirk? That doesn't sound so bad. It does when one of your customers has a peanut allergy. Anna took another sip of her mug, hiccuping lightly. Still better than the time someone brought a knife quirk to a gun quirk fight, she sighed, letting her forehead fall to the bar. Mom was right, I should have stuck with hockey. 𝐒𝐿 was about to try and comfort her, when another presence made themselves known by kicking the door in. Woo! Is happy hour. Let's get wasted. Cheered a lanky-looking man with long, black hair, wearing an odd mask and a fur coat that failed to cover his exposed chest and stomach. I have told you before, Sakaki, this establishment does not offer a happy hour, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 corrected. Silly 𝐒𝐲𝐽, Happy hours a state o' mind. He stumbled over to Izuku and ruffled his curly hair, making the boy rather uncomfortable. Hold on. Kurogyro, why are YA green? What happened to DA purple? I'm right here. At the sound of his voice, the drunkard's head turned to the real Kurogiri. And I believe you need to leave. Ah, come on, don't be like that. You know I always pay my tab. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of crumpled up Monopoly money before chucking it at Izuku. Here's a big ol' tip, just for you. Kurogiri did not look amused as he turned to Izuku. Another aspect of the job you should learn is how to kick out unruly customers, like so. Sakaki fell through a portal that appeared beneath his feet, and a crash could be heard from right outside a few moments later. Right. I'll keep that in mind, Izuku nodded. Though, if he was being honest, he had no idea how to do that without a portal quirk. Hopefully, he'd never have to answer that question. The rest of the night went rather smoothly from there. A few more customers came in, and Izuku fixed them their drinks with only minor concerns about why a child was working in a bar as seedy as this one. But like all good things, the night had to come to an end. Of course, Kurogiri didn't actually let Izuku stick around until closing time. He had school tomorrow morning, meaning he still had a bedtime to adhere to, regardless of whether his mom was here or not. Thanks again for teaching me how to bartend, Izuku said as he packed up his stuff. I actually had a lot of fun. I mean, not at first, of course. At first I thought Tomura was gonna kill me, but everything after that was a step up. It was my pleasure, Kurogiri bowed slightly, and before my memory fails me, I request you take this. He opened up a small portal right next to Izuku, where a wad of cash fell into his hands. The boy's eyes widened as he mentally counted the money that found its way into his grasp. It was way more than he expected, but then again, he wasn't expecting anything. Kurogiri, I can't accept this. I believe you very well can. You did work, meaning you are owed compensation. That's all there is to it. Izuku wanted to argue, but from his admittedly short time spent with Kurogiri, he knew the mist man was practically a brick wall with how firm he was, both in terms of posture and opinions. He knew better than to waste time going back and forth on this. Plus, part of him had already begun to dream about the hero merch he could buy with this cash. Okay, I guess. But still, if you ever need an extra pair of hands behind the bar, I'm always available. Thank you very much. By proxy, you are free to stop by whenever you like. If Izuku could see Kurogiri's face, he'd wager there was a small smile on it. Now, let's get you home. Oh, that's okay, I can take the try. His objections were cut off when he fell through another portal. Half a second later, Izuku found himself face to face with the unmistakable sight of his All Might branded bedsheets. How the heck did he know where I live? The next day, stifling a sigh, Izuku tried to ignore the bruise on his ankle as he trudged down some familiar streets, a task that became slightly more arduous with every step. He figured he brought this upon himself. He had such a good time last night that he forgot what awaited him the next morning at Aldera. The group of classmates who chased him yesterday weren't happy that he managed to escape, and they made that fact very apparent with their fists. And because the teachers seemingly had it out for him, he was the one who got in trouble for provoking them. So that led Izuku to now. The sun was just starting to set, and he was only a few blocks away from the bar he found himself in the night prior. He hoped he wasn't intruding on anything, but Kurogiri did say he could stop by anytime. And right now, he just wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol, or rather, the process of mixing alcohol. It was quite therapeutic for him. As he approached the front of the building, he was somewhat surprised to hear vague sounds of chatter from inside. Tonight must be a busier night. Opening the door showed that his statement was only the tip of the iceberg. The place was packed, practically swarming with patrons who occupied pretty much every seat in the house. Izuku basically had to shove his way to the front, where Kurogiri had tiny portals set up all across the bar, drinks of varying colors pouring out each of them in order to meet the customers' rampant demands. Ah, perfect timing, he said upon noticing Izuku's presence. I could use some assistance right now. Izuku hardly flinched as he was portaled to the other side of the bar, having gotten used to it by now. Instead, he just grabbed a glass and got to pouring. So, is there a particular reason why this place is so popular now? I can answer that. Anna shoved her way to the front of the bar. The bar I work at usually attracts all the big crowds, but last night it got destroyed by a fireworks truck. What? I know, right? She chuckled. Anyways, this place is the closest alternative that shows up on Google Maps — something I will have to let Sensei know of as soon as possible, 𝐭𝐻𝐲 mumbled. So everyone came flocking here like a pack of alcohol-deprived vultures. Well, I guess that's a good thing. Izuku hummed as he passed off a Midori cactus juice to a particularly grabby customer. The name was just a coincidence, though Izuku definitely wanted to try that once he turned 20. Sorry about your job, though. Don't worry about it. If anything, this is a sign I should start following my real dream of being a star hockey player. Anna slipped a hockey mask over her face and raised a hockey stick in the air. Go team go! Right as Izuku smiled, a hand shot up from a table near the back of the bar, and a voice called out over the crowd, "Hey! We need another round over here." It didn't take long for Kurogiri to drop a tray of drinks in Izuku's hands. Would you mind handling that? I seem to have my hands full at the moment. Well, at least he knew those were actual hands, and not just a pair of purple voids that end at his wrists. Izuku thought before responding, yeah, sure. Gripping the tray with both hands, he very carefully maneuvered around the crowd to make his way to the table, a task that was easier said than done, considering this was his first time doing anything of the sort. With each step, the liquid inside the mug swayed back and forth like a wave at the beach. Izuku wasn't sure whether to keep his eyes on that, or the numerous hazards in front of him. Ideally, he could do both, but considering this was literally his second day on the job, he settled on the latter and silently prayed one of the mugs wouldn't tip over while he wasn't looking. Thankfully, he had a good deal of experience avoiding other people, so he managed not to bump into any patrons before finally arriving at the table. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he was finally able to rest the tray on a safe surface. Phew, here are your drinks. About time. The drinks were snatched off the tray not even a second later. Izuku suddenly froze up at the patron's voice. He couldn't get a good look at the table through the crowd, but now that he was closer, that voice started to sound disturbingly familiar. He prayed it was just a coincidence as he slowly peered up to see who was sitting at the table. Unfortunately, fate was not kind to him on this night, for sitting right in front of him were his middle school teachers. Gah! Izuku fumbled with the tray in his hands before using it to shield his face, but he already knew it was too late. They saw him. How could they not have seen him? He was probably going to get expelled for publicly serving alcohol. A black mark would be slapped on his permanent record and he could kiss his already slim chances at UA goodbye. Heck, he'd be lucky if he could get into any high school. At this point, his best-case scenario was if Kurogiri would be willing to hire him full-time. Hey, does that waiter kinda look like Midoriya to you? He heard his homeroom teacher, Mr. Kobayashi, whisper to the group. Confused, Izuku allowed himself to peer over his tray, where he started to notice just how drunk his teachers looked. Their faces were flushed, their eyelids were droopy, and they looked like they could fall out of their seats at the drop of a hat. Nah, no way. That couldn't be him. His algebra teacher, Ms. Hyota, shook her head in an overly animated fashion. The relief Izuku felt at the very moment was impalpable. Thank All Might. They're too drunk to realize it's actually me. He was about to turn around and leave them with their drinks, when a follow-up statement from his science teacher, Mr. Kubota, caught his attention. Yeah, you're right. Midoriya's. Quirkless, who would ever hire him for a job? The teachers enjoyed a round of laughter, while Izuku bit his lip and sunk in on himself. He knew his teachers didn't like him, but it still hurt to have those feelings put into words. Despite all that, he remained within earshot of the group to see if they had anything else to say about him. Yeah, that's a good point. Mrs. Morita, his art teacher, laughed out as she took another swig of alcohol. With the number of times that boy tripped on his own 2 feet, there's no way it was him who brought that tray to us. Izuku felt his fists clench, his nails digging into his skin. He didn't trip on his own 2 feet, people tripped him in class because they thought it was funny. Oh, hey, get this. Kobayashi got the group's attention. I heard he wants to apply to UA for high school in the hero course. Another bout of hysterical laughter made its way across the table. Izuku didn't think it was so funny. What was wrong with him just trying to live his dream? Yeesh, no wonder that Bakugo kid blows him up all the time, said Kubota. I would too if I had a quirk like his, Morita proclaimed, lifting her mug in the air. Seriously, have you heard that kid in class? I don't think he could quit muttering to save his life. Izuku decided he'd heard enough. As tears threatened to start rolling down his face, he made his way to the bar and plopped himself down in the first empty seat he could find, where he rested his head down on the cold hardwood and buried it in his arms. It scared, because part of him didn't want to cry for what his teachers said about him. Frankly speaking, they didn't deserve to take up any more space in his mind than they already did. Plus, he already knew they didn't hold him in the highest regard, so why should this be any different? But still, he was an emotional person at heart, and even though he was sort of used to this treatment, hearing outright confirmation that the authority figures in his life couldn't care less about him hit different in a way that just made Izuku want to flood the bar with his tears. But before he could do that, he felt a sudden cold, metallic object brush up against his arm. Looking up through tear-stained eyes, he saw Kurogiri passing him a can of apple juice. You seem emotionally distressed. Is something wrong? This small display of affection made Izuku want to cry even more, but he fought down his tears before proceeding to dilute them in apple juice. Somehow, the drink always tasted better to him when it came from a can. It's nothing, he finally answered after downing half the can. Just something stupid. This seemingly didn't deter Kurogiri from pushing on further. If it's bothering you, then I'm sure it's not stupid. Yeah, but you don't really have the time to listen. Don't you have a bar to run? Don't worry, kid. I gotcha covered. Anna spoke up as she vaulted over the bar and started mixing some cocktails. At this point, Izuku's hands were tied, so he took another quick sip from his apple juice before explaining. It's just, I ran into my teachers here, and I was reminded of how little they actually care about me. Oh. Kurogiri quirked an eyebrow. How so? All the time, they're singling me out in class, practically pointing a neon sign at me that says, "Hey, bully this kid." Do people bully you? Like you wouldn't believe, Izuku sighed, taking another sip of his drink. There's Fusumoto, Dao, Nogai, Hashiga, even Kaken sometimes. And every time one of them beats me up or steals my stuff, I'm always the one to get in trouble for, and I quote, provoking them. That sounds deeply unpleasant. Kurogiri narrowed his eyes. The next morning, every boy Izuku just named would find their bedroom flooded with garbage from the local dump. You have no idea. Izuku realized his can was empty, and Kurogiri wordlessly handed him a new one. And for what? Here. Because I'm quirkless. Because I wanna be a hero. He sniffled, wiping a budding tear from his eye. It's not fair. I am deeply sorry for what you had to experience. Kurogiri placed a wispy hand on Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku felt a watery smile creep up his face. Thanks. That means more to me than you could ever imagine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to deal with some rowdy customers. Izuku watched the mist man walk out from behind the bar and make his way through the crowd. Despite Kurogiri's stoic look, the aura surrounding him seemed a lot more invigorated than usual, like there was some deep-seated rage in him that was just begging to be released. Less than a minute later, he silently made his way back to Izuku, looking no worse for the wear. What did you tell them? He asked, assuming the reason Kurogiri left was to deal with his teachers. Not much. I just informed them of their new teaching positions. In Siberia. I also helped cover their travel expenses while I was at it. Ah, really? Izuku's eyes widened. Yes. They won't be bothering you anymore. Izuku was at a loss for words, so he let his instincts take hold as he lunged across the bar to envelop Kurogiri in a tearful, overbearing hug. Thanks, Kurogiri. You're my hero. The mist man's eyes slowly widened as Izuku's words began to echo throughout his skull. You're my hero. You're my hero. My hero. 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 Hero, you scored enough points to guarantee a spot in the hero course. Congratulations. This is your hero academia. Come on, Shota, no time to sleep in. We have hero training today. A true hero has the ability to go beyond. You know the school's motto. Plus ultra. First day of internships. Ooh, I'm so excited. I finally get to go out there and be a real hero. My hero name is gonna be Loud Cloud. As it all came rushing back to Kurogiri, the purple mist surrounding his face began to fade away, while the rest of it brightened in hue, becoming a light blue instead of dark purple. Kurogiri. What's happening? Izuku asked in concern, curiously eyeing his new appearance up and down. I don't know. What year is it? Said Oboro Shirakumo.